Jon Snow had wrestled with his duties for days. At Castle Black, the words of the Night's Watch echoed in his mind. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. He had spoken those vows with conviction, but the memory of his father's death pulled at him with relentless force. The news of Lord Eddard Stark's execution had traveled quickly, borne on winter winds that carried sorrow to every corner of the realm. Duty told him to remain, to defend the wall from the unknown perils that lurked beyond. But blood and honor, and that sense of belonging he had longed for his entire life, demanded something else. He felt as though the ground he stood on was no longer stable, no longer certain. As he looked out from the top of the wall over the frozen landscape, he could see the outlines of a future he did not yet understand. It was the night ghost led him to the library, or so Jon thought. The white dire wolf had paced restlessly, unsettled as though there were secrets in the wind. Jon had followed, searching through shelves of musty tomes until he found old accounts of Targaryen wars, of kings and rebellions. He read half-maddened scribbles about the long night, the ancient darkness that once gripped the world. The words described terrors beyond the realm of men. The White Walkers, the others. But those scribbles were old, older even than the Watch's grandest histories. Alone in those dust-choked halls, he believed, for a moment, in the vow he had taken. The true enemy, the threat all men must face, dwelt in the far north. It was easy to conclude his duty was there until the next dawn brought a letter from Winterfell. The letter told of the North rising in defiance of King Joffrey, that Robb Stark had called the banners, that war was inevitable. Jon could not escape the words that sizzled in his memory. I go south at once to avenge father, to free our sisters, and to protect the North. The crown has declared war upon us, and we shall answer it. If you see fit to join, you know your blood, and you know your house. The door is open, brother. He felt a fierce ache in his chest, as if the dire wolf that was his sigil gnawed at his heart. He thought of Arya, wild as a she-wolf. He thought of Sansa, whose dreams of courtly life must have shattered the day their father's head fell. Duty stood on one side, glaring in the shape of the wall, the oaths, and the black cloak on his shoulders. Yet he was no crow in his soul. He was a Stark in all but name. Desperation shaped his decision. That night, he harnessed a horse, one that the Watch's stable boys would only discover missing by dawn. With Ghost loping beside him, silent as snowfall, Jon sped southward under the moonlight, heart hammering with betrayal and determination. He had sworn an oath to defend the wall and forsake all allegiances, but that vow could not overshadow the bond he felt to his family. His father's death still rang like a death knell in his mind. He was prepared for the pursuit of rangers who might chase him as a deserter. He expected condemnation from men he once called brothers. He expected the wrath of Ser Alysothorn, who would brand him oathbreaker and traitor. But Jon believed that if there was any justice left in the Seven Kingdoms, if there was any truth in the gods of the old or the new, then perhaps his choice to ride south was justified by what he might achieve. He thought of his father's face, the deep lines of duty etched into his brow. He thought of Robb, catapulted into manhood as the new Lord of Winterfell, or perhaps King in the North. He didn't yet know that the Lords of the North had proclaimed Robb their king. He just knew that the time had come to stand by his brother's side. Through the dark forests and hidden trails he rode. Ghost ran ahead, leading him to the heart of the North. Each step southward felt like a betrayal and an affirmation all at once. The crisp night air was thick with tension and promise. Jon was leaving one duty behind, but he was riding toward another, one older and deeper, branded on his soul by the blood in his veins. By the time he reached the outskirts of Robb's host, the early sun was staining the sky. The camp stretched out in disciplined rows of tents, with banners snapped by the wind. The direwolf of House Stark was everywhere, black on gray, a reminder of home and heritage. As Jon dismounted, two guards rushed forward, startled. Their first instinct was to draw steel against an unknown black-cloaked rider. Ghost bared his teeth but kept silent. Jon raised empty hands in a gesture of peace. I have come for Robb Stark, he said, voice surprisingly calm, though his heart thundered in his chest. He is my brother, and I would ride with him. It was a strange moment of clarity, that instant between the hush of the guards' confusion and the dawning realization on their faces. The name Jon Snow was whispered amongst them. A gate of men parted, allowing him entry. The army was awakening, men stirring from their tents, cooking fires lighting the early morning gloom. Jon could feel their curiosity, their wariness, and, in some eyes, their relief. Here was the bastard of Winterfell, come to stand with them in defiance of the Iron Throne. When Robb emerged from his command tent, flanked by the great Jon and Roose Bolton, he looked older than Jon remembered, more severe, less the boy who had once teased him in the yard. There was a weight in Robb's blue eyes that Jon knew would never leave. The king in the North. The words passed through the camp in hushed reverence. Jon saw it in the set of Robb's jaw, in the tired line of his shoulders. The burden of leadership had been placed on him as swiftly as a crown. But as soon as Robb recognized Jon, a flicker of warmth glimmered. They embraced like brothers parted by years, though it had only been months. "You came," Robb murmured, voice thick. "I prayed for it, but I wasn't sure." Jon could not speak. The press of emotion in his chest was too great. He simply nodded. They would have to discuss his desertion, his oath, the consequences. But not now, not in this moment. Now there was only the bond of family, a quiet promise that they would see justice done. Or die trying. It was not until that afternoon, in a hastily convened war council, that the matter of Jon's choice was laid before the assembled lords. Men with stern faces and prouder hearts asked him pointed questions. The great Jon roared about oath-breakers, while Lady Midge Mormont spoke of the old ways of blood calling to blood. Roose Bolton watched with his pale eyes, offering no opinion until the very end, when he softly said, "A crow who has flown the nest is no crow at all. But if his loyalty is genuine, who am I to object?" In the end, Robb himself silenced the debate. "Jon is my brother," he said. "He stands with us." And that was enough. By nightfall, men were already muttering about how the bastard of Winterfell might prove his worth, how the presence of a man from the Night's Watch might shift the uncertain alliances. But the North was not so easily swayed by old traditions or the censure of the crown. They recognized that the war needed every sword that could be mustered. If even the crows were on their side, perhaps the gods themselves had chosen the North to rise. That night, Jon and Robb spoke as brothers for the first time since Ned's death. They sat around a small fire. Grey Wind, Robb's dire wolf, lay near Ghost, the two beasts measuring each other's presence with subtle movements of ears and tails. Jon recounted what he had seen on the wall, the hints of an ancient threat stirring beyond the edge of the world. Robb spoke of the tensions in the Riverlands, the cunning of Tywin Lannister, and the uncertain loyalties of Lord Walder Frey. They made no firm plans for the future, no grand strategy beyond the war at hand. But an unspoken certainty lay between them: their father's death would be avenged, their sisters rescued, and the North freed from the yoke of a boy king they did not serve. In the days that followed, Jon was forced to adapt to a new life in Robb's army. No longer was he a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Now men called him my lord out of habit, though he technically had no titles to claim. He took on tasks that Robb assigned him, scouting parties, infiltration missions that required stealth. His black attire served as a useful disguise on moonless nights. There were moments of guilt, of uncertainty. He would wake in the darkness, half expecting to hear the horn blasts calling the watch to arms. The vow he had broken would weigh on him like a ghost in the night. But each time he saw the Stark banner, each time he caught a glimpse of Robb convening with the lords, determination filled him. He could still serve the realm, perhaps more effectively here than in the frosty emptiness of the wall. That was the story he told himself, the justification that eased his conscience, though it never truly banished the sense of betrayal he carried. In quiet moments, Jon would slip away from camp to train. He pushed himself harder than ever, trying to quell the storm inside by burning it in the forging heat of sword drills. Ghost would watch silently, the direwolf's red eyes never leaving Jon's figure. The men who witnessed Jon's routines spoke of his dedication, his iron focus. Some said the bastard was trying to prove something to himself or to the entire North. And perhaps they were right. Days turned into weeks as the northern host advanced south, forging alliances with houses loyal to the Starks, skirmishing with Lannister outriders, and sending ravens that sometimes brought ill news. Word came of the chaos in King's Landing, the savage retribution of Joffrey's regime, and the precarious fate of the Stark girls. Yet no direct mention of Arya or Sansa came. The letters spoke only in vague references. The Stark daughters remain at court, alive but guarded. The faint hope within those words kindled the North's resolve. During a lull in the march, Robb summoned Jon to his tent. There, among maps and small clothes strewn about, the young king revealed a bold plan. "We have to secure the Riverlands," Robb said, his voice low. "If we lose the Tully support, we lose everything. The Lannisters have been harrying them. My mother is in Riverrun by my grandfather's side. We need a decisive victory to turn the tide." Jon listened intently, heart pounding. He felt the old thrill he had once known reading stories of battles and heroes. Now he stood on the cusp of one himself, not as a spectator but as a participant. "I want you to scout ahead," Robb continued. "Take a small party, slip past the Lannister lines, and gather intelligence. We suspect Tywin's men are spread thin, but I need confirmation. If we can catch them off guard, we might force a retreat and relieve Riverrun." Jon nodded, already piecing together the best route to avoid detection. He thought of his training as a ranger, the survival lessons from Core and Half Hand, the days spent patrolling the haunted forests beyond the wall. Now that knowledge would be turned against the Crown's forces. It was a strange twist of fate, but it felt right in his bones. Before he left, Robb gripped his shoulder. "Be careful, Jon. I can't lose another brother." Jon offered a tight smile. The words warmed him more than any fire. Then he donned the garb of midnight once more, mounted a swift horse, and led a handful of loyal men into the shadows beyond the camp. As they moved quietly through fields and forests, Jon found himself relying on Ghost's uncanny senses more than once. The direwolf would sniff the night air, alert to any threat. They avoided several Lannister patrols, hidden behind thick brush, hearts pounding as the enemy marched past. Jon felt a certain cold clarity in those moments. Death was close, but so was purpose. By the time they returned days later, the men were exhausted but exhilarated. They brought back detailed accounts of the Lannister dispositions, the weaknesses in their lines. Robb was pleased, though his gratitude was tempered by the knowledge of the battles still to come. Jon's presence at the war table became more frequent. He offered insights, suggestions rooted in the watchfulness of the Night's Watch. Robb took them seriously, occasionally praising Jon for his caution and skill. Whispers ran through the camp, naming Jon Snow as the Crow Stark. Men debated among themselves whether he was an omen or a sign that the Night's Watch itself had turned a blind eye to the realm. But the majority accepted him, some with curiosity, some with simple acknowledgement that war brings unusual allies. As the forces marched ever southward, the North in arms, Jon felt an uneasy sense that the choices made would ripple far beyond the outcome of any single battle. At night, he still dreamt of the wall. He saw it looming large, felt the ice in his veins, heard the howling winds. Then he would see the shapes in the darkness. The others, the White Walkers. He would jolt awake, breath ragged, hand on his sword. Sometimes, Robb was there, awakened by the same nightmares of war and loss. They would exchange a few words, honest words, confessions of fears they barely voiced during the day. It was a fragile comfort, but comfort nonetheless. For once, Jon Snow belonged somewhere, in the heart of a brother's cause, in the heart of a war that would shape the fates of the Seven Kingdoms. And that was how it began. A choice in the darkness, a horse stolen, a vow broken, a brother found, an army joined, a war that demanded everything. In the hush of the northern nights, when the wind carried the distant cries of wolves, Jon would think of that old vow. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. He would wonder if he had truly left it behind, or if the watch he kept now, this vigil for his father's memory, for his family's honor, was simply another kind of duty, equally binding, forged in his very blood. In the days that followed, the northern host found the first major test of its mettle near the red fork of the Trident. Smoke on the horizon guided them there, black columns rising from villages plundered by Lannister raiders. When the scouts confirmed enemy presence, Robb called his banners to prepare for open battle. War horses were readied, spears and swords honed, and the old northern songs were murmured under breath by soldiers huddled in prayer to the old gods or the new. Jon stood amid the bustle, his heart pounding with anticipation. This would be the first time he faced Lannister steel in open conflict. Grey wind prowled beside Robb, the direwolf's presence unsettling to many men and used to such beasts, while Ghost padded near Jon, silent as a wraith. The two wolves seemed to share a primal bond, a link forged by old magic or perhaps by the stark blood they represented. Jon found himself drawing comfort from Ghost's quiet vigilance. He checked his sword Longclaw, the Valyrian steel that once belonged to House Mormont, and a tremor of fierce pride coursed through him. On the wall, he had wielded it to protect the realm from wildlings or worse. Now, that same blade would be turned against the crown soldiers in a war for northern independence. As the northern cavalry formed ranks, Jon was positioned with a company of riders under Lord Rickard Karstark's command. The banners fluttered in the breeze. The Sunburst of Karstark, the Flayed Man of Bolton, the Roaring Bear of Mormont, and foremost, the Dire Wolf of Stark. Jon glanced to the side and spotted Theon Greyjoy, bow slung across his back, mouth twisted in a grin that was half eagerness and half bravado. Theon lifted his chin in greeting, and Jon offered a curt nod. Their relationship was complicated, a tangle of old slights and shared history. Yet, in this moment, they stood together as part of Robb's forces. Robb, clad in mail and leather, rode at the forefront with a small retinue of knights. His youth was evident in his smooth cheeks, but the men who followed him respected his command, for he had earned a measure of fame in the earlier skirmishes. He raised his sword high, and the horns blew. The battle began. The Lannisters were caught off guard, though not entirely unprepared. Their lines stretched across the gently sloping fields near the river, archers perched on a rise, with footmen forming a ragged block. At first sight of the northern vanguard, the gold and crimson banners mustered to meet the threat. Jon felt his mouth go dry. He remembered all those hours in the practice yard, the words of Ser Roderick Castle correcting his stance, the hush of the courtyard at Winterfell. But this was no practice. The clang of steel and the cries of men would soon fill the air. The stench of blood was inevitable. The charge sounded. Hoofs thundered across the ground. Jon urged his mount forward, staying close to Karstark's banner. In moments, they collided with the Lannister lines. The world dissolved into chaos. Shouting, the ring of blades, the hot surge of adrenaline. Jon swung Longclaw, feeling the blade bite through leather and flesh. A soldier in crimson fell away with a scream. Ghost darted among the chaos, a flash of white fur and bared fangs. Soldiers stumbled back in terror at the sight of the direwolf tearing into their ranks. The Lannisters fought fiercely, but they were disorganized. Robb's plan of a swift cavalry strike hit them before they could fully form a shield wall. Even so, the Northerners took losses. Arrows sliced through the air, claiming men and horses. Jon felt one whistle past his ear. He pressed on, turning his horse to avoid a fallen rider. Another soldier lunged at him, thrusting a spear. Jon parried with a grunt, the shock of impact jolting through his arms, then countered. Longclaw opened the man's throat in a single stroke, the spray of blood warm and horrific. Amid the swirl of the melee, Jon glimpsed Robb clashing with a pair of enemy knights. Grey Wind leaped onto one, dragging him off his horse with savage strength. The other knight hesitated, then reeled back as Robb's sword caught him in the side. The entire line seemed on the verge of collapsing. Before long, horns sounded from the Lannister side, some officer ordering retreat. The battered survivors started to pull back, leaving behind their wounded. Cheers rose from the northern ranks as they pressed forward. Jon felt a wave of relief. The skirmish was theirs. Still, the victory was not without cost. The ground was littered with bodies, a mosaic of Lannister and Stark men. He could hear moans of the wounded, the frantic calls for maesters. The sight churned his stomach, but he forced himself to remain steady. He dismounted, patting his trembling horse. In the distance, he saw Karstark kneeling beside one of his fallen sons, face etched with grief. Men wept openly, grief intermingling with the euphoria of triumph. Such was war. Robb rode up, his sword still red with blood, Grey Wind bounding beside him. The young king's face was set in a grim expression that barely acknowledged victory. "We'll see to the wounded," he commanded. "Build pyres for the dead. Then we press on." He met Jon's gaze, and the weight there was crushing. For all his skill and leadership, Robb was still just a young man confronting the brutal reality of war. Jon walked alongside him, swallowing hard, recalling the father they both had lost, who would have given anything to spare them this horror. That evening, the northern camp was both somber and determined. Fires crackled in the dark, men huddled around them, recounting the day's events in hushed voices. Some boasted of kills, others stared into the flames with hollow eyes. Jon aided in tending the injured where he could, fetching water and making bandages when a pair of exhausted medics needed extra hands. He passed by tents where men clutched their wounds, the stench of blood and sweat suffocating. More than once, he found himself remembering the vow he had broken. Did the Night's Watch not also face horrors that demanded unwavering resolve? He tried not to let the guilt consume him. He was here now, committed to this cause. Robb eventually summoned Jon and a few of the lords to discuss the next move. The battered Lannister force was pulling back toward Harrenhal, or so the scouts said, while another contingent under Ser Jaime Lannister threatened Riverrun itself. In the Torchlit War Council, Robb listened to counsel from Rickard Karstark, Roose Bolton, and others. Jon stood quietly, absorbing the talk of supply lines, fortifications, and alliances. It struck him as surreal. He was no longer the silent observer in Winterfell's great hall, overshadowed by his half-brothers. He was an integral part of these councils, even if he rarely spoke. Finally, Robb turned to him. "Jon, I'd have you and your scouts ride to Riverrun at dawn. If the Lannisters lay siege there, we must coordinate with my mother and my uncle. Bring whatever news you can gather swiftly." Jon bowed his head. "As you command, your grace." He almost smiled at the formality. But it was prudent, especially before the other lords. He recognized the subtle politics at play. Robb was not merely a brother, he was a king now, and that demanded a different etiquette. Yet, in private, they still found moments to be the siblings they once were, sharing quiet words about small memories of Winterfell, of Arya's escapades, of Sansa's girlish dreams, of Bran and Rickon. Such recollections were bittersweet, fueling their determination even as they reminded them of all they stood to lose. At first light, Jon took a cadre of seasoned riders and slipped away from the main host. Ghost trotted at his side, ever faithful. They followed the Red Fork westward, passing through farmland that showed signs of recent raids, burned crops, abandoned huts, uneasy peasants who watched them pass with haunted eyes. The war had upended the lives of countless small folk, a sobering reminder that each clash on the battlefield echoed in the homes of the innocent. By midday, the familiar banners of House Tully came into view, fluttering above Riverrun's stout walls. The fortress overlooked the confluence of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone, a proud stronghold that had long guarded the Riverlands. Jon and his party approached the gate, announcing themselves as envoys of King Robb Stark. The guards exchanged uncertain glances but opened the gates, word traveling swiftly within. Catelyn Stark, weary from days of worry, came to greet them in the courtyard. Despite her exhaustion, she held her head high, red hair streaked with silver in the sunlight. When she saw Jon dismount, a flicker of conflict crossed her features, memories of the bastard boy in Winterfell, a living reminder of Ned's supposed betrayal. Yet she managed a courteous nod. "Jon, you come from my son?" He bowed respectfully. "My lady, yes. Robb sends word, we've engaged Lannister forces near the Red Fork and prevailed. He's marching to relieve Riverrun." Relief softened the lines around her eyes. "Thank the gods. My father's health is failing and Riverrun's defenses are strained by the Lannister presence. Jaime Lannister leads the siege personally, though it's been more a blockade than a full assault. We've been able to hold them off for now." Jon paused, noticing the swirl of soldiers in the courtyard, the battered but resolute Tully men preparing defenses. Tension hung in the air like a drawn bowstring. "We have enough strength to break the siege if we strike the right blow," he said. "Robb wants to coordinate with you." Catelyn's gaze lingered on Jon as if she wanted to ask him a dozen questions. Perhaps about his desertion from the Night's Watch or about the threat beyond the wall. But time was short and the war pressed on. She beckoned him to follow her into the keep, where the corridors were dimly lit by torches, their flickering light revealing Tully trout sigils on stone walls. They reached a small solar where Brynden Blackfish Tully sat, studying maps. The Blackfish was a hardened warrior, silver in his hair, sharp in his eyes. At the sight of Jon, he arched an eyebrow. "A crow in the fish's nest, is it?" Jon squared his shoulders. "Not a crow anymore, my lord. I ride under the direwolf now." The Blackfish nodded with grudging acceptance. "Then let's speak of how we can rid ourselves of these lions at our door." Maps were spread on a large oak table detailing the surrounding area. Markers indicated Lannister positions across the Tumblestone. The conversation turned to tactics, the feasibility of a surprise attack, the advantage of the river's currents, the timing of any assault in relation to Robb's arrival. Catelyn added her observations of Jaime's disposition. She had seen the Kingslayer ride close to the walls, shouting taunts, trying to bait the defenders. The man was bold, lethal with a sword, but perhaps too reliant on his reputation. Jon contributed insights from his scouting experience. He suggested using smaller, covert raiding parties to disrupt the Lannister supply lines, forcing them to divide their attention. The Blackfish grunted approval. "Bold? It could work." Catelyn listened carefully. "My son trusts you," she said at one point, looking at Jon with an expression that held both curiosity and remnants of old resentments. Jon could only hope that over time she might see him as more than Ned's mistake. But for now he was content to serve Robb's interests, and that was reason enough for Lady Stark to accept his counsel. The War Council ended with an agreement they would hold Riverrun's defenses steady while dispatching swift raiders to harass the Lannister siege lines. When Robb arrived in force, they would attempt a coordinated push to break the blockade entirely, potentially capturing Jaime Lannister if fortune favored them. Jon left the solar with renewed purpose. He could sense the momentum building, the possibility that one decisive victory might cripple the Lannister threat in the Riverlands. Outside, he found a moment to breathe by the castle walls, gazing down at the waters below. Ghost remained at his side, muzzle lifted to scent the breeze. The calm rippling of the river was a stark contrast to the turmoil of war. Jon's thoughts drifted northward, to the Wall, to Samwell Tarly and his other brothers of the Watch. A pang of guilt flared. He had abandoned them in what might be their time of greatest need. But Ned Stark's legacy demanded justice. His sisters needed saving. Could he have done anything else? A voice broke his reverie. "You look like you carry the weight of the world, Snow." It was Theon Greyjoy, arms crossed, leaning against the stone. There was a hint of irony in his tone, as if he relished the sight of Jon's introspection. Theon had arrived in Riverrun not long after Jon, carrying messages from Robb. They had not spoken much since. "Maybe I do," Jon answered quietly, not rising to the bait. Theon's smirk faded as he studied Jon more closely. "You've changed," Theon remarked. "Less scowling, more brooding. Though I suppose that was always your way." Jon ran a hand through his hair. He was too weary for verbal sparring. "We've all changed. Or does that?" Theon's gaze drifted over the courtyard, the archers on the walls, the distant clash of steel from the training yard. "Aye, and there'll be more blood spilled before we're done." He hesitated, then continued in a lower voice. "You took a risk, deserting the Watch. Some men might say you're cursed for it." Jon's jaw tightened. "I couldn't stay up there, not after." He didn't finish. "Anyway, what about you, Theon? Are you still Robb's man, or do you dream of the Iron Islands?" A flicker of anger crossed Theon's face, but he quickly masked it. "I'm a Greyjoy, and Greyjoys take what is ours. The Iron Islands will get their due someday, but for now I fight for Robb. He's like a brother to me." The last words sounded forced, as if Theon was trying to convince himself. Jon gave a curt nod, letting the conversation end. Their loyalties were tested enough without pointless quarrels. Over the next few days, Jon led multiple small raids against the Lannister lines. Under the cover of darkness, he and Ghost, along with a hand-picked group of scouts and archers, slipped beyond Riverrun's walls. They harassed pickets and supply wagons, striking quickly before melting back into the night. Each successful strike eroded the besieging army's morale, forcing Jaime Lannister to spread his forces thin. On one such raid, Jon narrowly avoided capture when a patrol nearly cornered him among the thick reeds by the riverbank. Ghost's warning growl was all that saved him, allowing him to lunge low and silence the lone sentry who discovered them. The memory of that man's final gasp stayed with Jon long after. Finally, word arrived that Robb was only a day's march away with the bulk of the northern host. The time had come to break the siege. Within Riverrun's halls, excitement mixed with trepidation. The plan was for Riverrun's defenders to launch a sortie at dawn, drawing Lannister attention. Then, as the enemy converged on the gates, Robb's force would sweep in from the flank. If all went well, they could trap Jaime Lannister between the castle garrison and the northern army. It was a risk. If Jaime anticipated the maneuver, it could backfire. But boldness was often rewarded in war, or so the old tales said. Jon spent a sleepless night preparing his men, ensuring their gear was in order. Ghost prowled restlessly, sensing the tension. Just before dawn, Jon stood on the battlements, watching the eastern sky lighten. The cold morning air prickled his skin. Below, the drawbridge lowered and Riverrun's gates swung open. A force of Tully knights thundered out, archers at their heels. War horns blared from the Lannister lines, responding to the challenge. The courtyard below erupted in noise as the rest of the defenders rushed out. Catelyn Stark watched from the ramparts, a silent figure of resolve, while the Blackfish led a column of seasoned soldiers. Jon joined them, urging his horse forward, though he felt a clammy dread. This was the crux of their plan. If they fell here, Robb's arrival would be for naught. The Lannisters rose to meet them, forming ranks. Jaime himself could be seen, resplendent in gilded armor, rallying his men. He pointed a sword toward the Tully forces, and the lines advanced. The clash was brutal, steel against steel, cries of pain echoing off the castle walls. Jon guided his horse through the melee, cutting down one man who lunged with a pike, parrying the strike of another. Blood sprayed across the grass, and the acrid smell of fear thickened the air. Somewhere in the chaos, the Blackfish's voice roared commands, urging the Tully men to hold formation. Jon glimpsed Jaime Lannister hacking down a hapless guard, the Kingslayer's golden hair gleaming in the early sunlight. He fought with a lethal grace, unflinching, a living testament to his fearsome reputation. In another moment, Jon lost sight of him amid swirling bodies. The lines surged back and forth like waves crashing upon rocks, neither side gaining a clear advantage. All the while, Jon prayed that Robb would appear before the defenders broke. Then, at the fringes of the battlefield, new horns sounded, familiar notes that stirred hope in every Tully soldier and struck fear into Lannister hearts. The northern banners rose on the horizon, a dark tide of cavalry and infantry bearing the dire wolf sigil. Robb Stark had arrived. They crashed into the Lannister flank with devastating force, cavalry slamming into unprepared lines. Horns from Riverrun sounded in triumph, and the Tully forces redoubled their efforts. The Lannisters, trapped between the hammer and the anvil, began to waver. Jon saw an opening, spurring his horse toward Jaime Lannister's position. The Kingslayer realized the trap was closing. With a snarl, Jaime rallied a band of knights to carve a path of escape. If he fled, they might regroup another day, but if he was captured, the entire siege force would crumble. Jon spurred his horse faster, weaving between struggling combatants. Ghost sprinted alongside, snapping at the legs of fleeing soldiers. In the confusion, Jaime turned his gaze upon Jon, recognizing the black-clad rider. He sneered, as if amused that a boy in dark leathers dared challenge him. With a fierce cry, Jon set Longclaw at the ready. He and Jaime circled each other briefly. The clangor of battle surrounded them. Jaime's eyes narrowed, lips curling in disdain. "I don't have time for crows," he spat, lunging with shocking speed. Jon barely parried, the force of the blow sending vibrations up his arms. He countered with a slash aimed at Jaime's flank, but the Kingslayer twisted nimbly, deflecting the strike. The exchange was swift, brutal. Each blow Jon managed to block felt like deflecting a thunderbolt. Jaime was faster than any swordsman he'd faced before. Jon grit his teeth, recalling the lessons from the practice yard, from Castle Black. The swirl of the battlefield fell away, leaving only the deadly dance of steel. Jaime pressed the attack, a flurry of blows that tested Jon's defenses. A savage backhand nearly took Jon's head. He ducked, feeling the blade skim the top of his hair. Anger and fear collided in Jon's chest. He slashed wildly, forcing Jaime to sidestep. For a moment, the Golden Knight's balance faltered, but he recovered with an elegant pivot into a cut that Jon barely managed to avoid. All around them, the fighting ebbed and flowed. Men fell, horses screamed, banners toppled. Jon's arms began to ache under the strain of defending against Jaime's onslaught. Yet, despite the Kingslayer's skill, Jon sensed an opening, a slight overextension when Jaime lunged again. Jon deflected, then thrust forward, hoping to catch Jaime off guard. But Jaime twisted, pivoting with an impossibly fluid motion, and suddenly Jon's sword arm was locked, his strike nullified. Jaime angled his blade for a killing blow. Jon felt a cold certainty that he was about to die. But out of nowhere, Ghost lunged at Jaime's horse, snapping at its flank. The horse shrieked, rearing wildly. Jaime was forced to break off his attack, struggling to control his panicked mount. Seizing the moment, Jon yanked his arm free and slashed at Jaime's sword hand. He missed by a hair, but the distraction was enough. Jaime retreated, face contorted in fury. Before he could regroup, a surge of Tully men hammered into Jaime's knights, separating Jon and the Kingslayer. Jon tried to press through the chaos, but the press of bodies was too thick. He heard Jaime cursing over the din, saw fleeting glimpses of gold armor as the Kingslayer hacked at defenders. Then, with brutal efficiency, Jaime led a handful of men in a desperate charge through a gap in the lines. They broke free from the encirclement, galloping away from the battlefield. The Lannister formation, leaderless and disarrayed, collapsed entirely. Some threw down their weapons, surrendering. Others fled in small groups, chased by Robb's outriders. Riverrun's gates rang with cheers, the defenders jubilant at the sight of the Lannister rout. Jon, breathing hard, reined in his horse. Sweat dripped down his forehead and his heartbeat thundered in his ears. Ghost, muzzle flecked with blood, came trotting back. Jon leaned down, pressing a hand to the direwolf's head in silent thanks. Across the field, Robb was dismounting, surrounded by cheering men. The victory was theirs. Riverrun was relieved, the Lannister siege shattered. Yet Jaime Lannister had escaped, carrying with him whatever remained of his forces. Jon felt a mix of triumph and frustration. They had won a great victory, but the war was far from over. The rest of the day was consumed by tending the wounded, gathering prisoners, and reorganizing. Jon found Robb speaking with his commanders near the remnants of the Lannister camp. Bodies lay strewn across the field, crows already circling. The smell of death was heavy in the air. Robb saw Jon and clasped his arm in relief. "You're alive," he said, letting out a breath he seemed to have been holding. "I was worried." Jon forced a tired smile. "I nearly crossed swords with Jaime himself." Robb's eyes widened. "You survived that?" "The gods were with you, brother." Jon glanced at Ghost. And Ghost, too. If the gods truly had a hand, they used him to tip the balance. Roose Bolton spoke in his quiet voice. "A shame the King's Lair escaped. He'll be trouble soon enough." Karstark merely grunted agreement. Robb's expression hardened. "We'll face him again when the time comes. For now, we've secured the Riverlands. That's a victory we needed. We can reorganize, reinforce, and press our advantage." In the days that followed, Riverrun was a bustle of celebration and mourning, of strategic discussions and preparations. Lord Hoster Tully was weak in bed, but he found the strength to express gratitude to Robb for relieving the siege. The smallfolk trickled back into the area, warily resuming their lives. Jon spent time conferring with the Blackfish, sharing scouting techniques. The Elder Knight regarded Jon with a guarded respect, as if each success chipped away at the notion that he was merely a bastard boy with illusions of grandeur. Catelyn Stark's demeanor toward Jon thawed slightly in the aftermath of victory. She thanked him once, quietly, for his role in the fighting. Still, there was an unspoken rift between them, born of old wounds and Ned's memory. Jon did not push for more. He accepted what small gesture of peace she offered, grateful enough that she acknowledged him. When Robb called his next war council, the question of strategy loomed large. Tywin Lannister still commanded the main Lannister army somewhere to the south, likely regrouping. King's Landing remained firmly in Joffrey's grip. Word was that Stannis Baratheon was gathering forces at Dragonstone, and Renly Baratheon had declared himself king in Highgarden, each laying claim to the Iron Throne in his own right. The Seven Kingdoms were fracturing beneath the weight of too many crowns. Amid the swirling storm, the North sought its own course: freedom, justice for Ned's death, and the safe return of Arya and Sansa. Those aims remained constant, but the path was uncertain. Jon listened as Robb's lords argued about whether to march on Harrenhal or attempt to push further south to threaten King's Landing itself. Others spoke of forging an alliance with one of the Baratheon brothers or calling the Banners of the Vale if Lady Lisa Arryn could be persuaded. The war had grown wider than any one person's vengeance, entangling families and destinies across the realm. Jon found himself grappling with a new kind of responsibility, a sense that he was part of decisions that would reshape Westeros. Yet, he couldn't shake the lingering fear that the real threat lay beyond the wall, the one he had glimpsed in ancient tomes and half-whispered stories. He tried once to speak of it in council, to caution that winter was coming in more ways than one. But the urgent demands of war drowned out his warnings. The lords nodded politely, then returned to the pressing matters of supply lines and alliances. Only Robb spared him a sympathetic look, acknowledging his concern. But for now, the living threat of the Lannisters overshadowed the distant menace of the others. In a rare quiet moment by the hearth in Riverrun's great hall, Jon and Robb shared a cup of ale. Grey Wind and Ghost lay dozing near. Their feet, the flicker of flames danced across Robb's hair, highlighting how tired he truly was. "You've become indispensable," Robb said, swirling the ale in his cup. "The men respect you, Jon. They see how you fought, how you led raids. Some even say you carry yourself like a Stark, oath or no oath." Jon's cheeks warmed. "I owe them for accepting me after I broke my vows. I can never truly repay that trust." Robb's jaw tightened. "We stand together now. Brothers. The old gods won't condemn you for defending your own blood. If you ever doubt that, look around at the men you saved." He took a drink, then gazed into the fire. "I just hope we can save Sansa and Arya, Jon. Sometimes in the night, I think about them alone in King's Landing. The things Joffrey might do." Jon clenched his fists. The thought of Arya's fierce spirit caged or Sansa's gentle dreams trampled by that monster turned his stomach. "We will get them back," he murmured. "I swear it." Robb nodded, a small fire in his eyes. "Then let the lions roar. We'll answer with the howling of wolves. And if the Night's Watch calls for aid," he paused, glancing at Jon. "Then maybe we can answer the call too one day." Jon offered a thin smile. "Winter is coming," he said, reciting the Stark words, suddenly heavy with meaning. "For all of us." They let the silence of the hall enfold them, each lost in his own thoughts. The flames crackled, the dire wolves slept, and the shape of the war to come lingered in the shadows. Yet, for this fleeting moment, the bond of two brothers gave them strength, a reminder that together they might face whatever darkness lay on the horizon, be it Lannisters or White Walkers, a golden crown or an icy terror from beyond the realm of men. Robb Stark ordered the War Council disbanded for the evening, leaving Jon Snow to his own thoughts in the fading light of Riverrun's great hall. Ghost followed him out into the courtyard, the white direwolf's ears perked at every passing noise. Torchlight glistened on the wet cobblestones. The Tully garrison had scrubbed the bloodstains of the recent siege as best they could, but war left marks that no brush or bucket could truly erase. Soldiers still gathered in small knots, talking in low voices or mending weapons by flickering lanterns. Some looked up as Jon passed, curiosity plain in their eyes. A few even saluted him, though that simple gesture reminded him of the vows he had broken. He tried not to dwell on that. If his betrayal of the Night's Watch weighed on him during the day, it gnawed at him ceaselessly each night. Part of him wondered if he'd ever sleep easy again. Yet there was a grim satisfaction in knowing he had at least helped Robb reclaim the Riverlands from Lannister claws, even if Jaime had slipped away at the last. Whenever the guilt closed around him, he repeated the same silent oath. He would see Ned avenged, his sisters rescued, and the North made safe. After that, perhaps he could turn his gaze northward once more, or redeem himself in some other way. It was a thread-thin hope, but hope nonetheless. He drifted past the stables and toward a small side yard where the moonlight draped the grass in silver. Ghost loped beside him, watchful. There he found Theon Greyjoy leaning against a wooden post while a pair of war horses nickered softly behind him. Theon's stance was oddly rigid, his arms crossed. At the sound of Jon's footsteps, Theon glanced over, expression shrouded with a hint of conflict. "Come to brood under the moon, Snow?" Theon asked. His voice seemed more subdued than usual. Jon shrugged. "You're the one haunting the stables." Theon snorted. "I can't rest. Too much rattling in my head. Plans, possibilities," he trailed off, gaze shifting away. Jon might have asked what weighed on him, but something in Theon's eyes warned him away. Instead, Jon fell silent. A hush stretched between them, broken only by the soft wooffing of the horses. At length, Theon said, "Did Robb tell you he might send me to Pike? To treat with my father about an alliance?" He spoke in a low tone so no passing guard might overhear. Jon hesitated. This was the first he'd heard of it. He mentioned alliances. Jon offered carefully, but not which ones. A curt laugh escaped Theon. Well, he's considering it. The North needs ships and Balon Greyjoy has them. My father might be persuaded to raid the Lannister coasts, or so Robb hopes. But you don't know my father, Jon. He never gave a damn for me after my brothers died, and I don't know if he gives a damn for the North's war now. He's more likely to look for his own advantage. Jon recalled fragments of Theon's bitter story, how he'd been taken as a ward, some said hostage, by Ned Stark after the rebellion of the Iron Islands. He knew Theon had lived in Winterfell, laughed and fought with Robb, but always as an outsider. He had learned to wear the Stark colors in a way, though his blood was all salt and iron. "If Robb thinks an alliance might help us rescue my sisters sooner, it might be worth the gamble," Jon said. Theon studied him with an odd tilt of his head as though searching for something. "And do you care about alliances, Snow? Or is your mind still back on that damned wall you left behind?" Jon felt a prickle of anger but swallowed it. "I broke those vows. I'm here now, Theon." "Are you?" Theon murmured. Then his mouth twisted in a humorless grin. "Don't mind me. I'm no shining paragon of loyalty myself. But keep your eyes open, Jon. The winds shift fast in war." Jon narrowed his eyes. Before he could pry further, Theon pushed away from the post and sauntered off, footsteps echoing on the cobbles. Ghost let out a low rumble in his throat as if uncertain whether to pursue. Jon patted the direwolf's flank and turned to find rest of his own. It was a restless sleep he courted that night, full of dreams that drifted between images of Iron-born raiders and the eerie shapes of the others. Sometime before dawn, he dreamed of a frozen battlefield where white shadows stalked among corpses clad in black. He awoke in a sweat, heart hammering, staring into the darkness of the borrowed chamber he shared with two Tully men. Ghost stood over him, for bristling as if the direwolf sensed the dream. Jon soothed the beast with trembling hands. Riverrun stirred early the next day, the castle halls abuzz with the arrival of lords and knights who had been patrolling the outer lands. Most wore the Stark dire wolf or the Tully trout pinned to their cloaks, though Jon noted the flayed man of Bolton among them as well, always a grim reminder of the North's more sinister houses. Robb's court had become a nexus of northern power, with men seeking counsel and new orders. Repairs in the Riverlands were underway, villages rebuilt, roads patrolled, but the war raged on beyond these walls. Word trickled in of Tywin Lannister gathering his forces at Harrenhal. Some rumors claimed the great fortress had turned into a den of horror under Gregor Clegane's raids, dotted with fresh gallows and reeking of fear. Others whispered that Tywin planned to march east to confront one of the Baratheon claimants. It was impossible to glean the truth from rumor alone. Jon found himself summoned to a midday war council in the same solar they had used before. Robb sat at the head of the table, gray wind curled at his feet, his presence both regal and guarded. Catelyn Stark stood nearby, arms folded, tension etched into the lines of her face. The Blackfish was there as well, along with Roose Bolton, Rickard Karstark, Midge Mormont, and other northern lords. Theon drifted in last, taking a spot near Robb's shoulder. The war has grown, Robb began in a measured tone, once all were present. Renly Baratheon has been crowned by the Tyrells in Highgarden. Stannis gathers ships at Dragonstone. The Lannisters remain our main concern, but we cannot ignore what the Baratheons might do. We need allies. Walder Frey has shown willingness to keep the crossing open, at least for now, Midge Mormont said brusquely. But that old weasel will sell us out the moment it profits him. We'll have to pay his price if we want to move south in greater force. Catelyn's expression clouded. We must be cautious with Lord Walder. He was already offended by the manner in which we crossed the Twins once before. But we have few choices if we seek to take the fight deeper into the Riverlands or beyond. Roose Bolton spoke in his soft voice. My scouts report that Tywin's men still harass the local lords around Harrenhal. If we're to advance, we should do so soon. A quick, decisive strike might force Tywin to retreat. And if Tywin doesn't retreat? Karstark asked, a note of challenge in his tone. Then we break him on the field. Bolton's pale eyes flicked to Robb. We have momentum now, Your Grace. Robb listened, brow furrowed. Then he nodded toward Theon. I've asked Theon to travel to Pike to treat with Balon Greyjoy. If the Ironborn can be brought into our alliance, they might harry the western coasts held by the Lannisters or disrupt supply routes from the Sunset Sea. But it's a gamble. Jon glanced at Theon, wondering if Theon would mention his doubts here, in front of all. Theon merely offered a cocky smile. My father will see reason, or I'll make him see it. He'll want something in return, though. Marriage pacts, gold, territory, Robb said wearily. We'll negotiate if it comes to that. A hush followed. Jon, standing near the back, remembered Theon's words, his warning not to trust Balon Greyjoy's ambition. Jon's gut churned, but he held his tongue. This was Robb's decision. Furthermore, Jon was no lord or bannerman, he stood here at Robb's behest alone. When the council ended, Robb beckoned Jon to remain behind. They waited as the rest of the lords filed out, discussing logistics for marching or scouting. Only Grey Wind remained, sniffing the floor for scraps of dropped bread. Robb exhaled slowly and ran a hand over his face. I hate the politics of all this, he admitted. Father was better at it, though he disliked it just as much, I think. But it's not enough for us to win battles, Jon. We have to secure the realm. Jon studied him, seeing a brother weighed by burdens beyond his years. If you think an alliance with the Ironborn will help, then it's the right call. But be wary. Theon, sometimes I think he's loyal to you, but other times he trailed off, unsure how to phrase the nagging worry in his heart. Robb nodded, jaw tensing. I know. Yet we have to try. If not the Ironborn, then who? The Vale remains closed under Lysa Arryn's aloof rule. Renly is too far south, and the Tyrells' main concern is King's Landing. We're alone, Jon. Not entirely, Jon said, though he understood the sentiment. The North's isolation was both strength and curse. What are the letters from King's Landing about Sansa and Arya? A flicker of pain darkened Robb's eyes. No new word. But from what Mother has learned, Sansa remains in Joffrey's court, though treated poorly. Arya's whereabouts are uncertain. The Lannisters claim they hold her, yet no one sees her. She might be hidden away, or worse. Robb's knuckles went white as he gripped the table's edge. I won't rest until they're safe. Jon placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. Nor will I. If there's a chance for a rescue, I'll volunteer. I can move quietly, slip in. But Robb shook his head. We can't lose you too. We must be patient as much as it grieves me. Focus on winning the war here. Then we'll see about freeing them. Jon knew the wisdom in those words, though it cut his heart. The conversation ended with a weary embrace and they parted ways. Over the next days, the castle bustled with preparations for Theon's departure. Ravens were sent, forging new lines of communication. Scouts came and went, bringing news of scattered Lannister outriders. Word reached them that Tywin might be mustering at the ancient fortress of Harrenhal in greater numbers than expected. Some said he waited for reinforcements from the Westerlands, others insisted reinforcements wouldn't come, for the Lannister hold over the southwestern coast was under threat by rebellious houses. Rumors buzzed like hornets in a nest. Finally, on a cold morning, Theon rode out from Riverrun with a small escort, Ironborn who had once served as his personal guards in Winterfell. Jon watched them go from atop the gatehouse. Theon spotted him and raised a hand in a half-wave, half-salute, though his expression remained unreadable. Jon returned the gesture, then turned away, unsettled. Something about Theon's departure felt like a fork in the road, one that might lead to ruin. Time pressed onward. As the weeks slipped by, the northern host reorganized. Robb divided his forces into separate contingents, one under Bolton's command, another under Karstark, and a third with Robb himself, anchored by the great Jon and Mage Mormont. Jon was assigned to Robb's personal guard, though Robb frequently dispatched him ahead with scouts, trusting Jon's keen instincts and Ghost's sharp senses. Each mission led them deeper into the embattled Riverlands, where villages bore the scars of recent raids. They found charred ruins, terrified peasants, stray pockets of Lannister men. Jon's sword tasted blood more times than he cared to count. In one battered hamlet, Jon came upon a weeping mother who knelt beside the burnt remains of her home. Flies droned around bodies left to rot. She looked up at him with hollow eyes. "Are you the wolf's men?" she asked, voice trembling. When Jon nodded, she spat at the ground. "He couldn't come sooner? My boy is dead, my husband taken. What good are you now?" Her despair cut deeper than any blade. Jon could only offer a stilted apology, a vow of vengeance that felt hollow. Ghost sniffed the charred earth and Jon felt a sting of shame. They were trying to bring order, but the enemy moved swiftly, slipping through cracks. At another village, they found fresh Lannister corpses arranged in a macabre display, half-flayed with gruesome precision. Jon realized, with a chill, that these were the marks of Bolton's men, not the Lannisters. He stared at the sight, stomach churning. Were these men forced into confessions, or tortured for sport? Roose Bolton's banner men claimed it was necessary to sow fear among the enemy, but Jon wondered if they remembered which side still clung to decency. War tested men's souls, and some souls were found wanting. He reported his findings to Robb, who grimaced with disgust. "We're not butchers," the young king said. "See that Bolton's men are reined in if possible. We don't need to become the monsters we fight." Yet Robb was forced to acknowledge that fear could be a weapon. They were outnumbered by the Lannisters' resources, any advantage might be deemed necessary. Such compromises eroded illusions of honor with each passing day. Amid these grim realities, Jon clung to small moments of respite. At night, after setting camp, he often found himself alongside Robb, sharing quiet words or practicing sword forms with practice swords. Gray wind and Ghost circled them like watchful guardians. Sometimes they sparred by torchlight until their arms burned, releasing frustrations in each ringing clash. It reminded Jon of simpler days at Winterfell, though the weight of memory pressed like a stone on his chest. Ned Stark was gone, everything had changed. Then came the day Robb declared they would march on Harrenhal. The fortress loomed in every rumor, whispered as a place cursed by the ghosts of the dead kings who once built it. Tywin had ensconced himself there, likely waiting for the right moment to strike. If the North could seize Harrenhal first, they'd force Tywin into retreat or a desperate defense. A bold move, the Blackfish acknowledged, but a necessary one. They departed Riverrun with fanfare, leaving a skeleton garrison behind under Catelyn's supervision. She pressed a kiss to Robb's cheek at the gates. "Be safe," she murmured, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She spared Jon a fleeting look that spoke of grudging acceptance. "You watch him," she said, voice barely above a whisper. Jon bowed his head in reply, touched by the trace of trust in her tone. The host wound along the roads eastward. Winter's chill seemed to deepen each day, as if the cold in Jon's dreams seeped south. The days of bright sun and green fields were long gone, replaced by a gray sky that threatened sleet and an earth hardened by frost. The banners snapped in a biting wind. The soldiers trudged in cloaks and furs, breath steaming in the air. Jon served as outrider for most of the journey, ranging ahead to scout possible ambush sites. Bolton's men rode in separate columns, their disciplined silence contrasting with the raucous jokes of the Karstarks or the Greyjoy's boisterous retinue. Ghost padded beside Jon, nose low to the ground, scanning for signs of movement. Wolves were said to roam in these forests, ordinary wolves that scattered at the approach of man. Yet Jon sometimes sensed eyes in the darkness, as if something more cunning than mere beasts prowled the perimeter. One late afternoon, Jon and his party of scouts discovered a small group of Lannister outriders near a shallow creek. There were 6 men in total, armed with spears and crossbows, clearly patrolling ahead of a larger force. Jon signaled his companions to keep low. They tracked the Lannisters from a distance, waiting for night to fall. When the dusk shadows stretched long, Jon circled wide, Ghost at his side, until he was behind the enemy's position. At his whistle, the northern scouts attacked. Arrows hissed through the gloom, finding gaps in armor. Jon charged in the confusion, Longclaw a blur of Valyrian steel. Ghost lunged at a crossbowman, dragging him down before he could fire. Within moments, the creekside was quiet save for the whimper of the wounded. Jon knelt beside one who clutched a bloody stomach, eyes wide with fear. The man tried to speak, but only a wet gurgle emerged. Jon looked away, grappling with pity. War had no mercy for men on either side. They found a scrap of parchment on one of the dead outriders, orders written in an elegant but hurried hand. It referred to Harrenhal, to movements of men from King's Landing and an impending convergence. Jon brought this to Robb as soon as they rejoined the main column. Robb studied it, brow furrowed. A convergence? Maybe Tywin is calling every loyal banner to him. If so, we'll face a much larger host. Bolton, who stood nearby, allowed a thin smile. Then we'll have them all in one place, ripe for the slaughter. Or we'll be the ones slaughtered, Karstark muttered, knuckles white on his sword hilt. Harrenhal's walls are high and its halls can shelter thousands. Robb folded the parchment. We continue. But we must be cunning. No brash assault on the gates. The next days tested them with cold rain and uneasy nights. Scouts reported more enemy pickets, scattered but watchful. Clearly, the Lannisters expected a northern move on Harrenhal. Skirmishes flared in the forests, men exchanging arrows in the twilight. Jon lost 2 of his best outriders to a hidden crossbow nest. He buried them himself, teeth clenched, before riding back to deliver the grim news. At last, they reached the outskirts of Harrenhal's domain. The fortress stood in the distance, a jagged silhouette against a leaden sky. Its gargantuan towers and melted battlements gave it the look of a beast from ancient nightmares, a ruin of black stone said to be cursed since the days of Aegon's conquest. The stories claimed that Harren the Black defied the dragons behind these walls, and the dragons turned his strength. GTH to Ash. Jon had seen ancient drawings of the melted towers in old books at Castle Black, but seeing them in person was another matter. Even from miles away, Harrenhal radiated a brooding menace. They made camp under the cover of a dense copse, using low fires to avoid detection. The night was filled with tension, hushed conversations, and the rustle of men shifting in their bedrolls. Robb convened a council in a large tent, the walls lit by lanterns and the glow of a single brazier in the center. Rain drummed on the canvas overhead. We can't lay siege, Robb said. Not with winter approaching and Tywin's reinforcements possibly en route. We need a plan to draw them out or slip inside. A prolonged siege here would only wear us down. Harrenhal can store provisions for months. Bolton spoke quietly. We could feign retreat, lure Tywin to chase us, then ambush him in the open. Karstark disagreed. Tywin's no fool. He won't abandon the fortress so easily. The Blackfish stroked his beard. A stealth approach, then? A small party to infiltrate, open a postern gate? Robb's gaze flicked to Jon. You've shown skill in infiltration, brother. Could you slip inside Harrenhal and cause enough disruption for us to force an entrance? Jon's heart thumped at the suggestion. Possibly, but it'd require knowledge of the fortress. Harrenhal is a maze. I'd need men who can move quietly and a stroke of luck at least. Roose Bolton's thin smile returned. I have ways of loosening tongues. We might find a deserter from the Lannisters or a local who knows a hidden passage. Harrenhal has had many masters and secrets often remain. Robb hesitated, eyes lingering on Jon. It's risky. Let's see if we can glean more information first. They dispatched fresh scouts, men who knew the local terrain, while Robb oversaw the placement of sentries around the camp. The night passed slowly. Jon woke once to the low growl of Ghost, peering into the dark. Perhaps a fox or a stray dog had wandered too close. He drifted back to uneasy slumber, haunted by the oppressive silhouette of Harrenhal looming just beyond the trees. Come morning, the rain halted, leaving a layer of mist clinging to the ground. The gloom made every shape ghost-like, every tree trunk a phantom. Jon accompanied a small contingent who ventured close enough to glimpse Harrenhal's outer walls. The moat was wide, fed by the waters of the God's Eye Lake to the south. He glimpsed Lannister banners fluttering from the ramparts and men patrolling the parapets. A single gatehouse stood at the western approach, heavily guarded. Hard to assault that, muttered Hallis, one of the scouts. They'll see us coming a mile away. Jon nodded. Let's circle around, see if there's any lesser-known entry. They skirted the perimeter at a safe distance, occasionally dropping to their bellies if they sensed watchmen overhead. From a low hill, Jon spotted a portion of the castle's foundation that dipped near the water's edge. Thick reeds and marshy ground suggested an old water gate or a drainage channel. If one were bold and desperate, one might attempt entry there. But any infiltration of Harrenhal was fraught with risk. The corridors inside were said to be labyrinthine, and Tywin's men would be no easy prey. He returned to camp at dusk, cloak soaked with marsh water. Robb listened to the report, exchanging a thoughtful glance with the Blackfish. "It's a lead," Robb said finally. "If Tywin's in there, we don't have much time. Every day we linger, we risk reinforcements or the weather turning." Bolton proposed an idea. "Let me take a portion of our men and make a show to the north, feigning a full assault on the main gates. We'll draw their attention, keep them occupied. Meanwhile, a smaller force can attempt that water gate." Karstark gave a curt nod. "I'll ride with you, Lord Bolton. We'll pound the drums, wave our banners, make it seem we're foolish enough for a direct attack. And while they brace for that," Robb concluded, "Jon will lead a strike force through the water gate. Open a postern door or cause enough havoc inside to let us in." Jon's stomach twisted at the prospect. Yet he squared his shoulders. "I'll do it. But I'll need men who know how to move quietly and can handle themselves in close quarters." "Take some of mine," the Blackfish offered. "Riverlanders who grew up near Harrenhal and a few from Riverrun's guard. They might know an entrance or two." Robb gripped Jon's forearm. "Be careful, brother. If the fortress swallows you, we may not be able to pry you loose in time." Jon met his gaze firmly. "If I succeed, we turn Tywin's stronghold into a trap. And if I fail, We won't let you fail," Robb said, though worry shadowed his eyes. "We must do this quickly. Tomorrow night." They spent the rest of the evening laying out details, dividing forces, arranging signals. Jon felt the knot in his chest grow tighter with every plan. This infiltration could decide the fate of the Northern War effort. Failure here meant a protracted stalemate or worse. Harrenhal was as dangerous as it was legendary, and Tywin Lannister was no fool, sure to have prepared for cunning. Yet necessity drove them onward. Late that night, Jon found a quiet corner near the camp's edge, Ghost at his side. He gazed at the stars, faintly visible through thin clouds. His mind drifted to the wall, to the friends he had left. Samwell Tarly, PYP, Gren, did they think of him as a deserter? Perhaps they despised him. Or perhaps they worried. He had no way of knowing. A part of him still felt the call of that vow, the oath to guard the realms of men. Here he was, in the midst of a war that claimed men's lives daily. There was no turning back now. In the silence, he whispered words to the old gods, asking for guidance, for protection. He thought he sensed something in the wind, a chill that grazed the back of his neck. Was it an omen? Or just the memory of the icy threat that lurked beyond the far north? Shaking off the sensation, he returned to Robb's tent to finalize their preparations. The next day dawned bleak and cold. The men feasted on what provisions they had: salt pork, hard bread, turnip stew, knowing the coming night would bring danger. Bolton and Karstark began moving their battalions northward, ensuring they'd appear poised for a grand assault on Harrenhal's main gates. The Great Jon guided another group to circle from the west, ready to rush the fortress once any gate was opened. Robb held a reserve force hidden deeper in the woods, prepared to exploit any opening. Meanwhile, Jon assembled his infiltration party, a score of Riverlanders, a handful of Stark men, and Ghost. The direwolf would not be left behind. They set out at twilight, wending their way carefully toward the watery side of Harrenhal. Torches and campfires flickered along the castle's ramparts, an imposing crown of light in the gloom. Crickets chirped in the tall reeds, and the stagnant water stank of rot. Each step made an unpleasant squelch in the mud. The men with Jon carried grappling hooks, short swords, and daggers rather than pikes or heavy shields. Noise was the enemy now. One wrong move, one clank of metal, and the watchers on the wall would rain arrows upon them. As they drew near the portion of the moat that touched the crumbling section of wall, Jon raised a hand to halt them. Beyond the reeds, the black shape of Harrenhal towered overhead. A single guard torch flickered on a nearby parapet, but the ramparts here seemed less staffed. Perhaps Tywin had concentrated his men at the main gate, anticipating a frontal assault. Jon turned to a grizzled Riverlander named Anson, who claimed knowledge of an old drainage grate. "We'll see if your memory holds," Jon whispered. Anson nodded, face pale. He led them to the water's edge, then pointed to a cluster of reeds. They pushed through, boots sinking ankle-deep. Indeed, a rusty grate barred an opening in the stone about a yard above the waterline. A trickle of foul-smelling water seeped out. They tested the grate. Rust flaked under their gloved hands, and with a few heaves from two of the stronger men, the corroded iron gave way, snapping off its hinges. Carefully, they set it aside. Ghost sniffed at the dark opening, then glanced back at Jon as if waiting for the order. Jon's heart pounded. He motioned for Ghost to stay close, then ducked inside. The tunnel was cramped, barely allowing a man to crouch. Water dripped from overhead, and the stench nearly gagged him. The men behind followed in single file, each step echoing in the claustrophobic darkness. They moved slowly, guided by faint torchlight from the end of the tunnel. After a short distance, the passage opened into a narrow corridor with a low ceiling. Moss and slime coated the stones. A single torch flickered in a sconce, revealing a flight of worn steps leading upward. Jon signaled half the men to remain behind in case they needed a swift exit. He took the rest, ascending the steps carefully. Near the top, faint voices echoed along the corridor, Lannister guards exchanging jokes or complaints about the damp. Jon extinguished the torch in the sconce and pressed himself against the wall. Two men in tattered cloaks ambled into view, clearly not expecting trouble in this neglected corner of the castle. Their eyes widened at the sight of intruders. Before either could raise an alarm, Jon and the others were upon them. Daggers flashed. One guard fell silently, the other managed a strangled cry. Ghost lunged to finish him, teeth closing on his throat. Jon's stomach clenched. The second guard's half-formed cry might carry farther than he'd like. Already he heard a muffled shout somewhere ahead. No turning back now. He led his men forward, deeper into Harrenhal's gloom. The corridors were a labyrinth, vaulted ceilings arching overhead, locked doors and creaking wooden floors, long halls with rows of sconces. The infiltration party stayed low, hugging walls. Whenever they encountered guards, swift steel ended the Lannisters' watch. Twice they nearly stumbled onto a larger patrol, hearing footsteps just in time to duck into a side room or behind a half-collapsed column. Jon's blood thrummed with adrenaline, every sense keyed to danger. Finally, they reached a wide hall that split in two directions. Ansem believed that one way led toward the great courtyard and the main gate. The other might lead to the Tower of Ghosts, though no one was entirely certain in this warren. Jon needed to find a route to open a gate or at least cause havoc enough to let Robb strike. A half-baked plan formed in his mind. If they could seize a guard tower or raise the portcullis from within, the northern forces might rush inside before Tywin could react. "Which way?" hissed one of the Stark men. Jon peered down the corridor, catching the glow of torchlight. "We head for the courtyard," he decided. "That's likely where the gate machinery is." They moved onward, but stealth grew harder with each step. Doors opened onto storerooms, kitchens, even a small stable area that reeked of manure. Now and then they glimpsed Harrenhal's infamous scale, vast halls large enough to swallow an entire village. Dripping walls soared up into gloom. The entire fortress smelled of damp rot, as if the ghosts of the past exhaled misery into every stone. Soon, their luck faltered. While creeping along a narrow walkway that overlooked the courtyard, they ran into a group of Lannister guards escorting a knight in plate armor. The knight barked an alarm the instant he saw intruders. Swords clashed. Jon found himself crossing blades with the knight, who wore a golden lion on his breastplate. The man attacked viciously, driving Jon backward. Meanwhile, the infiltration party exchanged blows with the guards. Shouts rang through the corridors. Ghost snarled and leapt at a guard's throat, while men cursed and steel rang. Jon parried the knight's overhead strike, forced to dance back to avoid a side thrust. The knight was strong, though perhaps not as skilled as Jaime Lannister. Still, a single misstep would be fatal. Jon pivoted, letting the knight's blade slide off Longclaw, then flicked his wrist in a swift riposte that slashed the knight's side. The man bellowed in pain, staggering. Jon pressed the advantage, ramming his shoulder into the knight's breastplate. The knight stumbled and toppled over the walkway's low wall, crashing onto crates below in a sickening thud. The infiltration group had dispatched the last guard, but their presence was now known. More voices echoed in the corridor. A horn blew in the distance. Jon ground his teeth. So much for stealth. We need to reach the gates now while we still can. They hurried along the walkway, descending a spiral stair that led toward the courtyard's edge. Torchlight blazed in all directions. Lannister soldiers poured into the open space, some with spears, others brandishing crossbows. Jon counted 24 at a glance, more coming. Across the courtyard stood an iron gatehouse with a crank mechanism that might raise a portcullis. If they could seize it, maybe they could let in Robb's men. "We hold them off," Jon commanded. The men fanned out. Arrows streaked toward them from the ramparts. One of Jon's companions took a bolt in the throat, collapsing with a startled gurgle. Another arrow nicked Jon's shoulder, though it barely penetrated his leather jerkin. He grimaced at the sting. Ghost sprinted ahead, weaving between the archers' lines, causing confusion. Every heartbeat felt like an age. The infiltration group sprinted for cover behind a row of massive, rotted barrels, the courtyard's muddy ground slick beneath their boots. the Lannisters roared war cries, charging forward. Steel rang out once more. Jon locked swords with a bearded man who snarled curses at him, breath sour with panic. Jon battered aside the man's sword and drove Longclaw into his chest, then pivoted to parry a second attacker. Around him, the infiltration men fought desperately. Death screams filled the air. The entire courtyard spun in a maelstrom of combat. "Push to the gatehouse," Jon yelled, voice ragged. He led a handful of survivors in a surge that broke through the Lannister line. They gained a few yards, edging closer to the gatehouse door. Another pair of soldiers barred their path, but Jon's men cut them down with savage efficiency. In that fleeting lull, Jon saw an opportunity. He crashed his boot against the gatehouse door, splintering the wood. Inside, a terrified soldier manned the crank. Jon hurled him aside, letting one of the Riverlanders finish him. Then he seized the crank with both hands, straining to turn it. Rusted gears shrieked in protest, but the portcullis began to rise, inch by agonizing inch. "Now, Robb," Jon rasped, as if his brother could hear him through stone walls and swirling chaos. "Now." He kept turning, arms burning with the effort, while the infiltration men formed a ring to protect him. Lannister soldiers battered at them. Ghost lunged from the shadows, dragging down a crossbowman who tried to aim at Jon's back. The portcullis rose higher, high enough for a man on horseback to pass under. Through the opening, Jon saw the night sky and the distant flicker of torches. A glimmer of movement in the darkness gave him hope. Suddenly, a Lannister knight in battered plate slammed into Jon, driving him away from the crank. They grappled, fists and elbows flailing. Jon's ribs exploded with pain as the knight's gauntlet found his side. He gasped, fighting for breath. The knight raised his sword for a killing blow. Jon twisted at the last instant, feeling the blade rip through his cloak. Panic flared in his veins. Then Ghost appeared, crashing into the knight from behind. The man cried out as the direwolf's jaws clamped onto his arm, pulling him off balance. Jon staggered to his feet, seizing Longclaw again. A quick thrust, and the knight slumped lifeless to the floor. Jon spun, expecting another enemy, but the infiltration men were still holding, though their numbers were fewer. The courtyard churned with violence. Then he heard it, the echoing clash of steel from beyond the gate. The thunder of hoofs. Northern war cries mingled with savage howls. In the gloom, the shape of cavalry emerged, forcing its way through the raised portcullis. The Greyjoy's voice boomed above the din, for the king in the north. A flood of northern riders poured into the courtyard, slamming into the disorganized Lannisters from behind. Robb himself led them, sword flashing in torchlight. Grey wind bounded ahead, a silver streak of fury. Within moments, the courtyard became a slaughter. Lannister lines crumbled. Some tried to flee deeper into Harrenhal's labyrinth, others to scale the walls or find refuge in the upper towers. Northern archers fired from the gateway, adding to the confusion. Jon leaned against the crank, panting, blood trickling down his arm. He saw Robb dismount in a swirl of mud and steel, Grey wind at his side. His brother's gaze swept the battlefield, relief flooding in when he spotted Jon alive. Ghost trotted over, muzzle stained red, and pressed his head against Jon's leg. Jon ruffled the direwolf's fur, whispering gratitude. In the aftermath, the Northmen secured the courtyard. Bolton and Karstark's contingents, originally feigning attack on the main gate, flooded in once the Lannister defenders realized they were being assaulted from within. The entire fortress erupted into scattered pockets of resistance. Horns blared. Shouts echoed off the cavernous halls. One by one, the Lannisters surrendered or died, some barricading themselves in side passages. Roose Bolton's men took particular satisfaction in hunting them down, their methods as silent and chilling as winter's breath. Jon joined Robb in pushing into the fortress proper, searching for Tywin Lannister. They stormed the Great Hall, only to find a scattering of frightened servants and a few corpses. No sign of the Lord of Casterly Rock. Harrenhal's corridors swallowed men in gloom, footsteps echoing eerily. By the time they reached the Tower of Ghosts, they found it deserted. The half-collapsed floors indicated someone had fled in haste. Doors stood open, rooms looted. Perhaps Tywin had left days ago, anticipating a northern strike. "We have Harrenhal, but not Tywin," Robb said grimly, standing amidst toppled chairs. Torchlight danced on his features, revealing frustration. "We needed to capture him or force a decisive battle. Instead, he slipped away." Bolton, stepping over a broken table, offered a thin-lipped smirk. "We have the castle. That's no small victory. Tywin has lost his stronghold in the Riverlands." Robb nodded slowly. "True enough. But we must find where he's gone." If he joins with the forces at King's Landing or calls upon more Westermen, we'll have to chase him anew. Karstark, leaning on his sword, spat. We'll send out riders at first light. The Lannisters can't have gone far. They'll leave a trail of plunder or scorched earth behind them, sure as anything. Jon remained silent, breath ragged, exhaustion tugging at his limbs. His infiltration men had paid a steep price, more than half fallen in the attempt. A wave of guilt and sorrow coursed through him. He tried to steady himself with the knowledge that their sacrifice had allowed the rest to seize Harrenhal. Perhaps that would tilt the war's scales, but it felt a hollow triumph without Tywin in chains or his sisters freed. Over the next hours, the Northmen and their Riverlands allies cleared the fortress room by room, capturing any remaining Lannister loyalists. The place was immense, with neglected wings lost to rubble and decay. Occasionally the freed small folk cowering in corners, half-starved or bruised from forced labor. The kitchen swarmed with frightened servants, all too eager to show the new arrivals where the Lannister supply stores were kept. Robb ordered that no harm come to the servants, though Bolton's men had to be reined in more than once. By dawn, Harrenhal was firmly in northern hands. Robb assembled his battered forces in the courtyard, letting them rest and tend to the wounded. Jon sat by a smoking fire, cloak draped around him to ward off the chill. Ghost dozed at his feet. His shoulder throbbed from the arrow graze. 3 men from his infiltration party lay dead nearby, wrapped in cloaks, awaiting a proper burial. He rubbed a hand across his face, trying to dispel the sorrow. This was war, he reminded himself. Men died, but each one felt like a personal loss. Robb paced among the living, offering quiet words and thanks. When he reached Jon, he knelt down, voice low. You did it. You and your men opened the way. Jon exhaled a shaky breath. It cost us dearly. Robb nodded, gaze somber. I know. We'll honor them. Their names won't be forgotten. He placed a hand on Jon's arm. Harrenhal is ours. We've dealt the Lannisters a blow. Father would be proud of you. Father. The word sent a pang through Jon's chest. If he were here, he'd say it's not over until the realm knows peace. But I think he might approve of reclaiming the castle from the likes of Tywin. Robb's mouth twitched in a faint, sad smile. Perhaps. For now, rest. We'll see to the dead, then figure out our next step. Jon did as told, slumping against a crate while Ghost curled up beside him for warmth. Sleep took him in fits and starts, haunted by the memory of each comrade who had fallen in the infiltration. Yet a part of him felt an odd calm. They had succeeded. The North had a foothold in the Riverlands again, and Harrenhal was a potent symbol of power, even cursed power. If Tywin had truly fled, perhaps that would buy them time to consolidate and plan anew. He awoke to the sounds of men cheering. Climbing unsteadily to his feet, he looked around the courtyard and saw that the gates were open, and from beyond them rode a small party of northern soldiers. At their head was a rider in gray and white livery holding a tattered Lannister banner. The man shouted something about catching a group of fleeing Lannisters on the road east. Speculation rippled among the ranks. Some claimed Tywin had been seen, others said he wasn't there at all. The rumors churned once more, swirling in the crisp morning air. Jon limped across the courtyard, searching for Robb. He found him atop the steps leading into what passed for the great hall here, conferring with the Blackfish and Bolton. Robb looked up, saw Jon, and beckoned him closer. We've had reports that Tywin is riding south, he said. Likely toward King's Landing, or perhaps to link up with the remnants of his forces in the Crownlands. Bolton raised a brow. If he's heading south, that means he won't be harrying our rear. We might strike deeper into the heart of the Crownlands ourselves. Or we hold Harrenhal, the Blackfish suggested, reinforce the walls, and wait for word of Theon's success in the west, if it comes. The more we expand, the more we stretch ourselves thin. A spasm of anger crossed Robb's face. We can't sit idle. Not while Sansa and Arya remain captives. Not while Joffrey crows from the Iron Throne. Harrenhal's ours now, but we can do more. Karstark, who had just arrived, folded his arms. If we push on King's Landing, we'll face the city's defenses. Stannis is rumored to be stirring from Dragonstone, but we don't know if he'll actually attack. If we try to lay siege to the capital alone, we'd be hammered by the Crown's forces. Robb rubbed his temple, evidently torn. We need better intelligence. And possibly an alliance with one of the Baratheons. If Stannis or Renly joins us, we can threaten King's Landing from multiple fronts. Jon recalled the letter they'd found on the Lannister outrider mentioning a convergence of men. Perhaps it hadn't been Tywin's men gathering at Harrenhal, but some other plan. What if Tywin is heading to King's Landing to defend it from a Baratheon assault? Robb blinked, realization dawning. That could be it. If Stannis sets sail, the city might be in danger. Tywin's the only one who can muster enough troops to hold the capital. If that's so, we have a chance to slip behind him or strike at a vulnerable spot. Bolton inclined his head. We can send riders to gauge the roads. For now, let the men recover. Harrenhal has enough stores to keep us for a while. So it was decided to remain, at least temporarily, in the captured fortress. They gathered their dead, burning them on pyres outside the walls. The thick black smoke rose against the grim sky, a funeral beacon for the fallen. Jon stood with Robb as flames crackled, remembering the infiltration men who had fought at his side. He murmured the old prayers. The great Jon and others joined in. None were accustomed to making Harrenhal home, but necessity ruled them all. Over the next few days, they reorganized. Robb appointed a garrison to hold Harrenhal, distributing men from various houses. Bolton took on a share of command, overseeing the dungeons and the main gate. The Blackfish handled external patrols, ensuring no surprise attacks. Jon spent much of his time tending to the wounded or exploring the fortress's depths, learning its layout for any future threat. Ghost never strayed far, his presence unsettling some of the new recruits. They whispered of cursed towers and ghostly dire wolves in the night. Jon tried to ignore their talk, though a creeping sense of unease lingered in Harrenhal's corridors. On some evenings, he swore he heard distant wails echoing through the stone or the faint clank of chains in parts of the castle left deserted for decades. One afternoon, as Jon walked the ramparts, he caught sight of an approaching rider beneath the battered lion banner, a messenger. The man, escorted at arrow point by northern outriders, was brought into the courtyard. Jon joined Robb there, watching with curiosity. The messenger dismounted stiffly, producing a scroll sealed with golden wax. Robb broke the seal and read, face darkening. Tywin offers terms, he announced. He proposes that I withdraw my forces from the Riverlands entirely, and in return, he'll guarantee Sansa's safety. He claims Arya is lost, but if she's found, he'll keep her unharmed. He also suggests my acceptance of Joffrey's reign, with the North returning to fealty. A ripple of anger spread among the gathered lords. The great Jon spat on the ground. Karstark's eyes blazed. He thinks we'll bend the knee now, after all we've done? After what happened to Ned Stark? He thinks to exploit your love for your sisters, Bolton said softly, lips curling in distaste. He tries to tempt you with one princess's safety while disclaiming any knowledge of the other's fate. Robb closed his eyes briefly, as if in pain. Jon could see the tension in his jaw. My sisters. If we refuse, do we condemn Sansa to further torment? He crushed the parchment in his fist. But I can't accept these terms. I will not. Sansa's freedom is not enough to forget our father's murder, our men's sacrifices, or Arya's uncertain fate. He glared at the messenger, voice resonating with cold fury. Tell Tywin Lannister that the king in the north will not bow. If harm comes to my sisters, there will be no place in the 7 kingdoms where he can hide. The messenger departed, face ashen, clearly eager to escape Harrenhal's gloomy walls. Men grumbled curses at the Lannisters, some calling for an immediate march on King's Landing. Others advised caution, not wanting to risk Sansa's life if they took reckless action. Robb retreated to the relative privacy of the lesser hall, slumping at a table. Jon followed, heart heavy. He knew the torment behind Robb's decision. The sisters they both cherished were pawns in Tywin's game. Yet their father's death demanded more than simple surrender. It was a prison with no easy escape. Quietly, Jon placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. You did the right thing. Sansa wouldn't want you to give up the North's freedom for her alone. She's strong. Father taught her our ways. Robb pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes, then let out a ragged breath. I know, but it breaks my heart. If only we had a sure path to rescue her, to confirm if Arya's even alive. Jon ached with sympathy. We keep fighting and searching. When the time is right, we'll find a way. The words felt hollow, but he said them anyway, lacking a better comfort. The next morning, fresh ravens arrived with a flurry of messages. One carried news from the west, Theon Greyjoy's mission to Pike. Robb read it in a corner of the hall, eyes scanning each line. Jon watched from across the room, waiting. When Robb looked up, his face was set in grim lines. Theon writes that Balon Greyjoy may prove less receptive than we hoped. He speaks of demands, control of the North's western coasts, recognition of the Iron Islands as independent. Insanity. He shook his head. What father would expect me to yield parts of the North? Still, Theon urges patience. He thinks he can sway Balon if we offer enough concessions. The great Jon let out a booming laugh. Concessions? Why not give him the neck while we're at it? The nerve of that kraken. Roose Bolton was less amused. We do need ships, or at least a diversion in the west. But ceding northern land is unthinkable. Robb crumpled the letter. I'll not sign away a sliver of the north. Let the Ironborn keep their isles. That's it. He paused, exhaling. I'll write Theon to say as much. If Balon refuses, we look elsewhere. Jon felt a creeping dread. He remembered Theon's unease before he left. His words that Balon Greyjoy might seize any advantage. If the negotiations soured, what might Theon do? The possibility of betrayal loomed like a gathering storm. Days slipped into a tense routine at Harrenhal. Scouts ventured forth, learning that Tywin had indeed marched south, his footprints heading toward the Crownlands. The fortress itself was secured, though pockets of hidden Lannister sympathizers occasionally skirmished with the northern garrison. Rumors of ghosts drifted through the corridors, fueled by the fortress's haunted reputation. Sometimes men claimed to see flickers of pale forms in the night, or hear wails in the distant towers. But none of that stopped the daily tasks of mending walls, distributing rations, or drilling in the yards. On a cold evening, Jon left the torchlit corridors for the Godswood, a small courtyard of ancient, twisted trees enclosed by Harrenhal's looming walls. At its center stood a weirwood, though half dead and warped, its trunk blackened as if scorched. Still, a pale face was carved into the wood, eyes weeping red sap. Jon felt a shiver as he approached. Ghost padded beside him, quiet as the grave. He knelt before the weirwood, not entirely sure why. Perhaps he needed guidance, or at least the semblance of it. The face in the wood seemed to watch him, sorrowful. Jon bowed his head and murmured the names of the dead. Those who had fallen in the infiltration, the ones he'd lost at the Red Fork skirmish, and the countless innocents caught in the war's jaws. He even said a silent prayer for Sansa and Arya, that they might remain safe wherever they were. A faint wind sighed through the leafless branches overhead. Jon half imagined it was the old gods responding, an echo of distant wisdom. He closed his eyes. Something in the silence reminded him of the quiet at the top of the wall, that vast expanse of cold. If the threat he'd learned of beyond the wall truly stirred, then the realm wasted its strength squabbling over crowns. The thought haunted him. He wondered if Maester Aemon or Sam were trying to warn the South in vain. His reflection was interrupted by soft footsteps behind him. He turned to see Robb, his cloak dusted with the fortress's chill, approach with a slight limp from a bruise he'd taken in the courtyard fight. Robb stopped a few paces away, eyes shifting from the weirwood to Jon. "I thought I might find you here," he said quietly. Jon rose. "Sometimes I feel closer to Father here or closer to the old ways. This place is strange." Robb nodded. "It is. Cursed, some say. But we're Starks, Jon. We carry the North with us wherever we go." He offered a faint smile, a flicker of warmth in this haunted place. "The men talk of marching soon. They grow restless with Harrenhal's gloom." Jon pulled his cloak tighter. "Where would we go? After Tywin? Perhaps. Or perhaps we wait for an opportune moment. Stannis might strike King's Landing, or Renly might do so. We could coordinate. But time doesn't favor us. Winter edges closer. Supplies run short across the Riverlands." Jon looked at the weirwood's face. "Whatever we do, we must do it soon. The longer Sansa remains under Joffrey's thumb." "I know," Robb said heavily. He touched Jon's arm. "But I won't risk everything without a plan. I must ensure the North stands strong, or we fail Sansa and the whole realm. I don't envy Father now. Leading is a burden I never fully understood until I wore this crown." The two stood in silence for a time, listening to the hush of the Godswood. Then Robb exhaled and said, "I came to tell you we received another letter from Theon. He says Balon might consider a raid on the Westerlands if we promise independence for the Iron Islands. He claims that's the only price that'll sway his father." Jon frowned. "Independence? That's the same as ceding the North's authority over the Isles. Doesn't the Iron Throne also claim them?" Robb's mouth pressed into a thin line. "They do. But Balon wants the same freedom I declared for the North. If I say yes, I'd be handing him a courtesy I can barely claim for my own kingdom." and it might lead to Ironborn raids on our coasts if he changes his mind next season. Jon blew out a breath. Theon might be trying his best, but it sounds as though his father's demands grow with every letter. Robb nodded. I'll hold off. If Balon won't lend us his fleets without that concession, then let him keep his ships. We'll find another path. Better to rely on fewer but more trustworthy allies than chase alliances that could betray us. Jon couldn't argue. He sensed the tension in Robb, though. Each day they delayed was another day Sansa and Arya remained lost. Another day Joffrey could flaunt his power. War demanded painful compromises, but apparently some demands were too steep. The next weeks settled into a strained routine. Harrenhal's Great Yard became a training ground for new recruits from the Riverlands. Lords visited from nearby holdings, pledging fealty to Robb or seeking help to rebuild. Karstark pressed for renewed attacks on Lannister supply lines. Bolton whispered about cunning strikes that could cripple Tywin's allies. The Blackfish maintained patrols on the roads, capturing a few Lannister foragers and collecting scraps of information. Jon participated in many of these raids, riding out with small bands to intercept wandering knights or supply wagons. Ghost's presence unnerved foes, allowing them to corner and overwhelm scattered Lannister forces. Still, it felt like whittling at the edges of a great beast. Tywin might lose a few wagons here or there, but it hardly seemed enough to bring him to heel. The realm's fate remained in flux. One crisp morning, a band of outriders came galloping through Harrenhal's gates with urgent news. Stannis Baratheon had landed in the Stormlands, reportedly capturing several coastal holds. Renly Baratheon, too, was gathering a large host near Bitterbridge, rumored to be thousands strong with Tyrell backing. King's Landing lay between them. Tywin was said to be mustering near the capital, coordinating with the Boy King's forces. Rumors flew that Joffrey's hold on the throne was wavering, that the city might riot under new taxes, that the Gold Cloaks turned from one banner to another. No one knew the full truth, only that the kingdom was fracturing like ice on a pond. In another time, Jon might have found excitement in the swirl of knights and banners. Now, he only saw potential chaos that threatened his family's goals. If Stannis and Renly launched separate assaults on King's Landing, the city could fall in a storm of blood. Joffrey might punish Sansa in retaliation. Or Sansa could be lost amid the turmoil. And Arya, her fate remained a mystery Jon tried not to dwell on too deeply. Robb called a meeting in Harrenhal's half-ruined throne room, once a place for the castle's lords to preside. The dais was chipped, the walls scorched, but it could still hold a large gathering. Northern lords, Riverland knights, and allied commanders assembled, torches sputtering in the dank air. Robb stood on the raised platform, back straight, gray wind at his side. We have 2 Baratheon kings in the south, Robb declared. Tywin Lannister is near King's Landing, planning to repel them. This might be our chance to strike while his attention is divided. The Great Jon rumbled agreement. Let's ride south and smash Tywin from behind. Karstark was more cautious. We risk clashing with the Baratheons as well. They might see us as rivals for the throne. We can't fight everyone at once. Bolton's soft voice cut through the din. We want Joffrey undone, yes? Then let the Baratheons do half the work. If we position ourselves carefully, we might seize the city once the fighting ends. A hush fell. Robb's gaze swept the room. I won't see Sansa lost in the chaos. We march, but carefully. Harrenhal will remain a strategic center. We'll leave a garrison, but the bulk of our forces will move toward the Crownlands. We'll watch for a moment to strike. If we can rescue Sansa during the turmoil, all the better. Jon felt his heart jolt at the mention of rescue. So this was it, they would inch closer to King's Landing. Perhaps he might yet see Sansa freed and discover some clue about Arya. The tension in the hall crackled like lightning. Men voiced their support or concerns, but the direction was set. The king in the north would move again. They prepared over a fortnight, stocking supplies, repairing arms, and dividing forces. Some insisted on remaining at Harrenhal, older knights who believed the fortress should not be left too lightly held, or men who favored defending a secure position. Robb compromised, leaving a stout garrison of Riverlanders plus a cadre of Bolton's men. The rest formed a formidable host, albeit smaller than the size that had originally marched from the north. Many had fallen, and some had returned to defend their own lands from raids. Despite the unease in his gut, Jon found a flicker of hope. Moving closer to King's Landing meant they might glean real information about Sansa and Arya, or even mount a covert operation to free Sansa if the city fell into chaos. He tended to his gear meticulously, cleaning Longclaw's Valyrian steel until it shone. Ghost seemed restless, pacing the corridors as if sensing fresh battles to come. The day they marched out, Harrenhal's courtyard echoed with the tramp of boots and the rattle of wagons. Banner-bearers hefted the Stark direwolf, the Tully trout, and the sigils of their vassals. The gates creaked open under the watchful gaze of the newly installed garrison. Robb rode at the forefront, jaw set, gray wind loping beside him. Jon took position near him, scanning for any sign of trouble. Overhead, the sky churned with gray clouds as if heralding the storms of war to come. They moved southeast along the river road, traveling cautiously, mindful that pockets of Lannisters might lurk. Scouts ranged far ahead. The land had been ravaged by months of conflict. Fields burned, villages abandoned. They passed peasants who greeted the sight of Stark banners with a mixture of hope and fear. Some offered meager supplies. Others pleaded for protection. Robb did what he could, but an army could not feed an entire countryside. As they drew nearer the Crownlands, signs of war multiplied. The weather grew damp, the wind carrying salt from the Blackwater Bay. Rumors reached them that Stannis had besieged Storm's End, trying to reclaim his ancestral seat. Renly was massing near the Rose Road. Joffrey's forces braced for a siege of King's Landing itself. Tywin's whereabouts remained elusive. Every day, riders went out seeking clarity. Every day they returned with half-truths. Jon's dreams took a darker turn, filled with swirling snow and shapes in the night. He'd wake, heart drumming, certain he'd heard the shriek of ice creatures beyond the canvas of his tent. Then he'd find only the hush of the camp, the distant shuffle of men on watch. War raged in the south, but he couldn't forget the ancient threat in the north. Duty tore at him from both directions. The final day of their journey, the host set up camp near a small tributary of the Blackwater Rush, just a day's ride from the outskirts of King's Landing. The city itself remained out of sight beyond rolling hills, but the tension was palpable. Men whispered that the city's gates were sealed, that the red-haired Queen Mother commanded the gold cloaks, that traitors were being executed daily. Jon wondered if Sansa was forced to witness such horrors. He steeled himself against imagining her weeping in some cold tower. As twilight fell, Robb called a final council in the center of camp. Torches lit a circle where his chief lords gathered, swords at their hips. The great Jon stood beside Karstark, while Bolton loomed on the opposite side, silent as a wraith. Midge Mormont, battered but unyielding, folded her arms. The Blackfish hovered near Robb, studying the men's faces. "We're close now," Robb said, his voice measured. "If the Baratheons do attack the city, we must decide how to act. We could hold back, let them clash with Joffrey's men, then sweep in to secure a surrender. But that risks Sansa's life if the city descends into slaughter. Or we attempt direct negotiations with Renly or Stannis, seeking an alliance to coordinate our assault." Karstark barked. "We should be the ones to break the Lannisters in the city. It was Ned Stark they betrayed. Let the realm see the North's vengeance." Bolton's quiet tone countered. "A direct assault on those walls might cost us dear. King's Landing is well defended, and they have wildfire stockpiles if rumor is true." Robb glanced at Jon. "What say you?" Jon swallowed, every eye turning on him. He remembered the infiltration of Harrenhal, the cost in blood. "Whatever we do, we must be swift and precise. A siege or open assault could see Sansa used as a hostage or worse." He forced the words out. "We might gain more by allying with one of the Baratheons. If we join forces, we could threaten the city from multiple angles. They may be open to negotiation if it means toppling Joffrey." Robb nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, if we can treat with Renly or Stannis, we might avoid a slaughter. But we don't even know if they'll trust a northern king. They want the Iron Throne for themselves." Midge Mormont thumped a fist to her chest. "Then we make them see reason. If they want the Lannisters crushed, we have common cause." The great Jon slapped Karstark's shoulder, nearly knocking the man off balance. "I say we find whichever Baratheon is closest and propose a truce. We'll see if they have the stones to refuse the king in the north and his direwolf." A plan took shape. They would send emissaries to both Stannis and Renly, glean which king seemed more cooperative. Meanwhile, the main host would move closer to the city but remain outside immediate range of its defenses. If alliances were forged, they might coordinate an attack or blockade. If negotiations failed, they'd reassess. It was a gamble, like all war. Night deepened and the council dispersed. Jon stood by his tent, Ghost at his side, gazing toward the faint glow that marked King's Landing in the far distance. Tomorrow or the next day they would be within sight of its walls. Inside, Sansa was captive. Arya? Possibly lost somewhere in the city's underbelly or far away. Tywin might be there or not. So many threads tangled in the city of kings and queens. A cold wind swept over the camp. Jon pulled his cloak tighter, feeling a chill that went beyond the night air. They were on the cusp of a greater conflict, a turning point that could reshape the Seven Kingdoms. Victory might mean Sansa's freedom, Arya found, and justice for Ned Stark. Or it could unleash fresh horrors, forging new tragedies. The old words of House Stark echoed in his mind, winter is coming. He felt it in his bones. No matter who claimed the throne, no matter how the battles ended, a deeper cold stirred in the far north, unheeded and unstoppable. But for now, his duty lay here, with Robb and the loyal men of the north poised to challenge the powers that had doomed his father. Clenching his gloved hands, he whispered a vow into the darkness. For our family, he said. Ghost made no sound, but stood alert, ears forward, as if in agreement. Together, they stared toward the faint glow of King's Landing, where the threads of destiny waited to be spun or severed by the swords of men. Jon Snow rose before dawn, the chill in the air sharpening his senses. Their camp spread across a wide swath of low hills and scrub near the Blackwater Rush, the restless shapes of tents and cook fires outlined by the waning moon. A gray pall hung in the eastern sky, hinting at an overcast morning. Men of the north stirred around him, stamping boots against the cold earth, calling for breakfast or cursing at stiff joints. Ghost rose when Jon did, the great dire wolf yawning silently, flashing teeth. In the pre-dawn gloom, they went for a short walk along the camp's edge. The hush before sunrise felt fragile, as though the war might erupt into thunder at any moment. They were close to King's Landing now, closer than Jon had ever dreamed he might be. By midday, if they rode swiftly, the main host would glimpse the city's walls. A subtle anxiety buzzed through the army. Whispers told of how imposing the battlements were, how the gold cloaks stood ready with scorpions and catapults, how the Lannisters inside might prefer to burn the city rather than yield it. Most of the Northmen had never seen King's Landing, and their imaginations conjured wonders and terrors in equal measure. Jon, for his part, tried to think only of Sansa. If she was still being held by Joffrey, how would they reach her if fighting broke out? By the time the sun cleared the horizon, a pale, watery disk, Robb was already in his tent with several of his highest lords. Jon entered to find the king in the north dressed in mail and leather, consulting a makeshift map spread across a crate. Stumps of candles flickered in the draught. The great Jon hovered at one side, chewing the inside of his cheek, while Roose Bolton stood at Robb's other elbow, pale hands clasped behind his back. Rickard Karstark was leaning in with a grim expression, tapping the map with a gauntlet finger. The Blackfish and Midge Mormont were close by, each looking pensive. They all glanced up when Jon approached. Robb nodded in greeting. We've decided to move south along the Rose Road rather than risk the King's Road directly. Fewer watchers that way. We'll veer east again before the city. Our outriders say the Crown's forces have their strongest pickets toward the main gates. And if we run across Renly's scouts, asked Midge Mormont, her voice low. He's rumored to be gathering near the Rose Road route. Or else his vanguard might be. Robb stroked Grey Wind's neck. The dire wolf was seated regally beside him, golden eyes alert. Then we'll see if they want parley or battle. Better that we treat with Renly if possible than meet him in open conflict. We all have a common foe in Joffrey. Bolton tilted his head. As we do in Stannis, yes? We can't be sure if they mean to share that foe or simply take the throne for themselves. Robb said nothing to that. The room's tension crackled with unspoken doubts. Everyone knew the Baratheon brothers wanted the Iron Throne. Would either welcome the rise of an independent North? Unlikely. But war made strange alliances, and if it meant toppling Joffrey, perhaps a bargain could be struck. Jon spoke quietly. Have we any word on Tywin Lannister's position? Robb looked down. Some rumor that he's with the king in the city now, preparing the defenses. Others say he's gone west to gather more men. We can't know for certain. Karstark snorted. He'll turn up once the swords start clashing. He's never been one to sit idle while his house is in danger. Robb tapped a dagger's tip against the map. Then we'll remain ready. If he's in King's Landing, we might face stiff resistance. If he's not, the city could fall under Baratheon assault. Either way, we do nothing without reconnaissance. Once we're settled near the city, we'll dispatch envoys to Renly and Stannis. Gauge where each stands. Meanwhile, we search for any chance to free Sansa. His gaze flicked to Jon. I'd ask you to lead that effort if it comes to it. A flare of determination rose in Jon's chest. I'll do it. Roose Bolton spoke next, voice like a whisper of ice. We mustn't rush into the lion's den. If Joffrey realizes we're attempting a rescue, he might punish the girl or use her as a shield. Jon's mouth felt dry. I know the risks, my lord, but leaving her in their hands isn't an option. Bolton's pale lips curved in something that was not quite a smile. So long as we understand one another. They ended the gathering soon after, deciding to move as soon as the camp could be struck. Outside, horns sounded, and men scrambled to pack tents, douse fires, ready horses. Jon saw to his own gear, ensuring Longclaw was strapped firmly at his side. He wore plain ringmail beneath a dark surcoat pinned with a small direwolf badge. One of Robb's men had insisted on giving him a mark of station. Ghost paced the camp perimeter, occasionally drawing nervous glances from recruits who hadn't yet grown used to the sight of a giant white direwolf. Within the hour, the army rumbled into motion, a column of riders and foot alike. Robb rode at the head, flanked by banners that snapped in the wind. The direwolf of Stark, the flayed man of Bolton, the sunburst of Karstark, the black bear of Mormont, and more. Jon spurred his horse near Robb, scanning the rolling fields ahead. The land felt subdued, the grasses flattened by autumn rains. Broken fences and burned farmland reminded them that war had passed this way before, perhaps Lannister foragers or renegade sellswords. By midday, the sky grew darker, thick with looming clouds. A few men muttered about an approaching storm. The great Jon said it suited him fine. He preferred a good downpour to endless dust. They continued southeast along narrower roads, watchful for any sign of armed forces. Scouts galloped back intermittently, reporting tracks or the distant sight of a rider, but no major army. Renly's host lay further south, it seemed. They made camp in a wide clearing that evening, posted double sentries, and tried to settle into some semblance of calm. Rain began to fall in thin, cold sheets, drumming on tent roofs. Jon huddled under his cloak, hunched by a cook fire with several Stark guards. They shared bread and salt beef, talking quietly about the day's progress. One of the guards, a man named Jax, cast a wary glance at the sky. Feels like a storm will blow in from the bay. Good thing we're not too close to the water yet. Another guard, older, twirled a knife in his hand. Storm or no, we've bigger worries. The city's not far now. If we have to face the Gold Cloaks, or worse, the King Guard, well, let's hope the Baratheon lords keep them busy first. Jon said little, his thoughts consumed by images of Sansa. He pictured her in some tower, pacing anxiously, or forced to endure Joffrey's cruelties. He also wondered about Arya. Even if the Lannisters claimed they didn't have her, that didn't mean she'd escaped the city. She could be hiding in alleyways or imprisoned in some dungeon nobody spoke of. The not knowing aided him. Ghost sensed his tension, resting a heavy head against his leg. Jon stroked the direwolf's ears for comfort. Sleep came in fragments that night, broken by the drumming of rain and the roll of thunder. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving a soaked, muddy ground. The host packed and pressed onward. The day's march was slow, with wagons sinking into mud and cursing teamsters struggling to push them free. Near mid-morning, they encountered a small band of men wearing green and gold badges, the sigil of House Tyrell. The men looked exhausted and battered, as if they'd fled some skirmish. Robb's outriders quickly surrounded them, demanding answers. It turned out they were stragglers from Renly's large coalition force, cut off from their main line by an unexpected Lannister raid. They told wild stories that Renly had advanced part of his host north only to be confronted by a surprise attack from a force bearing Lannister banners. The rumors named the mountain that rides Gregor Clegane as the one leading the carnage. But the Tyrell men didn't know for certain. Robb allowed these men to remain under watch, giving them water and meager rations. He asked question after question. Where was Renly now? How many men did he command? Would he be open to treating with the king in the north? The Tyrell men gave him uncertain answers. They had last seen Renly near Bitterbridge, but the forces there might have moved on by now. They did confirm that Renly was widely recognized among the Reach Lords as their rightful king, with no love lost for Joffrey or the Lannisters. Yet no one could say how he might view Robb's claim to the North's independence. That evening, a fresh scout returned with more sobering news. King's Landing had shut its gates, refusing entry to any but proven loyalists. Tywin was indeed in the city, or so travelers claimed, working with the Queen Regent and the King's Council to brace for a siege. Stannis had yet to move on the capital, but rumor said he was massing ships at Storm's End. Renly's host was somewhere between the Rose Road and the main route to Highgarden, possibly planning to approach King's Landing from the south. Nobody knew whose strike might land first. War was about to converge on the capital from every direction. Robb called a meeting under a large pavilion tent where the dampness seeped into everything. The earthen floor had been covered with sacks to keep it dry, but water still trickled along the edges. Lords and key officers gathered around him, and Jon stood at Robb's right, silent, absorbing every scrap of information. "We stand a day's ride from the Blackwater," Robb began, tension in his voice. "The gates are closed. If we approach too openly, we could face masked archers on the walls. We'd lose many men. And with Tywin inside, they won't surrender easily." Midge Mormont crossed her arms. "We can't let the Lannisters keep the advantage. If the Baratheons show up first and take the city, we lose our leverage. That would leave Ned Stark unavenged and your sisters still lost in the shuffle." Karstark's jaw tightened. "They might kill Sansa out of spite if they see us outside the gates." Roose Bolton's voice slipped in like a cold draft. "Then perhaps we should not show ourselves openly. We might consider a more subtle approach. A smaller force that finds a way into the city under cover of night, seeking the girl, or at least establishing contact with someone sympathetic." Jon stepped forward. "I could lead such a mission if you think it best." Robb looked at him, concern heavy in his gaze. "It's too dangerous. This isn't Harrenhal, this is the royal capital, thronged with gold cloaks and Lannister men, not to mention the King's Guard. We wouldn't even know where Sansa is being kept. She could be locked in Maegor's Holdfast or forced to live in the Red Keep proper." Jon's mind went back to the infiltration of Harrenhal, the price in blood. "I know the risk, but we have no direct line of negotiation with Joffrey's court and no guarantee they'd let us in. They could hold Sansa hostage forever if it suits them. If we wait for a better chance, it might never come." The great Jon let out a rumble that could have been agreement. "Boldness won Harrenhal, your grace. Boldness might save your sister here." Bolton rubbed his chin, expression unreadable. "And if the infiltration fails, the Lannisters gain a bargaining piece all the more powerful. They could parade the bastard of Winterfell's head on a spike." Robb's nostrils flared. "I won't send Jon in unless I see no other choice. First, we try to contact those inside the city who might help us. Lord Varys, the Master of Whispers, was once rumored to have an ear for every secret passage. Or perhaps the Tyrells who remain at court. Marjorie is engaged to King Renly, some say. The lines of loyalty are tangled. If we can find a friendly contact, we might glean Sansa's location." He turned to the Blackfish. "Uncle, can you dispatch riders south to find Renly's host? Perhaps if we promise that we'll not interfere in his claim, he'll offer help in rescuing Sansa. He might even want to coordinate in toppling Joffrey. If he agrees, we can share intelligence. A strong alliance could break the city swiftly." The Blackfish inclined his head. "I'll send them at once, with a letter bearing your seal." Robb nodded. "And we'll do the same for Stannis, in case we can get word to him through Storm's End. Though I suspect Stannis would be less amenable. Still, we should try." They ended the council with a plan. Remain on the outskirts of the Crownlands, concealed among the rolling woodlands, and send emissaries to both Baratheon brothers. Meanwhile, smaller scouting parties would attempt covert contact with anyone inside King's Landing who might be sympathetic to House Stark. It was a perilous game, but direct assault was madness. Not with Sansa hostage, and not with Tywin in control of the city's defenses. Outside the tent, twilight had begun to fade to black. Jon gazed at the horizon, where a faint glow hinted at the distant city. Ghost stood beside him, tail swishing slowly. Robb joined him, face grim. "I have no liking for this waiting. Every moment we delay, Sansa remains a prisoner." Jon exhaled, breath steaming in the cool air. "I feel it too, but we have no better path." Robb's eyes flickered. "Sometimes I wonder if Father faced these choices in Robert's rebellion. We only read about the glories, not the doubts." Jon felt a pang at the mention of Ned. Father always said war was a last resort, even if it seemed the only resort. He took no joy in it. Robb nodded. "Nor do I." Then more softly, "Get some rest, Jon. We'll learn soon enough what the Baratheons intend." Jon tried to follow the advice, but sleep was elusive. He found himself replaying Harrenhal's infiltration, second-guessing strategies, imagining how one might move unseen through King's Landing's labyrinthine streets. The city was thrice the size of any castle, teeming with thousands upon thousands of souls, most loyal to whoever had the gold. It would be like swimming through a shark-infested sea, searching for a single thread of hope. The next day, the Blackfish's riders departed southward, carrying sealed missives for Renly. Another pair of scouts set off toward the coast, hoping to board a merchant vessel or find some way to send word to Stannis. The rest of the Northmen remained concealed among hills and sparse woodland, carefully avoiding major roads. They captured or turned away any travelers who ventured too close, not wanting word of their presence to reach the city. Sometimes, in the distance, Jon glimpsed plumes of smoke or spied a lonely farmhouse. The tension only grew. On the second evening, 2 of the scouts returned, breathless, with news they had spotted a column of mounted knights flying Renly's stag sigil on a meadow near the Wendwater. The knights wore bright armor accompanied by lesser lords' banners, Tarly, Penrose, Florent. They hadn't seen Renly himself, but his men had engaged a small Lannister force, easily driving it off. It suggested that Renly was indeed moving north. Encouraged, Robb decided to send a hand-picked entourage to approach these knights openly under a flag of truce to request an audience with Renly. Jon offered to join, but Robb insisted he remain behind for now. "I may need you here," he explained, "especially if the infiltration plan becomes our only option." So Jon watched from the camp's perimeter as Lord Karstark led a small delegation away under white banners, hoping to secure a meeting with the Baratheon camp. The tension in Jon's gut twisted. Everything depended on forging an alliance with at least one of these southern kings. He wanted to be doing something, anything to hasten Sansa's rescue. Yet he knew it was folly to rush alone into the city's jaws. That night, the wind shifted, carrying faint echoes of distant horns. No one could be sure which army the horns belonged to. Some men claimed to smell the sea in the wind, others only smelled the damp earth. Jon took the first watch with Ghost at his side, prowling along the camp's edge. He found the great Jon perched on a rock, peering into the darkness. The huge man greeted Jon with a rough chuckle. "If I didn't know better, I think the gods are playing dice with us. So many kings, so many armies. A giant's bed of war." Jon said nothing, scanning the gloom. He recalled how simple his life had been at the Wall, how small. It seemed another world. Now he was in the midst of a swirling storm that could topple kings and shape the fate of the 7 kingdoms. And all he truly wanted was to keep his family safe. Ghost let out a low rumble. Jon's hand went to his sword, but the dire wolf only sniffed at the wind. He patted Ghost, exhaling. False alarm. They lingered in that tense vigil until sunrise painted the sky with watery light. A day crept by, then 2. At last, Karstark's delegation returned. They came at a gallop, hoofs churning mud. Robb gathered the lords around him to hear the news. Karstark swung down from his horse, face flushed, and announced that Renly Baratheon had agreed to meet the king in the north in person, under conditions of safe conduct. "He's encamped near the Wendwater with thousands of Reach knights," Karstark reported, "and more are rumored on the way." Men in the circle murmured among themselves. Roose Bolton asked softly, "Did he speak of terms? Does he recognize the North's independence?" Karstark shrugged. "He said only that he'd hear King Robb. He was gracious enough in a lordly way. He does not seem to hold illusions about making us bend the knee to him. But he is proud, and he has a queen with him, Marjorie Tyrell. Their retinue is large, brimming with confidence. If I had to guess, he wants to unify forces to crush Joffrey, or at least force a surrender." Robb listened intently. "When does he wish to meet?" Karstark wiped sweat from his brow. "In 3 days' time, on neutral ground near an abandoned village by the Wendwater's crossing. He'll bring 100 knights as escort. We may do the same. We're to meet at midday." Robb's expression eased, if only slightly. "That gives us time to ride south. We'll need a strong escort, but not so large that it seems a threat. We don't want to provoke him." The great Jon grinned, baring teeth. 100 of our best, lined up to show him what northern steel looks like. Roose Bolton bowed his head with measured politeness. "And afterwards, if an alliance is formed, we can turn our sights to King's Landing." Robb didn't answer that directly. "We leave tomorrow at first light. Uncle, you'll remain with most of our men. Hold position in these hills, well hidden in case this is a trap. If we don't return by the following night, we'll come for you, spear in hand, the Blackfish said, voice like tempered steel. That settled, Robb began to select who would ride with him. Jon fully expected to be included, but Robb hesitated when he offered. I'd have you stay here, he told Jon, lowering his voice so the others couldn't overhear. If something goes wrong, you can lead the infiltration to save Sansa. And if, gods forbid, I'm taken hostage or killed, you're the next best chance the North has to see this through. Jon's protest died in his throat. He knew Robb was right. This was the burden of being a brother to the king in the North. No longer just a soldier, he was backup, a second plan if the worst befell Robb. Still, it stung to watch Robb ride off the next morning, leading a column of knights in the crisp dawn air, while Jon stood in camp, heavy with waiting. Grey wind loped at Robb's side, as ever. Ghost watched them go with pricked ears, then turned to Jon, as if perplexed about why they remained behind. The hours crept by. Jon tried to keep himself busy, organizing scouts, updating supply logs, checking on the men wounded in earlier skirmishes. He sparred briefly with Mage Mormont, who stayed behind to ensure the camp's security. She handed him his bruises with swift blows of her wooden blade, but the exertion cleared his head. At dusk, he patrolled the perimeter with Ghost, scanning the low country for any sign of threat. Nothing, just the hush of a land overshadowed by war. That night, sleep eluded him. He dozed restlessly until, in the deepest part of the night, the flap of his tent rustled. He sprang up, hand on long claw, only to see the Blackfish there by lantern light, expression grave. Jon, Brynden Tully said quietly, we have visitors at the edge of the wood, Riverlanders, or so they say. They demand to speak with someone of high rank, claiming urgent news about King's Landing. Jon pulled on his cloak and followed the Blackfish through the silent camp to where a few sentries guarded 3 hooded figures. Even in the dim torchlight, Jon could see they were exhausted, their cloaks filthy, faces haggard. One appeared to be a woman with mud-streaked hair. The other 2 were young men. They looked half-starved. The woman took a faltering step forward, trembling. We bring news from within the city, she said, voice raw. Lord Eddard's daughter, we have word of her. Jon's heart clenched. Sansa? He asked hoarsely. What do you know? The woman swallowed hard, glancing at the black direwolf that stood a short distance away. Even Ghost's presence seemed overshadowed by her urgency. A friend of ours was a servant in the Red Keep, she said. He was found out or suspected of helping glean information for your side. We had to flee, but before we left, he claimed the Stark girl was being held in the Maiden Vault, near the Royal September. She's rarely seen. Joffrey enjoys parading her about sometimes, mocking her, but otherwise, they keep her locked away. Jon struggled to contain his anger. Is she safe? Felt like a foolish question. None could be safe in Joffrey's reach. The woman shook her head. Safer than some. The Queen Mother restrains Joffrey's worst impulses, they say. She wants to keep the girl as a bargaining chip. There's also talk that Sansa might be forced to marry Joffrey soon, to secure some claim. But King's Landing is boiling with rumors. We only know what we overheard. The Blackfish asked, why come here? Why now? One of the young men spoke up, voice quavering. We heard whispers that the king in the North's host was near. We wanted to offer what we know, in exchange for your protection. He glanced around nervously. Word is, the city's about to explode. The small folk starve. The gold cloaks crack down. People say Stannis is coming, or maybe Renly, or maybe the North. No one knows who to fear more. Jon reached out to steady the woman's arm. You've done right to come. We'll not cast you out. If you can tell us more, anything that might help free Sansa. He felt a surge of hope, but also dread. The Maiden Vault. He wasn't familiar with the Red Keep's layout except from old descriptions. There were many passageways, but infiltration might be close to impossible if the defenses were on high alert. One of Bolton's men arrived, stepping forward to murmur that rooms could be found for these refugees. The Blackfish signaled him to do so, and the three were led away, not before the woman and her companions thanked Jon with tears in their eyes. That left Jon with the Blackfish under the torch's glow, each reflecting on the information. If Sansa is in the Maiden Vault, Brynden said slowly, that's separate from Maegor's holdfast but still within the Red Keep's walls. Hard to reach. Hard to leave. Jon's stomach churned. But maybe not impossible. The older knight studied him. You think of leading a rescue now with Robb gone to treat with Renly. That's madness. I won't ride off alone, Jon said, though the urgency in his voice was plain. But if we wait until the city is under siege, Sansa might be used as a shield. Or forced to marry that monster. She's running out of time. The Blackfish's expression was grim. We do nothing tonight, at least. Wait until Robb returns. Then we see if an opportunity arises. Storming King's Landing is beyond us if we stand alone. Jon nodded, though tension wound tight in his chest. The knowledge of Sansa's location was both relief and torment. She was alive, but for how long? Robb did not return the next day, nor the day after that. Rumors flitted in. A small band from Renly's host had clashed with a group of Lannister outriders not 10 miles south. The war drew ever closer. At last, on the third day, riders announced Robb's approach. They came at dusk, escorting him and the 100 men who had accompanied him. Torches flickered in a semicircle as they rode into camp, the great Jon bellowing jokes, Karstark silent, Bolton watchful. Robb dismounted, gray wind patting at his side, face drawn but not crestfallen. Meej Mormont and the Blackfish greeted him first, both pressing him for news. Jon waited, heart-pounding, until Robb beckoned him close. Renly wants alliance, Robb said quietly, but he wants me to acknowledge him as king of the Seven Kingdoms. I refuse to bend any northern knees. After some debate, we agreed that we share an immediate foe in Joffrey. Renly says if we help him press an attack on the city, he'll ensure Sansa's safe return. He spoke with confidence about how swiftly the capital would yield once his full host arrived. Jon's eyes narrowed. Did he mention your own crown? A wry smile. He thinks once Joffrey is dethroned, I'll see reason and join the South again. Or so he hopes. But for now, it seems he's willing to set aside that difference to unite against the Lannisters. He even spoke of letting me keep my autonomy for a while, so long as the realm is saved from the usurper Boy King. I'd suspect he plans to bring me to heel eventually, but that's for tomorrow's war. What of Stannis? The Blackfish asked, appearing behind Jon with an intent look. Robb shook his head. Renly has no love for his brother, calls him a grim pretender. No help there. Stannis is forging his own path from the east. If we wait for him, we might find ourselves attacked by 2 Baratheons at once. Or we might find them at each other's throats, letting the Lannisters stand. Renly claims he's the rightful king, has the larger host, and means to strike soon. He wants me to bring my men as well, to form a blockade of the Rose Road while he assaults the city from the south. Jon took a moment to process. Will you do it? Robb's gaze flicked to the sky where the moon glimmered. If Renly has Mace Tyrell's strength, he might break the city's walls. Joffrey's men would be pinned between us and them. Tywin or no Tywin, they'd find themselves outnumbered. Then, once the Lannisters are done for, we might press for Sansa's release. Might, Jon repeated softly. Renly's a cunning man, I've heard. And you're certain you can trust him to keep his word about Sansa? Robb turned, looking more fatigued than Jon had ever seen. I'm not certain of anything, Jon. But it's a chance. Better than waiting for Stannis, who might or might not come, who might or might not talk to us. Renly is ready to move. The assembled lords weighed in. Karstark wanted immediate action, thirsting to punish the Lannisters. The Grey Jon roared about glorious battle. Roose Bolton suggested caution, advising they hold part of their force in reserve to avoid being outmaneuvered by either Baratheon. The Blackfish agreed that a 2-pronged assault on the city, Renly from the south, Robb from the north, could force the gates. The argument stretched into the night, until Robb finally made his decision. They would join Renly's push, but keep their alliance strictly aimed at toppling Joffrey and securing Sansa's release. The question of the North's sovereignty would be set aside for the time being. At dawn, as the host broke camp in a fresh wave of haste, Robb listened to the refugees who had brought news of Sansa's location. The Maiden Vault, he repeated, grim. Very well. If it comes to an assault, we'll focus on that portion of the Red Keep. I'll see my sister freed or I'll die trying. Jon told him about the infiltration notion, gleaning from the corridors and secret ways rumored in the Red Keep. But it'd be suicide to go alone. We might slip in if the city is distracted by an attack from Renly. Robb hesitated. We'll see. I won't risk your life on a mad quest, but if the chance arises, you'll take some men you trust and make the attempt. Jon nodded, anxiety and resolve mingling in his chest. Then let's hope the city's defenses crack. They began to move south to meet up with Renly's forward outposts near the Windwater. The journey took the better part of 2 days, through damp fields and meandering streams, always wary of outriders or Lannister ambushes. In that time, word came that Renly himself was marching swiftly with a large army from Bitterbridge, thousands of knights from the Reach in shining armor. The Tyrell banners had joined him in full, golden roses, bright pennants that fluttered above massed cavalry. It was said to be a splendid sight, quite unlike the grim ranks of the north. But war is not a pageant, Jon thought. Better to be prepared for slaughter than dazzled by finery. They rendezvoused at a broad meadow by a bend in the Windwater. There, Renly's encampment sprawled across the grass. Hundreds of tents, small cooks' fires, lines of horses, wagons of provisions. Bright colors gleamed in the midday sun as if a tourney were about to begin. Jon rode in Robb's retinue as they approached, the northern banners stark against the swirl of gold and green. Knights in polished steel eyed them warily. Near the center of Renly's camp rose a grand pavilion of rich blues and greens, crowned by a golden stag standard. Lush rugs were spread before it, and guards in flower-shaped cloaks stood at attention. Jon spotted men with Tyrell roses on their surcoats, along with many banners he didn't recognize. Renly himself emerged to greet Robb and his escort. He was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing ornate plate over fine green silks, a stag's head etched into the breastplate. Handsome and confident, he offered Robb a princely smile, as though they were at a feast. Beside him stood Margaery Tyrell, slender and poised, her hair coiled elegantly under a jeweled net. "Welcome, King in the North," Renly said in a ringing voice. "You grace our camp with your presence. I trust the ride was tolerable." Robb dismounted, meeting Renly's gaze without a trace of deference. "My thanks for your hospitality. We come prepared to fight the Lannisters if you'll honor our agreement." Renly beckoned them inside the pavilion. Torches flared around the entrance, though daylight still shone. Jon and a few others trailed after Robb. The interior was sumptuous for a war camp, cushioned chairs, a small table set with fruit, a pitcher of wine. Margaery swept forward, greeting them with a soft courtesy. Robb returned the courtesy politely, gray wind prowling at his side. The queen's eyes flicked warily to the dire wolf but showed no fear. "Your men are welcome to fresh water and bread," Renly went on, seating himself in a carved chair. "Let them recover from the road. We'll discuss the final details of our campaign. My lords are eager to ride upon King's Landing, but I'd have them coordinate with your forces." Robb nodded. "We have about 15,000, though some remain near Harrenhal. Enough to threaten the city from the west or the north as we see fit. Our scouts suggest the Lannisters are fully entrenched. We should expect a fight." "And your sister," Margaery said gently, eyes on Robb. "You want her safe?" Robb's jaw clenched. "I do." Renly flicked a hand. "Then let us drive out the Boy King. Once the city yields, your sister will be freed from their clutches. The people of King's Landing despise Joffrey already, by all accounts. They'll welcome new leadership." Bolton, standing behind Robb, murmured. "A siege might starve the small folk more than the Lannisters. We must move swiftly." "Yes," Renly agreed. "Swift and decisive. My plan is to approach from the Rose Road, crossing the Blackwater near the shallows. My cavalry will lead, supported by Tyrell infantry. Your men can attack from the north or west, preventing any attempt at flight. If Tywin tries to slip away, he'll find you instead." Jon stood a step behind Robb, watching the exchange. Renly spoke with an ease that suggested he believed victory was assured. He boasted of superior numbers, of a righteous cause. Yet war was never so simple. Joffrey might be hated, but King's Landing's walls and the presence of Tywin were no small obstacles. And there was still that matter of Stannis looming somewhere offstage. One way or another, a battle was brewing. The rest of that day was devoted to coordinating details. Robb chose to keep many of his lords in separate tents, refusing to fully integrate with Renly's chain of command. Tension flickered between some northern officers and the Tyrell knights, who smirked at the Northmen's rougher garb. The great Jon nearly came to blows with a plump lord from Highgarden, who made a jest about the smell of wet wolf pelts. Jon found himself stepping in more than once to calm tempers. It was a precarious alliance, held together by mutual hatred of the Lannisters. After nightfall, Renly hosted a lavish feast in his pavilion, with Margaery at his side in a gown of shimmering green. They had minstrels, fresh game roasted in honey, barrels of arbor wine. Northern men gawked at the abundance, remembering the meager stews of the campaign. Jon attended in silence, sipping watery wine and feeling ill at ease among the swirling court. He glimpsed figures like Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, speaking in low tones with prominent lords. The entire atmosphere felt more like a grand tournament's feast than a war council. Ghost waited outside, unimpressed by finery. Grey Wind prowled near Robb, ever watchful. Robb managed a courteous facade, but Jon could see the strain. If the alliance with Renly made sense, it was purely out of necessity. The North wanted Sansa and vengeance. The Reach wanted the Iron Throne for Renly. The question was whether these aims would collide once Joffrey fell. By the time the feast ended, the tension was as thick as the scent of spiced wine. The next morning, the combined forces moved toward the banks of the Blackwater. Scouts raced ahead. Renly's vanguard set up a forward camp, while Robb's host followed some distance behind. On the third day, they drew near enough that the walls of King's Landing rose in the distance, pale against the horizon. Banners flew from the city towers, faint and far, like colored flecks. Jon felt a thrill of dread. This was the heart of the Seven Kingdoms, seat of the Iron Throne, the place where Ned Stark had been betrayed and executed. Now, a storm of armies converged upon it. Renly wanted to strike quickly, but the defenses on the southern approach proved formidable. Spies reported strong walls, watchtowers with scorpions, and a chain that could be raised across the Blackwater's mouth if ships tried to sail in. Tywin's presence was confirmed. The gold cloaks marched under Lannister banners, drilling in the outer yards. Joffrey had apparently refused all pleas to open the gates, trusting in stone and steel. Rumors of wildfire stockpiles circulated, chilling many men's hearts. Renly convened a war council in the field, with Robb and his principal advisors attending. Jon stood among them, his cloak snapping in the wind. They debated how to break the city. Renly wanted to storm it from multiple gates at once, forcing the defenders to spread out. Robb insisted that a careful approach from the west might allow the Northmen to take a portion of the walls. Meanwhile, Tyrell sappers could undermine sections near the Iron Gate. It was all talk for hours, lords bickering, knights flaunting strategies. Mace Tyrell boasted of how a single charge by the Tyrell cavalry would force the city to surrender. Bolton advised cunning, not heroics. At one point, Renly took Robb aside, speaking quietly in a tone meant not to carry. But Jon, waiting close, caught fragments. Talk of a marriage alliance to bind their houses, or some union that might cement the future. Robb did not seem to bite. He shook his head, and Grey Wind bared teeth at something in the distance. Jon guessed that Renly might have suggested a betrothal with a Tyrell cousin or something similarly grand. Robb's focus was narrower: retrieve Sansa, dethrone Joffrey. The rest was uncertain. Finally, with the sun dropping low, the armies spread out into positions. Renly's main camp lay to the south, lines of bright tents massing. Robb's force circled around to the west, occupying an area of rolling farmland. They maintained a wide ring of outriders to guard against any surprise from Tywin. The city's walls loomed about a mile away, steadfast, ominous. Even at that distance, Jon could make out torchlight flickering along the parapets. He stood with Robb, the Blackfish, and a handful of northern lords on a low ridge, gazing at the city. Between them and the walls stretched open ground dotted by half-burnt huts, stunted trees, the remains of farmland. The Lannisters had likely cleared it to prevent cover for attackers. Karstark shaded his eyes. They'll see us coming. Bolton's pale eyes gleamed. Good. Let them tremble. They know they're outnumbered now. Robb's voice was hollow. I pray they break rather than fight to the death. Sansa's in there. He turned to Jon. Did you speak with those refugees again? Yes, Jon said. They were certain about the Maiden Vault. Sansa's not heavily guarded outside of official times, apparently just a few men stand watch in the corridors. But they say the Red Keep's main gates are well defended with the Kingsguard roaming. Joffrey has also threatened to punish her at the slightest hint of rebellion. We can't rely on a quick infiltration. Robb nodded, expression torn. If the city truly is about to be attacked from two directions, chaos might open a door. We'll keep an eye out. If a large-scale assault begins, that might be the chance for a small group to slip in somehow. Jon swallowed. I'll be ready. They set up a forward position along the ridge, planting the Stark banner in the churned soil. Northern archers tested the range of their bows, though the city was still out of reach. Late that night, as Jon kept watch, lights glimmered on King's Landing's walls like a constellation of winking eyes. He wondered what Sansa might be thinking if she looked out a window, saw the darkness beyond. Perhaps she prayed the next dawn would bring rescue. 2 days later, everything shifted. Word arrived that Stannis had finally moved. A fleet of war galleys sailed up the coast, threatening to seize the Blackwater Bay. Renly's outriders confirmed sightings of ships flying the Flaming Heart banner. The city was in a panic, or so the rumor said. King's Landing was about to face a trifecta of threats. Renly from the south, Robb from the west, and now Stannis by sea. Tywin scrambled to shore up the harbor defenses. The Queen Mother might have ordered wildfire placed along the beaches. Fear rippled through every army, for wildfire was a horrifying equalizer. Renly was elated, certain that Joffrey's regime would collapse under the pressure. But Robb's camp bristled with worry. If Stannis stormed the city from the bay, who would control the Red Keep first? Where would that leave Sansa? If the defenders grew desperate, they might harm her out of spite or use her as leverage against whichever Baratheon battered the gates. Jon felt the time slipping away. Late that evening, a messenger from Renly arrived bearing news. The Southern King intended to launch his main assault at dawn, with or without the North's full participation. He would test the Iron Gate, attempt to breach it, and lure the Gold Cloaks into open battle. Robb was expected to stage a simultaneous push at the western walls to divide the defenders. A swift, coordinated strike might see the city in their hands before nightfall. Jon stood in the command tent, hearing this. The Great Jon bellowed, "So soon? Our men only just arrived. We need more time to prepare." "Renly thinks the moment is ripe," Robb said, voice tight. "Stannis lurks near the bay. If we wait too long, the city might yield to Stannis or find some cunning way to turn the tide. Renly wants the glory. He'll do it with or without us, so we must act or we risk losing all chance to free Sansa ourselves." Bolton's quiet tone chimed in. "Then we attack with half our strength, hold half in reserve. Let the city commit to stopping us. If we break through, we push inside. If not, we fall back." Men exchanged glances. None liked a hasty assault, but neither did they want to let Renly reap all the advantage. Karstark nodded grimly. "We do what must be done." As the meeting broke, Jon caught Robb's arm. "If the attack goes forward, I want to slip in with a small team once the fighting's thick. If we can get inside the Red Keep, maybe we can find Sansa." Robb's eyes searched Jon's face. "I was thinking the same. But it's suicide, Jon." Jon shrugged. "Let me do it. Bring men I trust, some from my infiltration at Harrenhal. Maybe it'll fail, but it's the only way." A moment stretched. Then Robb exhaled. "All right. Once the fighting is underway, we'll look for an opening near the King's Gate or a breach in the walls. If you can slip inside, do it. The rest of us will try to keep the city guard occupied. Gods be with you, brother." They gripped forearms, the weight of unspoken fears between them. Outside, the night sky seemed ominously quiet. Dawn would bring bloodshed on a scale Jon had never seen before. He tried to sleep, but dreams tormented him, visions of Sansa weeping in a dark corridor, of the Red Keep wreathed in green fire, of spectral shapes in northern snows. He woke in a cold sweat again and again, Ghost watching him with steady red eyes. Before sunrise, horns and drums roused the camp. A cold wind blew from the sea, carrying a tang of salt and the distant hush of waves. The Northmen formed ranks, swallowing fear beneath bravado. This was different from any battle they'd faced. King's Landing was a fortress city brimming with defenders, not a countryside skirmish or a half-ruined keep. The Great Jon urged men to remain strong. Karstark prayed softly. Bolton and his men looked pale, disciplined, like living shadows. As light spread across the plain, they saw Renly's banners fluttering to the south, forming into neat columns that began their advance on the Iron Gate. Horns blared from the city walls in alarm. The Gold Cloaks scurried to position. A glint of armor along the battlements. Jon's pulse hammered. Soon, the western side would be tested too, splitting the defenders. Robb gave the signal. The northern horns sounded. The host began marching through the muddy fields toward the city's forbidding silhouette. Jon took a final breath, checked Longclaw at his hip, and gestured to Ghost, who stayed close. He had a small contingent of men at his back, familiar faces from Harrenhal plus a few volunteers from Winterfell's guard. All had been briefed on the infiltration plan. They marched behind the main host, waiting for the moment chaos might allow them to slip away toward a lesser-known sally port or break in the walls. In the far distance, the clang of battle erupted on the southern side. Renly's men clashed with the city's outer defenses. Faint cries and horn blasts drifted across the fields. Soon, the western walls came alive as well, archers firing, catapults hurling stones. The Northmen advanced with spears and shields, trying to close the distance under withering arrow fire. Men fell, screams rose. The Greyjoy's voice boomed encouragement. Grey wind leapt among the front lines, sowing fear in the defenders above. Robb rode behind the vanguard, sword raised, face set in grim determination. Jon's infiltration group hung back as planned, feigning support. Once the main lines pressed closer, the defenders on the walls focused their arrow fire forward. Arrows whistled overhead. Jon raised his shield, heart pounding. This was the moment. Through drifting dust and the haze of fear, he saw a postern gate half forgotten near the southwestern corner of the walls. A cluster of city guards in Lannister livery ran past, responding to the main threat. Jon turned to his men. Now, go. They sprinted away from the main push, hugging the shadows of a crumbling outbuilding. Ghost darted ahead, nose to the ground. The thunder of combat hammered Jon's ears. Shouts, the clash of steel, the crack of catapult stones striking stone. A tower on the southwestern wall loomed overhead. If they were lucky, fewer defenders would hold that section. If they were unlucky, they'd be spotted and shot down in an instant. Near the postern gate, they found a handful of guards. Ghost tore into one before he could cry out. Jon's men overwhelmed the others in a flurry of blades. Blood splashed the stones. Jon's breath came ragged, terror and adrenaline boiling in his veins. He shoved at the gate, found it locked from within. Two of his men set to work with picks and crowbars. The gate groaned, refusing. Time stretched. Arrows hissed overhead, but the defenders apparently hadn't noticed them in the confusion of the larger battle. With a crack, the gate gave way. Jon hauled it open, stepping into a dim corridor that smelled of damp and fear. The city. He glanced at his small band, 8 men, plus himself and Ghost. Fewer now, one had fallen in the scuffle outside. Stay close, he said, voice hushed. We head uphill toward the Red Keep. Avoid confrontation if we can. They pressed forward, footsteps echoing in the gloom. A single torch sputtered on the wall. The corridor led to a cramped side street. Emerging onto it, they found themselves in a warren of twisting alleys, the city's sprawl rising around them. Distant screams and clangs came from the battlements. Smoke drifted overhead. Civilians cowered behind shuttered windows or darted in panicked clusters through the streets. Some recognized the dire wolf sigils and shrank away. Jon's map of King's Landing was incomplete at best, gleaned from old books and whatever the refugees had told him. But he knew the general direction, the Red Keep perched on the eastern heights near the bay. He gestured for the group to move. A few stray gold cloaks appeared, drawn by the chaos, but the infiltration team hid or dispatched them quietly. Ghost proved invaluable, sniffing out dangers before they stumbled into a trap. With each block they advanced, the noise of the siege grew more distant, replaced by frantic confusion in the city's heart. Word of the assault must have spread like wildfire. People shouted of Renly's armies at the gates, of northerners in the streets. The group had to be careful not to get caught in any riot. Once, they came across a band of half-starved peasants attacking a gold cloak in a corner, venting fury at the city's defenders. Jon ushered his men onward, not wanting to draw attention. They reached the foot of the hill leading to the Red Keep by mid-morning. Its red walls rose ominously, the castle perched above the city like a fortress within a fortress. The main gates were heavily guarded, more so now that a siege threatened from outside. Archers lined the walls, and men with halberds blocked the approach. Jon's heart sank at the sight. A direct rush would be suicide. He scanned for side entrances or some cunning approach. One of the infiltration men, a wiry fellow from the Riverlands named Todrick, tugged Jon's sleeve. Sewer grate, near the foot of the ramp. The refugees said the Red Keep has old passages. Could be we can slip inside if we find the right runnel? Jon nodded, recalling the Harrenhal infiltration. Lead on. They circled east, hugging the shadows of a tall building. Smoke drifted from the ramparts. Occasional booms echoed from the distance, catapults or something more fearsome. Jon couldn't tell if it was a new front or the same chaos. They found the grate behind a collapsed stable, a half-submerged arch of iron in a slick stone channel. Ghost sniffed at it and bristled. The stench was foul. Jon grimaced. We don't have a choice. Quickly. Crouching, they worked to loosen the grate, applying crowbars again. Every moment felt precarious, as if gold cloaks or Lannister soldiers might appear behind them. Sweat trickled down Jon's neck. Finally, the bars gave way with a squeal. One by one, they slipped in. Fetid water lapped at their boots, carrying waste from the keep's upper levels. Jon tried not to gag. Ghost hesitated, ears flattened, but followed. This tunnel was narrower and more claustrophobic than Harrenhal's. Rivulets of grime and muck dribbled along the walls. Torches were few, so they relied on a single lantern. Jon had to stoop to avoid the low ceiling, heart pounding at every echo. They pressed forward, feeling their way deeper. The slope trended upward. Something scuttled in the dark, rats, likely, or worse. The men mumbled curses, but none turned back. At last, they reached a branching in the tunnel. One route led to a heavy grate overhead from which light glimmered faintly. Jon signaled them to halt. He climbed a short ladder and pressed his ear to the grate. No footsteps above. He shoved lightly, it was stuck. Another man, bigger, moved up and thrust his shoulder against it. With a groan, the grate shifted. Jon winced at the noise, but it was too late to worry. He peeked through the small gap. Above lay a storeroom or sublevel of the keep. Torchlight revealed barrels stacked against rough stone walls. No one was in sight. Carefully, they pushed the grate open enough for a man to squeeze through. Jon scrambled out, helping Ghost up after him. The rest followed. They found themselves in a dank chamber, possibly a wine cellar by the smell. Deafening booms from outside shook the walls. Clearly, the siege had escalated. Jon gestured for silence. They crept along a corridor littered with crates. Up a short flight of stairs, they came to a door. Ghost sniffed and whined softly. Carefully, Jon cracked it open. Voices drifted from somewhere. Soldiers? Servants? Hard to tell. They advanced in pairs, checking corners. The keep's interior was a maze of corridors, side rooms, and twisting staircases. Tapestries depicting Targaryen dragons or scenes of old conquests lined the walls. A deep sense of foreboding weighed on Jon. Here was the seat of power that had condemned Ned Stark. Now, ironically, it was filled with Lannister men. On an upper level, they heard marching footsteps. Jon signaled them to hide in a side alcove. A squad of gold cloaks clattered by, muttering about the Baratheon men at the gate and green fire. Once the footsteps receded, Jon led his group deeper. If the refugees were correct, the Maiden Vault adjoined a courtyard near the Royal September. That meant heading east through a cluster of corridors, then ascending a tower's spiral steps. The keep's walls trembled again, dust sifting from the rafters. War raged outside, but inside was no safer. They reached a broad hallway with tall windows. Smoke drifted across the sky beyond, and the clang of arms came through faintly. 2 gold cloaks guarded a large wooden door at the far end. Jon's gut told him that door might lead to the courtyard by the September. They had no choice but to engage. He signaled half his men forward. They rushed, weapons drawn. One guard shouted in alarm, but Ghost leapt on him before it became a full cry. The other guard managed to draw steel, only to be cut down by Todrick. They dragged the bodies aside, heartbeats thundering in their ears. Through the door, they found a small courtyard paved in marble overshadowed by the Red Keep's towers. At the far side, a short columned walkway led to a building with tall, arched windows, the Maiden Vault if the gossip was true. 3 Lannister guards stood in the courtyard, startled by the incursion. Intruders, one shouted. Jon's men fanned out. An arrow from one of the infiltration archers sank into a guard's chest. Another guard charged, but Jon met him head-on, Longclaw ringing against the man's blade. The Valyrian steel sheared through the guard's sword, continuing into a savage slash that opened his throat. Blood spattered the marble. The last guard turned to flee, but Ghost bounded after him, dragging him down with a muffled snarl. Panting, Jon beckoned the men onward. That must be it, he said, staring at the imposing double doors that marked the entrance to the Maiden Vault. A hush fell, broken only by the distant roar of war. If Sansa was here, they were close. They rushed across the courtyard. Arrows from above whizzed, so at least a few defenders had spotted them. One infiltration man cried out, struck in the leg. Jon knelt to help, but the man waved him off, grimacing. I'll hold them. Go. Jon forced himself onward. 3 men plus Ghost joined him in storming the Maiden Vault's entrance. The doors were unbarred, perhaps no one expected a direct approach from inside the keep. They burst into a small foyer lined with columns. A pair of startled attendants dropped a tray of food, eyes wide. Where's Lady Sansa Stark? Jon demanded, sword raised. The attendants cowered, pointing to a staircase. Up there, 3rd floor, guarded, one stammered. Jon sprinted, heart pounding. He wondered if the building might have more defenders. They found a spiral stair, echoing with distant shouts from above. Light poured through narrow windows. On the 2nd landing, a cluster of Lannister men confronted them. One wore partial plate, a sergeant by the look of him. Hold them off, he roared. The infiltration team collided with them in a vicious clash of steel. Jon saw a flash of gold cloak, the hiss of a spear aiming at his midsection. He twisted, Longclaw knocking the spear aside, then countered with a slash that bit into the spearman's chest. Another attacker lunged only to have his hamstring torn by Ghost's fangs. The corridor rang with the sounds of fighting, the stench of sweat and blood. Eventually, the defenders lay dead or dying. Jon's chest heaved. Another of his men bled from a deep gash in the arm. They had no time to treat him, so they pressed onward. More stairs, more corridors. Screams from somewhere, a woman's voice. Jon prayed it was not Sansa. Finally, they reached a locked door at the end of a narrow hall. The corridor was empty, though the tapestries on the walls showed scenes of the faith's history. This had to be it. Stand back, Jon said, motioning Todrick forward with a small pry bar. They attacked the lock. Ghost prowled near Jon's side, hackles raised. Each second felt like an hour. More tremors shook the keep and the acrid smell of smoke drifted in. A scraping sound. The lock gave. Jon shoved the door open, sword at the ready. Inside lay a modest suite of chambers clearly meant for a noble occupant. A figure in a pale gown stood near a window, eyes wild. Sansa Stark. The sight of her nearly buckled Jon's knees. She looked thinner, her face drawn, red hair tangled. She let out a gasp at the sudden intrusion. Then recognition lit her eyes. Jon, she whispered, incredulous. Jon lowered Longclaw. Sansa, I'm here to take you home. Her lips trembled. You're real? The guards said intruders. She glanced around, spotting Ghost, the armed men behind Jon, the blood on their clothes. A sudden sob escaped her. She rushed forward, practically collapsing into Jon's arms. They said father was an Arya. Oh gods, I prayed someone would come. Jon held her tight, heart twisting. Father's gone, but we have Robb's army outside. You're safe now. We must leave quickly. She nodded through tears, panic crossing her features. They might come. Joffrey threatened me. The Queen. We have to. She broke off, seeing Jon's men had begun searching for possible threats in the chamber. Ghost sniffed about, guarding the door. Jon eased her back, scanning the room. Grab whatever you need quickly. We're going. Sansa blinked, clearly beyond caring about possessions. She wore slippers and a thin gown. One infiltration man tossed her a cloak from a trunk by the wall. This will have to do, my lady, he said. Jon heard distant shouts from the corridor outside, more Lannisters approaching, or gold cloaks. They needed to escape. We'll go back the way we came, he told Sansa. Try to slip out through the same sewer gate. If the city's about to fall, we might find chaos enough to cover our retreat. She swallowed, trembling, but nodded. Let's go. They filed out of the room, Sansa clinging to Jon's arm. Two men led the way, checking corners. Ghost stayed close to her side as though understanding she needed protection. Jon kept his sword ready, adrenaline thrumming. Down the stairs again, past the corpses they had left behind. Sansa paled at the sight. By some fortune, no new guards barred their path. The infiltration team raced back through the corridors. The castle shook as if the seven hells had opened outside. Distant roars told of something monstrous happening near the gates, wildfire, perhaps, or a breach. Jon prayed Robb still lived. They gained the courtyard, stepping over the bodies of the men they had slain before. The infiltration man with an arrow in the leg had collapsed from blood loss. Jon grimaced, kneeling by him. The man's breath rattled. Go, no time, he gasped. Jon squeezed his hand, unable to do more. Death was everywhere. Sansa stared, mouth quivering, and turned away. An arrow whistled from above, bouncing off marble. The watchers on the battlements had spotted them. Run! Jon shouted, escorting Sansa across the open space. A second arrow narrowly missed. Ghost snarled, scanning overhead. They ducked back into the corridor that led to the southwestern postern. The infiltration group limped onward, 6 men left, plus Sansa and Ghost. Down the dank passage, reeking of spilled blood. At each twist, Jon expected a force of Lannisters to appear. But luck held, or else the keep had bigger concerns at the gate. When they emerged onto the city streets, they found them in chaos. Smoke billowed from somewhere deeper inside the walls. Crowds of small folk ran in panic, clutching children and sacks of belongings. Flames flickered in the distance. A sudden explosion shook the ground, accompanied by a green flash lighting the sky. Wildfire! Sansa shrieked. Jon grabbed her hand. This way. He led her through the frantic masses, forging a path toward the southwestern corner. Yet the turmoil slowed them. Bodies clogged the streets, either from riots or stray arrows. A few ragged men tried to accost them, perhaps seeing the cloak on Sansa, but Ghost's bared teeth changed their minds. Another ripple of green fire lit the horizon. Stannis or the defenders had unleashed the dreaded substance near the bay, presumably. The city had become a battlefield inside and out. They reached the postern gate they'd used to enter. A group of gold cloaks was there now, setting up a barricade. Jon cursed under his breath. Retreat that way seemed impossible. He glanced around for an alternate route. Sansa's grip on his arm tightened. "Jon, what do we do?" Her voice trembled. One infiltration man pointed. "We can climb that half-ruined section of wall. Look, it's damaged from some old repair. Then we might drop to the other side if the moat's not too deep." Jon nodded, scanning the area. The gold cloaks were focused on the gate itself, not the adjacent rubble. "Let's try." They slipped into a side alley, picking their way through collapsed scaffolding. Sansa's gown caught on a jagged stone, tearing. Ghost bounded ahead, sniffing for threats. They found a portion of the wall partially collapsed, with a precarious slope of broken masonry. Beyond it, if they could scale up and over, they might drop into the fields outside. One infiltration man tested the climb, dislodging bits of rock. "Careful," he warned. "It's crumbling." Jon looked at Sansa, concerned she might not manage. "I'll help you." He sheathed long claw, stepping behind her so she wouldn't fall. She pressed her lips together and began to climb, pale knuckles gripping the loose stones. Another infiltration man scrambled ahead, trying to find a stable path. Below, they heard shouts someone had seen them. An arrow cracked against stone. Sansa gasped, nearly losing her footing. Jon steadied her. "Keep going," he urged, heart pounding. At the top of the rubble slope, the infiltration man who had gone first waved. "Over here. It's a short drop to the outside. Watch for the moat." One by one, they navigated the last few steps. Finally, Sansa and Jon reached the top. Beyond lay a muddy strip, then a ditch of water, then open ground. Another arrow whizzed by, clattering off rock. Jon cursed. "We jump." He grabbed Sansa's hand. "On 3. 1, 2, 3. They leapt from the broken wall, tumbling down the rubble on the outer side. Sansa landed awkwardly, crying out as her ankle twisted. Jon crashed onto his side, the breath knocked from his lungs. Ghost scrambled up, shaking dust from his fur. One infiltration man landed heavily, not moving. Another simply vanished somewhere behind them, perhaps shot by an arrow at the last moment. The survivors slid into the shallow moat with a splash. Cold, filthy water swirled around Jon's knees. He helped Sansa across, ignoring the stabbing pain in his ribs. They climbed onto the muddy bank, emerging beyond the city's walls. The scene outside was no calmer. The thunder of battle raged to the south and west, where Renly and Robb hammered the gates. The sky was gray with smoke and dust, but they had escaped the Red Keep. Sansa shivered, tears slipping down her cheeks, a mixture of relief and terror. Jon and the men guided her away from the walls, hugging the shadows of a small copse. Ghost trotted at her side, occasionally glancing back. No pursuit emerged. The gold cloaks had too much to handle elsewhere. Jon tried to calm his racing heart. "We need to find Robb," he said. "Or at least rally with the northern lines." They picked their way through the outskirts, the farmland torn by war. The rumble of catapults and cries of men echoed from the distant gates. At one point, they saw a cavalry charge near the southwestern approach. Tyrell banners swirling in a violent clash with Lannister horse. The infiltration group kept their distance. Sansa could barely walk on her injured ankle, so Jon supported her. Twice, they had to hide behind hedgerows as random pockets of fighting rolled by. The entire region around King's Landing had become a battlefield. Smoke blackened the horizon, the tang of wildfire stinging their noses. Eventually, they stumbled upon a cluster of northern archers, recognized by their cloaks. The men started in alarm at the sight of Sansa, battered and trembling. One archer recognized her from descriptions, crying out, "My Lady Sansa, the king in the north will want to see you at once." Jon nodded, relief coursing through him. They followed the archers along an improvised path leading behind a battered orchard. There, they found a portion of Robb's host regrouping after an assault on the walls. Wounded men lay on makeshift pallets, moaning for the maester. A cry went up, "Jon Snow has Lady Sansa." Soldiers parted, letting them pass. Sansa clung to Jon's arm, exhaustion etched on her face. Ghost padded close, as if guarding her from further harm. Then Robb emerged through the throng, helmet in hand, hair matted with sweat. He saw Sansa and froze, eyes wide. "Sansa!" he breathed, rushing forward. She let out a sob of recognition, folding into his arms. Robb held her close, voice thick. "You're safe, you're safe." She trembled, tears streaking her cheeks. "They killed Father Joffrey. He's—" "I know," Robb whispered. We'll avenge him, Sansa. We'll avenge us all. He guided her aside, letting men bring blankets and water. Jon sank to one knee, panting, arms quivering with fatigue. A swirl of emotions roiled in him. Relief, triumph, horror at the cost. The infiltration had succeeded beyond all odds. Yet the battle still raged, and thousands died around them. He glanced up at the city walls, smoke-choked, hearing the distant roar of catapults. The war wasn't over, but at least one Stark was freed from Joffrey's clutches. Robb knelt beside Jon, resting a hand on his shoulder. "You did it," he said, voice hushed. "You saved her." Jon met his brother's gaze. "We lost good men, but we got her out." Robb nodded, sorrow shadowing his face. "They'll be honored. We'll never forget what they did. As for you, brother, I can never repay this." Jon bowed his head, feeling a leaden fatigue settle into his bones. "We're not done yet." "The city?" Robb's mouth pressed into a grim line. "Renly's men keep pressing. We've had some success on the western walls, but the Lannisters fight fiercely. There's word Stannis attacked the harbor, and wildfire was unleashed. The bay is ablaze. It's chaos. But we have Sansa now. No matter how this ends, they can't use her against us." Jon closed his eyes, relief mingling with dread. The cost of the day's fighting was still unknown. Sansa was safe, yes, but thousands might be burning or drowning or cut down in the city's streets. The future of the realm hung in the balance. With Tywin inside and Joffrey perched on the Iron Throne behind those walls, no immediate victory was guaranteed. Not even Renly's Grand Alliance might suffice if the Lannisters used every vile trick at their disposal. Yet Sansa's rescue shone as a bright moment of hope in the gloom of war. She would no longer be at Joffrey's mercy. Arya was still missing, one heartbreak at a time. Jon forced himself to stand, ignoring the ache in his ribs. "Let me see to Sansa's ankle, then I'll rejoin the fight if needed." Robb squeezed his shoulder. "Rest first. The men can manage. We'll hold our lines. We've accomplished what many thought impossible. The rest is in the gods' hands." Nearby, Sansa sat on a fallen log, face streaked with tears. A blanket draped her shoulders. She looked small, fragile, but a flicker of relief lit her eyes when Jon knelt in front of her. "Thank you," she whispered. "I thought I'd never see home again." Jon shook his head gently. "We'll get you home one way or another. I promise." In the distance, beyond the orchard, the crash of another catapult stone reverberated. A pillar of green flame erupted along the city's outer ramparts, sending a roar through the battlefield. Jon winced, half expecting the ground to split. War was not done claiming its toll, but in this single heartbeat, they had reclaimed a piece of what was lost. Sansa was safe in Stark hands. Jon had kept his vow to her and to himself, though countless vows still tugged at him from all corners of the world. Ghost pressed close, nuzzling Sansa's knee as if to reassure her. She managed a shaky smile. Robb stood watch, scanning the horizon for any sign that the city might yield or the Lannisters might counter. No matter what came next, the Starks would face it together, a pack tested by betrayal and heartbreak, forging their path through blood and fire. The day was not yet won, but for the first time since Ned Stark's death, a sense of unity and fierce hope glimmered among them, faint as dawn, yet enough to drive them onward. Amid the din of catapults and the green-hued glow streaking the sky, Jon Snow helped Sansa sip from a waterskin. Her face was dirty, her copper hair tangled, but she was safe. A short distance away, Robb stood conferring with his closest advisors, their voices too low for others to hear. Despite the swirling chaos in the distance, a hush clung to this orchard, an oddly still pocket on the edge of slaughter. Now and then, messengers galloped past, spattering mud, shouting snippets of news. A breach along the west wall, Renly's columns pressing forward, Stannis at the bay with burning ships. Each rumor added fresh tension to the air. Sansa grimaced, massaging her twisted ankle. Her eyes flickered toward the city's distant battlements. "I can't believe I'm free of him," she whispered, breath unsteady. "He had such plans. They locked me away. Sometimes he'd force me into the throne room just to jeer at me before the court." Jon squeezed her hand, anger simmering at the thought of Joffrey's cruelty. "You're with family now. He can't reach you." She shuddered. "All I want is to go home. Winterfell, if it's still ours. They told me so many things, Jon. That the Lannisters burned Winterfell to ashes. That Theon Greyjoy betrayed Robb. I didn't know what was true." Jon's heart sank, recalling that Theon had ventured to Pike, hoping to sway Balon Greyjoy's ships for their cause. They'd had no ravens from Theon in quite some time. That absence weighed heavily on Robb's mind. Winterfell stands, Jon said carefully. I've heard no word it's fallen to any enemy. My brothers Bran and Rickon are there, under the care of the Castellan. As for Theon, I don't know, but we'll get you north. You'll see for yourself. She exhaled, half in relief, half in lingering dread. What if the war follows us there? Jon had no easy answer. War had a way of seeping into every corner. He only knew that Robb had pledged to keep the North safe, even if it meant forging alliances or shedding yet more blood. We'll protect it, he said at last. And you? Robb approached, face lined with dirt and worry. Behind him strode Roose Bolton, silent as a wraith, and Rickard Karstark with his grim set of features. A few Stark guards hovered, ready for any new commands. Ghost padded over, sniffing Sansa's injured foot as though checking on her condition. How is she? Robb asked Jon in a low voice. Tired, hurt, but she'll manage, Jon replied. He turned to Sansa. You should ride with the baggage train westward, away from the city. It's too dangerous here. Sansa looked to Robb. I want to be away from King's Landing, but I don't want to leave you if something terrible happens. Robb knelt beside her, voice gentler than Jon had heard it in weeks. You've done your part just by surviving that den. Let us handle the rest. Our maester will see to your ankle. Then we'll keep you safe behind our lines. A tear slipped down her cheek, but she nodded. As you say, your grace. The title came out tentative as though she still expected Joffrey's lash. Robb bowed his head gravely. We'll speak soon. For now, rest. He motioned for one of the guards to help her toward a nearby cart where a maester, scarce though healers were, could tend the ankle. Two men gently lifted her onto a borrowed horse to carry her away from the orchard. Jon stayed close until she was out of earshot. Only then did Robb address the real crisis at hand. Reports say Renly has forced the Iron Gate on the southern side, Robb told Jon. But the Lannisters are putting up a furious fight near the Mud Gate. Stannis' ships landed men on the beach, though they've set half the bay ablaze with wildfire. It's chaos. I'm told entire stretches of the harbor front are in flames, along with some of Stannis' own galleys. Karstark rubbed his beard. If Renly is inside the walls, the city might yield soon enough. Bolton gave a dispassionate shrug. Or they might fight to the last. Tywin is cunning. He could attempt a retreat with Joffrey and the Queen Mother, or barricade the Red Keep. Do we press into the city as well, or do we let Renly do the bleeding? Jon saw the conflict in Robb's eyes. The entire campaign had hinged on dethroning Joffrey, but the North had always kept one foot out of the southern quagmire. If Tywin escapes with Joffrey, Jon said, this war drags on. If he's cornered, he may do something desperate. We must decide quickly, Karstark put in. Now that Sansa is safe, we have less to lose by pressing. Yet it might cost thousands of lives. Robb glanced at the city's blackened horizon, smoke trailing upward in spires of gloom. I gave my word to Renly, we'd coordinate. I won't stand idle while he does all the fighting. But neither will I fling our men into a pyre of wildfire. We'll muster at the western gate, and if the defenders break, we push inside. If they hold, we hold. Bolton offered his quiet agreement. A prudent plan, your grace. Jon frowned, mind spinning. What about Joffrey himself? Or Tywin? If we can capture them, good, Robb replied, voice brittle. But I won't sacrifice the Northmen on a mad chase. Let Renly's knights seek the glory of toppling the Iron Throne. Our goal is justice for father. Justice for the North. He paused. Still, be vigilant. The Lannisters might attempt to sally. With Stannis at the bay, they'll look for any gap in our lines. They returned to the broader host waiting in the orchard's protective ring. Some men nursed arrow wounds or shield bruises from the earlier assault on the western walls. Others sat sharpening swords in tense readiness. The Great Jon boomed encouragement as Robb announced the next move. They'd probe the city's western defenses again, looking for an opening. If an opportunity presented itself, they'd drive in. If not, they'd wait to see if Renly or Stannis forced the gates. No one relished more bloodshed, but the men roared their loyalty to the king in the north. Before they set off, Jon asked permission to check on Sansa once more. Robb agreed, gesturing that he had tasks of his own. Jon found Sansa in a makeshift medical station behind a low ridge where wounded men lay on blankets. A maester was binding her ankle with strips of linen, wrapping it tightly. Sansa looked up, face pale. They say it isn't broken, but I'll be limping for a while. Jon mustered a reassuring smile. That's good news. She nodded, but her eyes remained clouded with worry. Where are you going now? Back to the lines, Jon admitted. There's still a siege to finish. Fear flickered in her gaze. Will you be safe? I can't lose another brother. Jon touched her shoulder lightly. I can't promise safety. But we fight for more than just vengeance. We fight so you won't have to be afraid. If the city yields, we can finally end this madness, or at least the worst of it. Her hand clutched his. Don't let them take you prisoner, she whispered. Joffrey or Cersei, they do horrible things. He gave a firm nod, forcing a confidence he didn't fully feel. I'll be careful. Her eyes flickered again. Thank you, Jon. I was cruel to you sometimes at Winterfell, I never meant it. He cut her off gently. That was a lifetime ago. You're my sister. The only thanks I want is to see you safe, free of these nightmares. The corners of her mouth lifted, a fragile attempt at a smile. Then Jon released her hand, knowing he had to return to the front. Ghost followed at his heel as he headed back to Robb's command group, steeling himself for whatever came next. They moved out in a swift column, trying to skirt the worst pockets of chaos. The outskirts of King's Landing had become a wasteland of abandoned huts, broken fences, and scorched ground from catapult strikes. Bodies lay strewn in random clusters, some wearing gold cloaks, some Tyrell sigils, some the direwolf. The reek of death and smoke mingled with the tang of the nearby river. Overhead, the sky was an unsettling mix of cloud and drifting ash. Now and then, a fresh detonation of wildfire rocked the air, sending a hiss of green flame skyward from the direction of the harbor. Jon rode near Robb, scanning the path ahead. They advanced to within half a mile of the western gates, where they found a partial lull in the fighting. Renly's men had drawn off the city's main defenders, luring them toward the southern ramparts in a desperate attempt to keep the Iron Gate from fully collapsing. Northern archers rained arrows on any gold cloaks who dared show themselves on the walls here. The wide, trampled field was scattered with wounded on both sides. Robb turned in the saddle to address his officers. We'll test the gate. If it's lightly defended, we press. If not, we fall back. No sense in slamming ourselves against stone. The great Jon grinned. A small sense of caution, is it? All right, your grace. But let me lead the front. My men are eager for a proper fight. A ghost of a smile touched Robb's mouth. Then have at it, great Jon. We'll follow. They advanced at a steady pace, the Greyjohn's banner waving at the forefront. Jon dismounted with a group of foot soldiers, letting Ghost bound beside him. He felt a nauseous mix of fear and determination. The city loomed, a high wall of ruddy stone. Above it, faint figures manned the battlements. But no storm of arrows greeted them at first. The gold cloaks must have been drawn away to the southern crisis. The great Jon bellowed a war cry, surging forward with his men. They rushed the gatehouse. At last, a ragged volley of arrows whistled down, but it was nowhere near as dense as before. Northern shields locked together. A few men fell, cursing. Jon ducked behind a battered plank of wood. Ghost darted past, teeth flashing in a silent snarl. With a heave, a group of soldiers slammed a heavy ram against the closed gate. The impact shook the timber. A second strike. Splinters flew. Shouts echoed from the wall. Maybe a handful of defenders scrambling to repel the assault. On the third strike, the gate shuddered, cracked. Then, with a ragged crunch, it burst inward, revealing the dim interior. The great Jon let out a whoop, charging through the breach. Jon followed, heart hammering. Inside lay a guard passage leading to a small courtyard, overshadowed by the city's main thoroughfares. A trio of gold cloaks rushed forward, spears leveled. The Greyjohn's men collided with them in a flurry of steel. One gold cloak went down under an axe blow. Another stumbled. Ghost leapt, clamping onto his arm. The last turned to flee. Chaos consumed the courtyard, shouting, the scrape of boots, the clang of metal. Jon cut down a panicked guard who raised a short sword in desperation. The man toppled, blood darkening the stones. Guilt twisted in Jon's gut, but he pushed it aside. War demanded no second thoughts. Northern reinforcements poured in through the gate. Some archers scaled a narrow staircase to clear the wall walk. Jon, breathing hard, found himself pressed deeper into the city with the Greyjohn's vanguard. Suddenly, they stood on a street lined with tall, cramped buildings, shutters rattling. Civilians peeked out from doorways. A distant roar signaled heavy fighting near the heart of King's Landing. Robb's banner emerged in the courtyard behind Jon, the king in the north himself guiding more men inside. "Secure the gatehouse," Robb ordered. "Then push forward block by block. If we meet strong resistance, we hold position. Renly's men or Stannis's might converge soon. Jon wiped sweat from his brow, glancing at the dull sky overhead. What if we run into Tywin's host in the streets? Then we handle them, Robb said grimly. But we won't chase. We keep formation, methodical and steady. No foolish charges. He paused, searching Jon's face. You're with me, brother? Jon inclined his head, swallowing dryness. The city beckoned like a labyrinth of uncertain perils. Yet they advanced. The Greyjoy's men fanned out, testing side streets. Ghost trotted near Jon, muzzle flecked with red. A few gold cloaks tried to mount a defense at a small barricade of overturned carts, but the northern host overran them swiftly. The defenders either died or threw down weapons, begging for mercy. Robb ordered them bound, not slaughtered, and left behind a handful of guards to keep them under watch. As they moved eastward, the city's architecture closed in. Towering tenements leaned overhead, some connected by flimsy walkways. Shattered windows, debris in the streets, signs of looting or panic. Now and then they passed pockets of small folk who cowered or fled at the sight of armed men. The swirling stench of sewage, ash, and fear engulfed them. In the distance, green plumes still rose from the direction of the Blackwater Bay. Another explosion reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. They pressed on. From time to time, a band of gold cloaks or Lannister guards sprang from a side alley and a skirmish broke out. The Northmen, better organized in squads, usually won quickly. But each clash cost more lives. Jon saw men cut down on both sides. The air reeked of iron and smoke. Near midday, they reached a broader avenue that sloped upward toward the city's center. Distant chaos raged, likely near the Red Keep or the Great September. Robb conferred with his lords, scanning for the next move. Renly might be assaulting the Red Keep from the south, he said, half to himself. If we keep to the backstreets, we might circle behind any major Lannister force. Where's Tywin? A scout galloped up, breathless. Your Grace, word from the southern approach, Renly's men have seized large portions of Flea Bottom. The small folk took up arms against the gold cloaks. It's pandemonium. They say the Lannisters are barricaded near the Red Keep with archers on the walls. Some believe Tywin is rallying troops in the castle yard, trying to keep Joffrey safe. Robb's lips tightened. So he's not fleeing. Let's see if we can link with Renly's lines before Tywin organizes a counterattack. Forward, but maintain caution. They advanced up the wide avenue, passing shuttered shops and a half-burnt inn. Debris littered the roadway, broken crates, dead horses, rubble from collapsed awnings. Jon's chest felt tight with tension. War's brutality pressed in from all directions, yet the real battle still loomed. A fresh wave of footsteps echoed from ahead. Northern scouts signaled. A band of Lannister infantry, perhaps 100 strong, blocked the street near a huge statue of King Baelor. Their shields gleamed, each emblazoned with the Golden Lion. Robb formed a quick shield wall, the Greyjoy's men at the center, Karstark's on the right, Mormont's on the left. Jon found himself in the front ranks with a sword-wielding Karen of House Mormont at his side. Ghost waited behind, poised to spring. They all heard the Lannister captain barking orders. Then the lines clashed in a thunder of steel. Jon fought amid the crush, parrying a spear thrust before slashing downward at an exposed shoulder. The man cried out, staggering. Another soldier pressed in, metal scraping metal. Jon shoved him away with a grunt. Ghost lunged past a break in the shield wall, seizing a foe's leg. The soldier toppled, screeching. The entire clash was a muddle of roars, cursing, shrieks of pain. Overhead, crows circled as if anticipating a feast. Robb fought not far from Jon, gray wind tearing into the flank of a knight who dared strike at the king in the north. The knight's horse reared, unseating its rider. Robb turned swiftly, his sword driving into a second foe's midsection. Blood spattered. The Lannister lines wavered under the Northmen's fierce onslaught. Some tried to retreat, but found themselves cornered by collapsed buildings. Others died where they stood. Within minutes, the survivors threw down their shields, yielding. Gasping, Jon surveyed the carnage. Bodies in Lannister crimson and stark gray lay side by side. He forced back a surge of revulsion. The cost of every step was measured in blood. Robb wiped his sword on a fallen cloak, eye scanning the battered Lannisters. Any sign of Tywin among you? He demanded. The captives just shook their heads, fear etched on their faces. Robb ordered them disarmed and guarded. Then the Northmen continued onward. They pressed deeper toward the city's heart. Now the architecture changed, grander facades but scorched, battered. Here and there, they found wide plazas littered with the detritus of riot, fallen market stalls, rotting produce, broken glass. Smoke drifted overhead, tinted green at times from distant wildfire. A rumor spread among the men that Stannis had withdrawn from the bay after losing too many ships, though some said he'd simply blockaded the port. No one knew for sure, only that the city's defenders seemed less numerous than expected. Perhaps many had died or deserted. By mid-afternoon, they reached an open square from which the Red Keep was plainly visible, perched on its high vantage across the city's eastern quarter. The great walls of the castle reared up, overshadowed by the monstrous spikes of the dragon skull gates and the towers behind. Roose Bolton approached Robb, pointing out columns of smoke rising near the keep. Renly must be assaulting from the far side, he surmised. We see only glimpses, but it looks fierce. Robb studied the distance. Then we'll close in from here. If Tywin is pinned, the keep could fall before nightfall. He turned, addressing the men. We push for that causeway leading uphill. The Great John gave a hearty cheer, though the men were clearly weary from hours of fighting and marching. They marched on, navigating side roads to circumvent rubble. Cautious of any ambush, they posted archers at vantage points along the way. In the midst of one broad thoroughfare, the remains of a hastily constructed barricade smoldered, Renly's sigils painted on splintered planks. It seemed his men had already passed through. The Northmen followed the trail. Jon's limbs felt leaden. He bore bruises from earlier fights, and each breath rattled with dust. Ghost, too, was streaked with grime, sides heaving. But the direwolf kept silent guard, occasionally baring fangs at suspicious corners. They forced themselves onward, spurred by the sense that the day's outcome was near. The Red Keep's massive walls loomed ever closer, lit by the half-choked sunlight. Suddenly, a scout hurried back. A large group ahead, your grace. Dozens of men in golden lion surcoats, some knights, some foot. And I saw a banner, a crimson field with a golden lion. Possibly Tywin's personal standard. Robb's spine straightened. Tywin himself is near? That's what it looked like, my lord. They're in a broad courtyard at the base of the castle ramp, forming up as if to break out or meet an attack. The scout swallowed hard. They have archers on the rooftops, a strong position. Hard to flank them on these narrow streets. Roose Bolton rubbed his chin. If we confront them head-on, it'll be a slaughter. Best to hold them in place until Renly's men press from the opposite side. We can trap them. Robb's jaw clenched. And if Tywin tries to slip away in the confusion? The Great John spat. Good riddance if he flees. We can chase him down on open ground. Jon said nothing, remembering how Tywin's cunning had thwarted them many times. If Tywin escaped, the war might simply shift to a new front. What if we block every route but one? Force them to funnel out or surrender? Bolton's pale eyes flicked to Jon. We'd need to hold multiple streets at once. It might stretch us thin, but it's possible. Let them see no path but through our lines. Robb weighed the idea. All right, we'll form a ring around the courtyard, covering each exit. The Lannisters might attempt to charge. Let them. We'll break them here if we can. He glanced around, voice sharp. Karstark, take your men left. Bolton, circle to the right. Great John, you hold the center with me. Jon found himself included in the center group, about 200 men strong, bristling with spears and swords. They crept forward in a methodical hush, flanking the street that fed into the courtyard. When the first line of Lannister archers spotted them, a flurry of arrows rained down. Northern shields clanged. Robb shouted for them to take cover behind chunks of fallen masonry. The street reverberated with tension, the stench of death and dust swirling. Jon crouched behind a collapsed column, peering ahead. The courtyard was broad, ringed by tall buildings on 3 sides, the Red Keep's outer ramp looming on the 4th. A cluster of Lannister knights on horseback formed a wedge near Tywin's banner. Men scurried to defend vantage points, rooftops, balconies, windows. There must have been a good 300 or 400 at least, still a sizable force. This was no token rear guard. Tywin was preparing for something desperate. The Northmen advanced in small surges, using cover to close the distance. From parallel streets, Jon heard Karstark's horns and Bolton's war cries, meaning they too were engaging. A sense of tightening walls, a net closing. The Lannisters knew it, frenzied shouts echoed from the courtyard. Arrows whipped through the air. One struck a man near Jon, piercing his neck. He collapsed with a gargling sound, sending a jolt of horror through Jon. He forced himself to keep moving, sword unsheathed, shield held high. After a final push, the Greyjohn's men broke into the courtyard from the west, fanning out behind carts and toppled statues. Tywin's knights were forced to pivot. A clang of steel rang out as the Greyjohn's group clashed with a portion of their line. Ghost sprang in, pulling a footman from behind. Jon battered aside a spear, then lunged forward to parry an incoming blade. He glimpsed Robb's figure a dozen yards away, locked in a savage exchange with a Lannister knight. Grey wind snapped at the knight's horse, sowing panic. Up on the rooftops, Bolton's archers loosed volleys downward, pinning Lannister crossbowmen in place. Another contingent of Northmen poured in from the left, Karstark's banners. The courtyard churned into a swirling melee. Men hollered, swords crashed, horses screamed. The midday sun glinted off steel. Then, above the din, a bull-throated roar, form wedge. Charge! That voice, cold and commanding, had to be Tywin's or one of his captains. Lannister knights spurred their horses, forming a wedge aimed at the Greatjon's center. They thundered forward, steel-shod hooves pounding. The Greatjon bellowed for shields up. The impact was devastating. Horses crashed into men, scattering them. Jon found himself buffeted aside, nearly thrown to the ground. He slashed at a passing horse's flank, wincing as it screamed. The knight toppled, colliding with a cluster of foot soldiers. Another knight hammered into the northern line, forcing a gap. Arrows flew, but not enough to stop the impetus of the charge. Robb glimpsed the breach and dashed toward it, risking everything to keep the formation from collapsing. Grey Wind lunged at a second horse, ripping at its hind leg. The beast fell, throwing its armored rider into the rubble. Jon forced his way closer, blocking a spear aimed at Robb's back. The spear cracked against Jon's shield. He retaliated with a brutal slash, Longclaw biting into the attacker's collarbone. Warm blood sprayed. His stomach churned. There was no time to think, only survive. Gradually, the wedge stalled in the tangle of debris and concentrated arrow fire. Lannister knights tried to regroup, but the momentum was lost. The Greatjon seized the advantage, smashing into their flank with his axe. "For the north!" he roared. Men fell on both sides, the courtyard becoming a butcher's floor. Bolton's men emerged from the rooftop vantage to join the fray. Karstark's spears pressed from behind, penning the Lannisters in. Panic rippled through Tywin's ranks. Jon glimpsed a tall figure in ornate armor near the center, a golden lion helm reflecting the sun. Could that be Tywin? The man barked orders, hacking at Karstark's soldiers. Another cluster of Lannister men braced around him, a personal guard. Jon's chest tightened. If Tywin was there, this might be the moment. He looked around for Robb, who was locked in a savage fight with a knight in gilded plate. Grey Wind danced around them, trying to find a chance to strike. Summoning his resolve, Jon shoved forward with the Greatjon's line, determined to reach the man in the lion helm. Ghost darted beside him, weaving through the clash. They cut down 2 more Lannister soldiers who attempted to block them. The acrid tang of sweat and blood choked the air. Another volley of arrows from Bolton's men rained down, forcing the Lannisters to huddle behind shields. Then, with a final surge, Jon and the Greatjon burst through. The man in the lion helm whirled to face them, flanked by 3 battered guards. "Fall back," he snarled, voice echoing in the gilded visor. "Hold them off." One guard lunged at the Greatjon, who parried with a wild swing. Another rushed Jon. Longclaw met the man's blade in a shriek of steel. Jon twisted, forcing the guard's sword aside, and Ghost snapped at the guard's leg. The man fell with a scream. Jon finished him with a thrust, heart pounding, mind numb to everything but the need to press on. Lionhelm backed away, searching for an exit. He turned briefly, and the battered plumes on his helm parted just enough for Jon to see a flash of pale, patrician features. Tywin Lannister. Their eyes met across the swirl of combat. A flicker of cold fury passed between them, Tywin's mouth setting in a tight line. He shouted something at his remaining men, then turned to retreat, presumably toward the ramp leading to the castle. But Karstark's forces blocked that route. Tywin let out a harsh oath, scanning for another path. Robb arrived at that moment, sword dripping red, Grey Wind at his side. He recognized Tywin, cold fire in his gaze. "Tywin Lannister," Robb shouted, voice carrying in the chaos. "Yield and we'll grant you a clean captivity." Tywin's laugh was mirthless. "You presume too much, boy." He flung a hand in a harsh gesture. 2 of his guards rushed Robb, trying to buy Tywin time. Robb parried the first, Grey Wind tackling the second. Tywin turned to bolt, but Jon slid into his path, heart hammering. This man was the architect of Ned Stark's demise, the puppet master behind the Lannisters' rise. Jon's grip tightened on Longclaw, ghostly echoes of all their slain men fueling his resolve. Tywin lifted his sword. It was a fine blade, no doubt, though not Valyrian steel. He eyed Jon with cold disdain. "Move aside, traitor's bastard." Jon's lips curled. "You murdered my father." Tywin sneered. "Your father died a traitor to the crown. Now step aside, boy. The city is lost, but I won't die by your wretched hand. His stance was poised, a seasoned warrior despite his age. Rage and grief collided in Jon's chest. He attacked first, feinting low then cutting high. Tywin deflected with surprising skill, the ring of steel echoing. Jon pressed again, pivoting for a slash at Tywin's flank. Tywin sidestepped, returning a swift thrust that nearly caught Jon's shoulder. Ghost lunged from behind, but Tywin twisted away, slashing at the direwolf. Ghost barely dodged. Sparks flew as steel glanced off the stone floor. They circled each other, the chaos of the courtyard raging around them. Robb was still engaged with the guards, and the great Jon hammered at another cluster of Lannisters. Arrows whined overhead. Jon attacked again, hacking at Tywin's sword arm. Tywin parried, metal shrieking. He riposted with a savage side cut that forced Jon back. The man was older, but cunning and strong enough to match Jon's speed. For several heartbeats, their blades clashed in a deadly dance. At last, Jon feigned an overhead blow, then abruptly stepped in with a diagonal slash. Tywin reacted a fraction too slow. Longclaw scored a deep cut across his shoulder. Tywin hissed, dropping back as blood seeped through the gap in his armor. His expression twisted with fury. He lunged, a reckless blow aimed at Jon's chest. Jon swung up to block, arms trembling under the force. Sparks flew. At that instant, Ghost sprang, seizing Tywin's calf from behind, teeth sinking into the armor's joint. Tywin let out a sharp cry, staggering. Jon drove forward, punching aside Tywin's sword with his shield. The Lannister lord reeled, blood smeared on his breastplate. Jon had the opening. He thrust Longclaw at Tywin's chest, then hesitated. A single heartbeat. Killing Tywin in anger might be justice, but a living Tywin was a powerful hostage. Ned Stark had always taught that in war, sometimes a foe's life was worth more alive, and Sansa's safety was assured for now. But who could say what else might come of it? Tywin's eyes flared with hatred. "Do it, bastard!" He spat, breath ragged. Robb emerged behind Tywin, sword raised. He barked, "Hold, Jon!" And Jon froze an inch from plunging the blade. Tywin tried to twist away, but Grey Wind was there, growling. The Lannister lord sank to one knee, pinned by exhaustion and Ghost's jaws on his calf. A hush fell, as if all fighting in the courtyard paused to watch. The Northmen closed in, Lannister soldiers either dead or surrendering. Robb glowered down. "Tywin Lannister, do you yield?" Blood trickled from Tywin's lips. "That depends. Will you treat with honor, or butcher me like the savage your father pretended not to be?" Robb's features hardened. "Ned Stark was no butcher. You murdered him." "I had no hand in his trial," Tywin said, though bitterness laced his tone. "We all serve the throne. Does a headsman blame his sword?" Jon clenched his teeth, wanting to retort, but he looked to Robb. The king in the north steadied himself, voice tight. "Yield, and you'll be held as prisoner of House Stark. Resist, and you die here." Tywin, breathing heavily, glanced at his ruined men. The courtyard was all but lost, Lannister forces pinned by Karstark and Bolton. The Red Keep might be under siege from Renly. He let out a slow exhale. "I yield," he said at last. "But let's see if you have the wits to hold a hostage so valuable." Robb signaled to pull Ghost away. Jon whistled sharply, and the direwolf released Tywin's bleeding calf. Several northern soldiers rushed in, swords drawn, yanking Tywin's arms behind him, disarming him fully. The old lion scowled, wincing from his wounds. Blood dripped on the cobblestones. A ragged cheer rose among the Northmen. The great Jon pounded a fist to his chest. "We have Tywin Lannister. That snake is ours." The men whooped, though many were wounded or leaning on broken spears. Karstark's men tightened the ring around the courtyard. Survivors among the Lannisters cast down their swords or tried to flee, only to be cut off. The battle here was over. Through the drifting haze, Jon saw more shapes approaching from the far side. A cavalry detachment under Renly's banner. The bright green and gold stag soared at the head of the riders who trotted in, armed men scanning the carnage. At their center was Renly Baratheon himself, clad in gleaming plate, visor lifted to reveal a perspiring face. Marjorie Tyrell rode beside him, flanked by knights of the Reach. They reined up, surveying the courtyard strewn with bodies, the kneeling figure of Tywin. Renly's eyes widened. So it's done? Tywin is taken. Robb wiped sweat from his brow, turning to face Renly. He has yielded to the north. A flicker of disappointment or envy crossed Renly's face. Clearly, he'd hoped to claim that prize himself, but he forced a polite nod. Then the city is ours. Joffrey remains in the Red Keep, but we've secured the main gates and subdued most of the gold cloaks. I was on my way here to flush out any Lannister remnants. Robb let out a breath. We've done our part, and I shall not forget it, Renly said, though tension lingered in his tone. He scanned the courtyard. We must see to Joffrey's capture before nightfall. He's rumored to be cowering in Maegor's holdfast with his mother and the Kingsguard, though many gold cloaks have thrown down arms. Bolton interjected in his soft voice. We have wounded, Your Grace, ours and yours. The city is nearly in your hands, but pockets of resistance might remain. Renly nodded, glancing at the battered Northmen. Then let us combine forces to take the Red Keep swiftly. No sense in letting the boy king slip away. We'll end this. His eyes flicked to Robb, a faint gleam of calculation. You've done well today. We owe each other a measure of gratitude. Jon sensed the unspoken friction. Renly wanted to claim final victory, to be lauded as the king who took King's Landing. Robb only cared about Ned's vengeance and the North's independence. With Tywin in chains, half that battle was won. But Joffrey and Cersei remained, and the city itself lay in ruin, reeking of smoke and death. Where did that leave the North? Robb gestured to Tywin, speaking as if the matter were trivial. We'll hold him. For now, I propose we rest and reorganize. My men have had enough for one day. If you intend to storm the Red Keep tonight, we'll watch your flanks. But the brunt of it is yours. We have who we came for. Renly's expression soured briefly, but he kept his tone cordial. Of course, I understand your caution. Yet I would welcome your assistance to ensure there's no route for Joffrey to escape. He turned to a knight behind him. See that outriders ring the keep. No one leaves without our knowing. Robb nodded. Agreed. He looked to the captured Tywin, who was being bound in heavy chains by a pair of grim-faced Karstark men. We'll send him under guard to a secure location. Then we'll see if Joffrey has the sense to surrender. He'll find no mercy from me. The courtyard fell into a lull. Renly's cavalry dismounted, mingling with the exhausted Northmen. A few Tyrell knights stared at the battered direwolf banners with grudging respect. Jon sank to one knee, catching his breath. Ghost nuzzled his shoulder. The swirling sense of near disbelief settled in. They had captured Tywin Lannister, the legendary Lion of the West. Ned Stark's killer, directly or indirectly, was in chains. A keystone of Lannister power had fallen. When Jon finally looked up, he saw Robb standing in the midst of the rubble, blood on his armor, gray wind panting at his side. For a moment, their eyes met, and Jon sensed the same mixture of triumph and sorrow that burned in his own chest. Another step had been taken toward vengeance, yet the day's carnage weighed on them both. They had freed Sansa, taken Tywin, broken the city's defenders, but the war's shadow lingered still. The crown was contested among kings, the realm was fractured, and every victory tasted of ash. Renly conferred with his staff about the final assault on the Red Keep. Marjorie Tyrell offered a nod to Robb, her expression poised yet watchful. Some of Renly's men looked eager, thirsting for that last push to dethrone Joffrey. Others seemed wary of more bloodshed after witnessing the city's ruin. Overhead, the sun dipped westward, painting the haze with a lurid glow. Robb summoned Jon and the great Jon aside. I want you both to supervise Tywin's transfer, he said quietly. Take him to an old storehouse near the gate, somewhere we can guard him well. I don't trust leaving him in Renly's hands or letting him vanish in the confusion. Once he's secure, we'll decide if we're helping Renly assault the keep tonight or waiting till dawn. Jon nodded, chest tight. I'll do it. He glanced at Tywin, who stood rigid despite his wounds, flanked by Karstark men. The man's eyes still burned with cunning, even in defeat. We won't let him slip away. Good, Robb said. I must speak with Renly about the next steps. The city's near collapse. We can't have a riot or a plague on our hands. We also need to confirm Joffrey's location. Cersei might spin some scheme. He rubbed his temple. Go. Jon and the Great Jon led a detachment of reliable guards to escort Tywin out of the courtyard. They moved slowly through the war-torn streets, mindful that some stray Lannisters or Goldcloaks might attempt to rescue. Tywin limped, jaw clenched against pain. Ghost trotted alongside, red eyes never leaving the prisoner. Now and then Tywin flicked an irritated gaze at the direwolf's presence but said nothing. Blood trickled from the cut on his shoulder, though one of the Karstark men had slapped a rag over it to stanch the worst of it. They reached a sturdy stone warehouse near the western gate, once used for grain storage, now emptied by the war. The Greyjohn's men cleared it, chasing out a handful of squatters. Then they herded Tywin inside, binding him to a stout support beam. The Greyjohn loomed over him, arms folded. You try anything, I'll carve the golden lion off your breastplate. Tywin's lip curled faintly. Such threats. If only you realized that your king needs me alive more than you care to admit. Jon bristled. We'll see if Joffrey yields with or without you. Either way, you're not leaving these chains until this war ends. Tywin's gaze slid to Jon, cold as glass. Be mindful, bastard. The realm's tides shift quickly. Do you think Renly Baratheon will honor any vow he's made to your brother? Once Joffrey is out of the picture, who stands in his way? Jon refused to rise to the bait. That's for Robb to decide. You're in no position to advise anyone. Tywin's shoulders tensed, but he masked it well. I still have men. Loyal houses. The war isn't over. The Great Jon snorted. Try sending them a raven from that post. Bet you they'll be too busy praising the king in the north to answer. With a frustrated huff, Tywin subsided, closing his eyes as if to preserve what remained of his dignity. The Great Jon posted extra guards, ensuring the windows and doors were locked, then signaled to Jon they should return to Robb. Outside, the sun's light was growing long and gold across the battered city. Smoke still rose from multiple points. Distant horns told of some maneuver near the Red Keep. Jon had to step around bodies and rubble as he and the Great Jon retraced their route. Small folk peered from corners, some creeping out to sift valuables from the dead. The entire capital felt haunted, as though a single spark might ignite pandemonium anew. Ghost kept close, muzzle low. Back at the courtyard, many of the wounded had been carried off. The place was now a staging ground for various units of Renly's and Robb's armies. Robb and Renly stood in earnest discussion near a toppled statue, Margaery close by. Karstark, Bolton, and a handful of Reach lords flanked them. As Jon approached, he caught snippets of debate. Renly insisted that an immediate push on the Red Keep would end the war by nightfall. Robb countered that the men were exhausted, that night assaults often led to confusion. Margaery listened calmly, occasionally interjecting about the city's dire state. They're hungry, frightened, she said. If we prolong the chaos, the small folk might riot. That can't be helped, Robb replied, voice taut. Another wave of bloodshed in the dark could kill half our men. And we have Tywin. Joffrey is effectively undone. Renly's eyes flashed. Not while he sits that throne, boy king or not. He could slip away, or some loyalists might smuggle him out. If we act now, we catch him. A night attack in these cramped corridors? Robb shook his head. Our men are scattered, battered. Yours too. My men are prepared, Renly shot back. We took the Iron Gate, crushed the gold cloaks in Flea Bottom. Another few hours, we're at the keep's walls. Don't stand in my way. Bolton's voice slipped in like a blade of ice. We have no interest in hindering you, King Renly. We only fear for our men's lives. We have accomplished what we came for. But if you want a swift end, so be it. Only do not demand that the North shoulder your heaviest burden. Renly's jaw tightened. Margaery placed a hand on his arm, leaning to murmur something. He exhaled. Fine. I won't force your men forward if they need rest. The Tyrell host can begin the assault on the outer wards of the Red Keep. If you hear we've broken them, perhaps you'll join the final push. Robb's eyes flicked to Jon. A silent moment passed. We'll hold the western half of the city, keep the roads closed, ensure no one escapes. If you succeed in taking the keep, good. If you need help, send word. A half-smile touched Renly's lips. Agreed, for now. He turned to the cluster of Reach lords. Prepare the men. We march at once. The group dispersed. Bolton and Karstark approached Robb with final clarifications on patrolling the city's thoroughfares. Margaery lingered a moment, regarding Robb with a measured expression. Your Grace, she said softly, I know that your men have fought bravely. But if we do not strike now, the city's unrest may spark something worse. If Joffrey's men set more wildfire alight, the small folk could burn. I only urge speed. Robb managed a polite bow of his head. Your concern is valid, my lady. We will do what we can. She curtsied, then slipped away to join her king. Jon followed Robb as he left the courtyard, leading a smaller cluster of men toward a vantage point on a half-crumbled building. From there, they could see the main approach to the Red Keep where Renly's columns advanced. You disagree with him, but let him do it, Jon observed quietly. Robb sighed. Yes. If Renly wants to risk night fighting, that's his choice. We've lost too many already. My men are near collapse. And we have Sansa and Tywin. Everything else is optional. Jon gazed out at the city, dusk deepening the shadows. But if Renly takes the keep and claims the throne, what then? A bitterness tugged at Robb's mouth. We'll see. Let Renly be king if it keeps the north free. That was the arrangement. We wanted Joffrey brought down, Ned avenged. We have Tywin in chains, the city is all but fallen. The details can wait. He rubbed his eyes, exhausted. All I truly want is to bury father properly and ensure the north is safe. Jon reached over, resting a hand on Robb's shoulder. We will, he said, hoping to steady his brother. We're close. Darkness stole across King's Landing soon after, broken by flickers of torches and the eerie green glow from random patches of wildfire. From the vantage point, Jon and Robb watched Renly's men approach the Red Keep's gates, scaling some outer walls. Shouts and the clang of weapons echoed over the rooftops. Occasionally, a flash of green indicated more wildfire used defensively. The battle for the keep had begun. By midnight, the glow of torches along the ramparts told its own story. The keep was in chaos, but no sign of surrender. Messengers from Renly's side came with conflicting news. Some reported success breaching the outer wards, others spoke of fierce resistance from the King Guard. The maesters in Robb's camp tended a steady stream of wounded men from both armies. The Northmen hunkered down in the west, holding key avenues as promised. Jon patrolled the lines, ensuring no Lannister remnants attempted a breakout and that no riots flared among the smallfolk. Everywhere he went, he saw the cost of war, corpses in heaps, homes burned, children weeping at the sight of armed soldiers. The stench seemed to cling to his clothes, a reminder that victory was seldom clean. He finally returned to Robb near dawn after hours of watchful guard. Robb sat by a smoky fire in the remains of a stable yard, gray wind dozing at his feet. The young king looked hollow-eyed but determined. No final word from Renly, he told Jon. But rumor says the King's Guard is cornered in the Red Keep's throne room. Joffrey is still inside, refusing to surrender. They might fight to the last. He closed his eyes for a moment. Part of me wants to see that moment, to watch Joffrey pay for father's death. Yet I can't ask our men to shed more blood for the sake of vengeance. We have Tywin. Maybe that's enough. Jon sat on a broken bench, ghost settling near his boots. I understand. But if the boy king tries to flee, we should be sure he doesn't. Joffrey's the symbol of Lannister power now. Robb gave a hollow laugh. Yes, a petulant symbol. Let Renly handle him. Then we'll see where the pieces fall. If Joffrey lives, we might demand justice. If he dies, well, I won't mourn. Dawn came slowly, painting King's Landing in a pale, grim light. The city was battered, streets littered with corpses and rubble. Smoke drifted in columns, though the worst fires had burned out. In the stable yard, a tense hush spread among the Northmen. Then, at last, around mid-morning, a rider bearing Renly's banner arrived. His horse lathered, the man dismounted, trembling from exhaustion. His Grace King Renly sends word, he announced in a hoarse voice. The Red Keep has fallen. The King Guard has surrendered or been slain. Joffrey Baratheon was captured trying to escape through a hidden passage. The Queen Regent is in custody as well. A ripple of relief and awe ran through the northern ranks. Jon felt a shudder go through him. Joffrey taken, the cause of Ned's death, the tormentor. Of Sansa. By the old gods, justice seemed closer than ever. Robb rose slowly, meeting the messenger's gaze. And Stannis. He remains at sea, blockading the bay, the messenger said. His envoys might arrive soon, but for now, the city is in Renly's hands. He invites you, King Robb, to meet him in the throne room by midday to formalize the surrender, and to discuss the future of the Seven Kingdoms. Robb said nothing for a long moment. The men watched him, the weight of the realm pressing down. Then he nodded curtly. Tell Renly I will come. Jon drew a sharp breath. He pictured that cursed throne room where Ned's last days had played out. Now Robb would stand there as king in the north, meeting King Renly. The realm truly had turned upside down. He swallowed bitterness and rose. I'll join you if you wish. Robb squeezed Jon's shoulder in silent gratitude. Yes. Let's see if the new king keeps his promises. They prepared a small escort, enough to show strength but not to provoke. Bolton and Karstark stayed behind to keep order in the city's western half, along with most of the men. The Great Jon insisted on coming, though, boasting that he wanted to see the infamous Iron Throne for himself. Jon bridled Ghost, uneasy about bringing the dire wolf into the Red Keep. But Robb insisted they keep their wolves close, recalling how often they'd saved them. A dozen men rode with them, Mormont guards, Stark bannermen, as well as a handful of outriders to watch for any ambush. They threaded through the war-torn streets. The small folk gawked or scattered, uncertain whether to cheer. Some recognized the Stark banner, pointing and murmuring. Jon noticed many displayed signs of hunger and fear. The city's illusions of splendor had crumbled. Ahead, the Red Keep's gates stood open, guards in Tyrell livery posted on the ramparts. A battered banner of the Golden Stag hung from the ramp, half-torn. They entered cautiously, passing scorched catapults and piles of discarded weapons. Inside, the courtyard swarmed with Renly's knights, many bearing the Tyrell rose. Bodies of gold cloaks were being carted away, though some survivors were penned off to one side, looking dazed. A hush fell as Robb's party approached. Marjorie Tyrell emerged from a side archway flanked by Loras Tyrell in battered armor. She dipped a respectful nod. "King in the north. My lord father is within, aiding King Renly in reorganizing the castle. They await you in the throne room." Robb thanked her curtly. They dismounted, handing reins to stable hands who stared at Grey Wind and Ghost with pale-faced awe. The Great Jon let out a booming laugh, patting Ghost's flank. "They don't bite, unless you give them cause," he said, which did little to calm the stable hands. Robb and Jon exchanged a weary glance, then followed Marjorie inside. The corridors of the Red Keep smelled of smoke and gore. Jon stepped over shattered armor, noticing blood smeared along the walls. The hush was eerie, as if the castle's heartbeat had stopped. An occasional group of Tyrell men patrolled, securing the last pockets of resistance. They passed the grand doors leading to Maegor's Holdfast, which were scorched and battered. A pair of knights guarded them. Further along, they glimpsed a hallway leading to the monstrous black door of the throne room. Marjorie paused at those doors, turning to Robb. "King Renly waits inside. He asked me to bring you directly." Robb nodded. "We're ready." She pushed the doors open. The hall beyond loomed massive, lined with tall columns. Wreckage abounded, overturned benches, broken candelabras, the remains of a fierce fight. High windows let in beams of daylight that caught the drifting dust. At the far end stood the Iron Throne itself, a grotesque structure of twisted swords. Around it clustered lords and knights in green and gold livery. And there, upon the dais, stood Renly Baratheon, clad in regal attire, a deep green cloak pinned with a golden stag brooch. Mace Tyrell hovered nearby, along with other Reach lords. In the gloom, a line of kneeling prisoners in soiled finery, among them the pale shape of Cersei Lannister, hair disheveled, and the trembling figure of Joffrey, bruised and bound. Jon felt a jolt of grim satisfaction at the sight of Joffrey bowed low, forced to kneel before Renly's triumphant gaze. After all his cruelty, the boy looked pitiful, dirty clothes, a busted lip. No gold crown perched on that blonde head. Beside them knelt a few of the king's guard, battered and unhelmed, forced to surrender. When Robb's footsteps echoed through the vast hall, all eyes turned. Renly lifted his chin, letting a small smile touch his lips. "Welcome, King in the North," he said, voice reverberating in the hush. "We stand at the dawn of a new era. The boy who called himself King Joffrey is dethroned. Cersei Lannister is in custody. King's Landing belongs to the rightful king." Robb's expression was guarded. "Rightful by your word," he said quietly. "I am no subject of the Iron Throne. My father was murdered for the sake of this false king who kneels at your feet." At that, Joffrey glared, lips peeled back in a snarl, but a Tyrell guard cuffed him into silence. Renly let out a low chuckle. "And so the first king to greet me is no subject. We have much to discuss, but let it wait. For now, you should see that justice is served. Come, look upon your father's betrayer." Robb strode forward, Grey Wind at his side. Jon followed close, heart racing as they neared the dais. The Great Jon lingered behind, exchanging tense glances with Tyrell knights. The Lannister prisoners cowered, though Cersei tried to maintain a regal tilt of her head. Her green eyes flashed with fury. Joffrey's face contorted in fear and rage. Jon felt a cold surge of hatred for the boy who had watched Ned's execution with a smirk. Renly folded his arms. "Here he is, the bastard pretender. Do you have words for him?" Robb stared at Joffrey, voice cold. "My father knelt to your queen mother, trusting in the laws of the realm. You repaid the trust by executing him, by tormenting my sister, by plunging the kingdom into war. Now you kneel to a new king, one who holds your fate. If the realm had any sense of justice, your head would roll as my father's did." Joffrey sputtered, "It was the traitor's own fault. He—" Silence. Renly's command cut through the air. Joffrey flinched. Then Renly glanced at Robb. "You want his head. I see it in your eyes." Yet consider, we've an entire realm to pacify. His condemnation is certain, but it may serve us better if we hold him. The Lannisters might be compelled to yield the West once they learn Tywin is captured. This boy's life could ensure peace, at least until I secure the throne. Robb's fists clenched at his sides, the conflict playing across his face. Jon felt the same pang. They wanted vengeance, but Ned Stark had always taught that the realm's stability mattered. Tywin, Cersei, Joffrey, any one of them might be used to negotiate terms that saved lives. At last, Robb spoke. He'll face justice, but I won't object if you hold him as hostage, provided you remember the North's independence when negotiations begin. Renly inclined his head, though a flicker of impatience crossed his features. We'll speak of the North, I promise. For now, let your vengeance rest. He turned to Mace Tyrell. Have the prisoners removed to the dungeons. They'll remain under guard. The Lannister claim to the throne is ended. As guards dragged Joffrey and Cersei away, Jon caught a glimpse of the Queen Mother's furious green eyes. She spat curses, half-mad with rage, but the guards gagged her quickly. Joffrey tried to twist free, shouting that he was the king, that they would all pay. He vanished through the side door, his voice echoing in humiliation. Jon let out a shaking breath, remembering how that same boy had bragged of killing Ned Stark. Now the circle had turned. In the hush that followed, Renly turned back to Robb. This city needs order. We must feed the small folk, put an end to any looting. My men and I will see to that, but I'd appreciate your cooperation. There's also the matter of Stannis. He still sails the bay, likely enraged that he arrived too late to claim the capital. Robb's gaze flicked to the floor, then back. We'll help keep order until your authority is established, but the North won't remain here. Our war was with the Lannisters over my father's murder. Tywin is in our custody, Joffrey is dethroned. We're done. Renly studied Robb carefully, then sighed. Very well. You came for your father's vengeance, and you have it in chains. But what of the kingdom as a whole? If Stannis challenges me, will you remain neutral or side with me? If we tear each other apart, the realm bleeds again. Robb's face was unreadable. I swore an oath to defend the North. That is all. A strained silence. Then Renly forced a smile. We shall see. For now, rest. We'll formalize an alliance soon enough, or at least a truce. The city is ours, and the boy king is no more. They parted on that ambiguous note. Robb led Jon and the great Jon out of the throne room, their footfalls echoing in the battered hall. The day was one in name, but the realm felt as precarious as ever. Outside, the sun was bright on the Red Keep's walls, washing the carnage in an unsettling glare. A hush lingered, punctuated by the moans of the wounded and the crackle of distant fires. In the courtyard, they paused. Robb let out a long breath, shoulders sagging as if a great weight had been lifted. Ghost sniffed around warily. We have Sansa safe. We have Tywin. And Joffrey's fate is sealed, Robb said softly. I only wish father could have seen this day. Jon placed a hand on his brother's back. He might find peace in it. The injustice that took him has been answered. Now we pick up the pieces. Robb's eyes were raw with weariness. Yes. There's still Arya to find, Theon's fate to learn, and the North to protect. He glanced around the ruined keep. But at least Sansa's free. And the Lannisters have lost their crown. They walked away from the keep, guided by half a dozen men. The city streets beckoned once more, a labyrinth of sorrow and survival. Now that the major battle had ended, the cleanup would begin, if any such thing existed after war. Perhaps Stannis would try to claim his portion, or Renly would press further demands. Perhaps fresh rebellions would spark. The realm was a tangled knot of rivalries. Yet in that moment, as they picked a path through the rubble, Jon felt something akin to hope. The chief architects of Ned Stark's murder were in chains or under guard. A new dawn might rise, however fragile. If the North played its cards shrewdly, perhaps Robb could secure a lasting peace for their people. Maybe they could all return home to Winterfell, to a future free of the Lannister yoke. He found Sansa that evening resting in a camp bed near the city's edge. She wept softly when Jon told her of Joffrey's capture. I wanted to see him brought low, she admitted, trembling. But it still feels hollow. Jon understood too well. Vengeance never healed every wound. They embraced, letting the swirl of post-battle chaos fade around them. Tomorrow, they would face new challenges, negotiations with Renly, the question of how to handle Tywin's captivity, the uneasy shadow of Stannis' fleet. But for a brief moment, they stood together as siblings, the bond that no war or crown could sever. Outside, the hush of King's Landing deepened. Clouds drifted across the moon. Fires smoldered in the black water of the bay. Yet the wolves of the North had asserted their claim, leaving the Lannisters broken. In Ned Stark's name, they had found a shard of justice amid the ruin. And somewhere in that city of toppled kings and fractured thrones, a faint promise stirred that, despite the horrors done and the horrors yet to come, the Starks might endure. That night, the city seemed to hold its breath. The fires in the harbor burned down to a sickly glow, and the broken streets lay under a hush far heavier than mere silence. A handful of torches smoldered here and there, and when the breeze stirred, it carried the odors of ash, blood, and sewage. In cramped alleyways, the small folk crept forth to sift among the dead or reclaim what scraps of their old lives remained. The calamity that King's Landing had suffered looked etched into every scorched stone. Yet around the western gate, where the northern host rested, a fragile sense of relief mingled with exhaustion. Jon Snow walked through the sparse campfires of his men. A few recognized him and offered soft words, thanks for the part he'd played in freeing Sansa, or gratitude that Tywin Lannister had been captured. Jon's only reply was a tired nod. He could not bring himself to celebrate. An entire city had bled for this day. Men from the north, men sworn to Renly Baratheon, and countless innocents caught in the crossfire. Still, he reminded himself of Sansa's tears of relief. Of Robb's vow that Ned Stark's murderer would face justice. Perhaps in the midst of horror, that small victory was enough. He found Robb seated on a rough wooden stool beside a makeshift table. Grey Wind sprawled nearby, muzzle on massive paws. Torchlight played over Robb's features, revealing the tracks of grime and fatigue. A map of King's Landing lay spread on the table, pinned by stones. The lines meant to represent wards and streets looked almost childlike now, worthless for capturing the chaos that reigned in the real city. Jon sank onto an overturned crate. His ribs hurt from the day's fighting, and a bruise mottled his left calf. Ghost came padding over, pressing close as though to assure himself that Jon was all right. Jon ruffled the direwolf's ears in weary affection. "Any news from Renly?" he asked Robb quietly. Robb shook his head. "Not since his messenger came at dawn. Word is he's consolidating the Red Keep, rounding up Joffrey's loyalists. Stannis' fleet remains off the bay, though there's talk that some of his men might land soon to negotiate. It's all a tangle. Has Tywin tried anything?" A grim scoff. "He's in chains under guard. The Great Jon says Tywin stares holes in anyone who comes near, but he's not made an escape attempt. Too wounded, I suspect. Or too cunning, he knows we'd put a sword through his chest at the first sign of trouble." Jon exhaled, letting the tension slip from his shoulders. "Any word of Cersei?" Robb's jaw tightened. "Renly's men hauled her to a dungeon below the keep. They say she screams at them day and night, threatening that her father will have their heads. If she doesn't yet know we hold Tywin ourselves, she will soon." A silence settled, fraught with everything that still lingered undone, the uncertain fate of Arya, the question of Theon Greyjoy, the needs of the North if Renly meant to press them for fealty. At length, Robb reached for a wineskin. "Drink?" Jon nodded. The wine tasted sour on his tongue, but it warmed his tired bones. The flicker of the torch revealed Robb's eyes, shadowed by the day's violence. He studied his brother, king in the North, crowned by vengeful necessity. Only months ago, they were both boys in Winterfell. Now each carried the weight of war. "How is Sansa?" Robb asked, setting the wineskin down. Jon pictured Sansa nestled among the northern wounded, her ankle braced, eyes full of memories she could not escape. "She's better, but exhausted. She wants to leave King's Landing as soon as possible. Every corridor must remind her of what she suffered." Robb's mouth flattened. "We'll get her out. But I can't leave the city just yet. Not while it's half a powder keg and Renly might decide to proclaim himself Joffrey's heir," and he stopped, shaking his head. "We're in dangerous waters. We need to ensure the North's independence is recognized in whatever new arrangement emerges. Renly says we'll talk tomorrow." Jon thought of the battered Iron Throne, the macabre seat of swords that had cost so many lives. "Do you trust him to honor your kingship in the North?" A weary shrug. "He gave me his word he'd consider it. That's as much as we'll get from a man who claims to be king of the Seven Kingdoms. But we hold Tywin. We have leverage, at least for a time." Jon stood, the ache in his legs flaring. "Get some rest. I'll see that the sentries are posted. We can't rule out the chance of a last flurry of violence." Robb nodded, but his eyes remained on the map. "I will. Soon." Outside the circle of torches, darkness cloaked the city's edges. Jon made his rounds, ensuring the men were alert. Most had taken what meager shelter they could in the shells of vacant buildings or behind battered carts. The stench of the day's slaughter still hung in the air. Ghost padded at his side, silent as a phantom. From beyond the walls, Jon sometimes heard distant cries, fear or mourning. It was impossible to tell. When at last he found an unoccupied patch of ground beneath a half-collapsed awning, Jon lay down. Ghost curled against him, warmth in the chill. He tried to will his mind quiet, but nightmares of the melee haunted him. Over and over he saw bodies piled in the streets, Joffrey's sneer, and the wave of blood that had preceded Tywin's capture. He dozed in fitful snatches until a dull gray dawn pressed through the sky, revealing the city's scorched rooftops. Messengers from the Red Keep arrived not long after sunrise. Jon caught sight of them crossing the rubble-littered road, gold and green cloaks pinned at their shoulders. They wore the sigil of the Tyrell Rose, presumably in Renly's service. One parted from the others and approached Robb's pavilion, handing over a sealed parchment. Jon joined Robb, Bolton, and Karstark around the battered table. "King Renly requests your presence in the throne room at midday," the messenger announced, reading from the parchment, "to discuss the city's future and the realm's next steps. He bids you bring a retinue befitting your rank, but no more than 24, for everyone's safety." Bolton's eyes narrowed. "He's concerned we'll march on him if the talk goes poorly?" The messenger dipped his head, ignoring Bolton's tone. "He is concerned only with preventing more needless bloodshed." Robb waved a dismissive hand. "We'll be there. Return to your king with my acceptance." The messenger departed, leaving the northern lords in a swirl of uncertainty. Karstark scowled. "He means to corner us in that throne room, I'd wager. Possibly to demand our fealty." Robb tightened his jaw. "We'll not yield our crown, but we must speak. If Renly offers any arrangement for the North to remain separate, I'll hear it. If he tries to subdue us—" He glanced at Bolton. "We'll see." Bolton's voice was soft as ever. "We do have cards to play. Tywin's capture alone might sway him to treat us honorably. Plus, the city is in chaos. He'll want our men to keep order." Robb nodded. "We'll leave half our force here to maintain the West Gate, half in reserve near the keep. If things go ill, we won't be trapped. Let's gather a suitable escort and ride for the palace at midday." Jon listened, remembering the horrors of the Red Keep's corridors. He pictured the great throne room where Joffrey had once presided over Ned's sentencing. Now it belonged to Renly. Jon wondered if the ghosts of all who had died there haunted the pillars and the iron seat. He forced himself to push the thought aside. The city's future and the North's might be decided in that hall soon. Around midday, Robb's chosen retinue assembled. The great Jon insisted on coming, eager to see if more trouble might brew. Bolton decided to remain behind, to keep the camp secure. Though Jon suspected the man simply disliked open confrontations. Meej Mormont joined, along with a handful of Karstark knights and others who had proven their valor. Robb invited Jon, of course, both as a brother and the one who'd rescued Sansa. Ghost was allowed to accompany them, though the idea of a direwolf in the Red Keep made some knights blanch. They rode through war-torn streets, weaving around piles of rubble. The city had not yet returned to life. Many shutters remained bolted, and the small folk who ventured out did so with wary eyes. At a few corners, Tyrell guards stood watch, politely saluting Robb as he passed. The stench of rot clung to the air, though volunteers had begun piling corpses onto carts to be taken outside the walls for burial. The approach to the Red Keep looked less chaotic than the day before, but the scars of the assault were everywhere. Scorched gates, battered stone, and scattered debris. Within the gates, lines of Renly's men patrolled. Some wore fresh livery, a crowned stag merging with the Tyrell Rose, symbol of the alliance that had propelled Renly to seizing King's Landing. The courtyard that had been choked with wounded and corpses had been cleared somewhat, though bloodstains still marked the flagstones. They dismounted. Grooms led the horses away. Jon noted how Grey Wind and Ghost drew uneasy stares. The great Jon flashed a wolfish grin as he passed a pair of Tyrell knights who eyed Ghost warily. "Never seen real wolves, have you? Don't fret. They like southern meat rarely." The knights glanced at each other, uncertain if it was a jest. Marjorie Tyrell herself emerged to greet them. She was all courtly grace, wearing a deep green gown embroidered with golden thread. A delicate smile curved her lips, though sorrow lurked in her eyes. "Your Grace," she said to Robb, dipping her head, "my Lord Father and King Renly await you in the throne room. May I escort you?" Robb inclined his head in return. "My thanks, Lady Marjorie." She led them inside, through corridors where battered columns and charred tapestries gave silent testament to the violence that had ravaged this castle. Now the gloom was lit by fresh torches. More Tyrell men stood guard, crossbows in hand. Beyond the doors to the throne room, the hush thickened, a sense of finality in the air. When they entered, Jon's gaze swept the cavernous hall. Hundreds of people crowded within, lords, knights, functionaries who had survived the upheaval. Many wore a mixture of sigils, the stag for Renly, the rose for House Tyrell, a few with the sigils of lesser lords. At the far end rose the Iron Throne, twisted swords shining dully. Renly Baratheon stood before it, dressed in regal green and gold robes. By his side hovered Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, and Mace Tyrell, broad and proud in his plush finery. Around them, smaller clusters of lords murmured among themselves. As Robb approached, the crowd's murmurs quieted. All eyes turned to the king in the north, who walked with a steady, unbowed bearing. The great Jon loomed behind him, one hand on his sword hilt. Jon stayed close, Ghost padding at his side. Attention coiled in Jon's stomach. This was the same hall where Joffrey had condemned Ned Stark, but now the dais was claimed by Renly. The city truly had been turned on its head. Renly lifted a hand, commanding silence. "We gather here to shape the realm's new order," he declared, voice resonating off the high pillars. "With Joffrey captured and Cersei subdued, the throne stands free of false claimants." His eyes flicked to Robb. "But not all in this hall swear fealty to me as the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. We have with us Robb Stark, king in the north, whose father was cruelly murdered by the Lannisters." A ripple of reaction passed through the onlookers. Mace Tyrell's face twitched in a mild scowl. Others, possibly Riverland lords or disenchanted southerners, wore uncertain expressions. Robb inclined his head. "I came to avenge my father and free my sisters. One is found, safe. The other remains missing. We have captured Tywin Lannister, and now Joffrey kneels in your dungeons. My cause was never to seize this throne, but to secure justice." Renly's lips curved in a polite smile. "And justice you have found, it seems. The Lannisters are undone. The city no longer belongs to them." Karstark spoke in a rumble behind Robb. "Yet the question remains. Will the North stay free of the Iron Throne's yoke? Or must we continue fighting?" Renly's gaze shifted, narrowing slightly. "We have all fought enough. Let no one mistake. As king of the Seven Kingdoms, I desire unity. But I also recognize the North has spilled blood to avenge their lord. They came south with rightful grievances." He paused, glancing around. "If there is to be peace, we must forge a settlement that satisfies all." A hush. Robb stood tall, voice even. "We have no desire to meddle in the South's affairs. Grant the North its autonomy, and we'll return home. We'll keep Tywin for a time, to ensure the Lannisters do not rise again. Or, if you prefer, we can negotiate a joint captivity that ensures neither side can benefit from his release without the other's consent." A stir among the assembled lords. Some Tyrell bannermen murmured that the king should not allow a second kingdom to stand. Others looked uneasy. Loras Tyrell, standing near Renly, wore a guarded expression. Mace Tyrell cleared his throat. "And what of the Riverlands, now half-pledged to Stark? Do you expect the Tully lords to remain outside our king's protection?" Robb's eyes flicked to Mace Tyrell. "Lord Hoster Tully recognized me as king in the north. The Riverlands have their own voice, but many consider themselves bound with the north after these months of war. If they choose to remain allied, that's their right." Mace Tyrell's frown deepened. "The realm splinters further, then. We might have 3 or 4 kingdoms by the time we finish dividing lines. King Renly," he turned to Renly, voice firm, "you must not let your generosity lead to the realm's dissolution. Our forebears united these lands under Aegon the Dragon. If we unravel that, chaos may reign for generations." Loras nodded quietly, though he said nothing. Renly's jaw tightened. He glanced at Robb. I will not see the realm shattered, but nor do I desire more war. If the North insists on its crown, the matter must be addressed in a formal accord, with safe boundaries and terms. Silence. Then Robb said, "We are willing to treat. The North has shed enough blood in southern fields." Renly clasped his hands behind his back. "Then let these be our first steps. We'll call it a truce for now. We'll sign an agreement that you and your forces shall depart once the city is secured, to return to your domain unimpeded. In exchange, you vow not to press further demands on crown territories. As for the Riverlands," he hesitated. "That question remains. They might choose to align with you or remain sworn to the Iron Throne. We can address that once Lord Hoster Tully or his heir can speak for themselves." Karstark muttered something about half measures, but Robb simply nodded. "We can live with that, provided no crown forces cross the neck to threaten us again. Any attempt by the Iron Throne or your successors to reclaim the North by force would break this truce." Renly inclined his head. "Agreed, on the condition that if a northern lord attacks our borders, you hold him accountable. We cannot have endless border skirmishes." "So be it," Robb said, voice tight. A new voice cut in from the crowd. "And what of the boy king's fate? Will you place him on trial?" This came from a lean older knight wearing a scratched sigil that Jon didn't recognize. Others murmured, echoing the question. Renly lifted his chin. "Joffrey will face a council of lords to judge his crimes. His usurpation, his cruelty, the murder of Ned Stark. The same for Cersei, though her guilt may be lesser or greater. The council's decision could be execution or life imprisonment. Time will tell. That is not for me to decide alone." Robb's stare hardened at the mention of Ned's murder. But he only said, "Then let him see a fair process if that is your wish. My father's memory deserves no less than an honest reckoning of who orchestrated his death." The tension in the throne room eased fractionally. Men glanced at each other, wondering if that truly settled the question of the North's sovereignty. For the moment it was enough. The words truce and accord drifted through the hush. Renly turned to Mace Tyrell. "Lord Tyrell, begin drafting the necessary documents. Let it be written that the North shall depart in peace, that King Robb's sovereignty is recognized while he remains behind his own borders. The details we can hammer out in the coming days. Summon the scribes." A wave of activity spread through the hall, scribes stepping forward, lords murmuring about the significance of an agreement that might sunder the kingdom as it was known. Marjorie Tyrell offered a tight smile to Robb as though congratulating him on a partial victory. Loras Tyrell watched them with a hooded expression. As the scribes busied themselves, Renly came down from the dais, beckoning Robb aside to speak more privately. Jon, the great Jon, and a few northern lords followed at a respectful distance, Ghost trailing behind. The corners of the throne room were scattered with battered furniture and a few nervous onlookers. Renly lowered his voice. "We'll need a few days to ensure the city is stable. I have to distribute food, quell any rioting, see to the small folk. You are welcome to stay in the Red Keep as my guest or keep your camp if you prefer." Robb didn't hesitate. "My sister's comfort is my concern, but she wants no more of these walls. We'll remain at our camp a while longer." Renly nodded. "I understand. We'll arrange for an official signing of the treaty once the scribes are done. Then we should speak about Stannis. He's still out there, nursing his grievance. If he attacks King's Landing, we might need unity at least to repel him." A flicker of wariness crossed Robb's face. "If he attacks, I can't promise, men. My vow is to protect the North. If Stannis arrives in force, that's your war, not mine." Renly's mouth tightened, but he masked his annoyance. "Yes, well, perhaps I can dissuade him. Stannis likes to brood on principle, but even he must see the city is lost to him." Robb offered a small shrug. "That's your matter. I only ask that you keep our roads clear if we decide to march home." Renly's green eyes narrowed slightly, then he nodded. "So be it. Let us part as allies of a sort." They exchanged few more words before Renly was called away by Mace Tyrell, who wanted to finalize the day's edicts. Robb and his retinue moved back through the throng of lords. Men made way for them with a mixture of awe, respect, or curiosity. The great Jon snorted at the hushed stares. "Looks like they never expected a northern king to walk out of here so politely." Jon led Ghost near the dais once more, glancing at the battered seat of swords. The Iron Throne loomed, savage and quiet. No one sat there now, not even Renly. Perhaps that was wise, claiming it openly might seem too much too soon while half the realm's loyalties were in flux. Jon felt no desire to come closer. It smelled of old blood. When they emerged into the courtyard, the afternoon sun bathed the Red Keep's walls, illuminating the recent scars. Robb let out a long breath, shoulders slumping a fraction. That could have gone worse, he said to Jon and the others. At least there's no immediate threat of war from Renly. Karstark scratched his beard. He might change his mind once the city is fully his. We must be ready to leave swiftly if the winds shift. Robb nodded. We'll keep our guard. For now, let's see to Sansa and the men. I want everyone to know what was decided, such as it is. They mounted their horses. Ghost and Grey Wind loped ahead, weaving around rubble. The returning ride felt lighter, though the city's devastation remained. They passed a cluster of tired small folk near the gate, waiting with empty sacks for whatever rations might come from the Tyrell-laden wagons. Children stared at the dire wolves, half in terror, half in awe. Back at the makeshift camp, Sansa waited in a quieter zone where a few battered tents stood. Her ankle was tightly wrapped, and she leaned on a crude crutch. Relief washed across her face when she saw Robb return unharmed. Jon dismounted quickly, helping her to a seat near the largest tent. She gazed at him, eyes searching. What happened? Robb joined them, kneeling to be on Sansa's level. We reached a truce with Renly. The city is under his rule now, but he's willing to let us depart in peace, assuming we cause no trouble. Her brow furrowed. So, the war is over? Robb's expression wavered. In the south, perhaps, or at least a large part of it. The Lannisters are broken. Joffrey waits for trial. But we still have no word of Arya, and we can't guess what the Greyjoys are doing. And if Stannis attacks, well, that's Renly's fight, not ours, if we can manage it. Sansa's fingers tightened on the crutch. If only I knew something of Arya. They never told me anything certain. Sometimes they claimed she'd been caught or that she fled. I used to pray they were just lying. Her eyes misted. Jon laid a hand gently on her shoulder. We'll keep searching. If she's escaped the city, she might be somewhere in the Riverlands, or perhaps she found help. It sounded hollow, but it was all he could offer. Sansa inhaled shakily, then nodded. Better than staying locked in that tower, at least. What do we do next? We'll rest for a few days, Robb said. Renly's men will secure the city. We'll gather supplies for our march north. After that, if Renly honors his word, we head home, Sansa. You'll be safe in Winterfell. Her eyes glistened at the mention of home. Yes, I want that. I want to see Bran and Rickon. And Mother. She glanced at Jon. We've heard nothing of them, have we? Jon exchanged a glance with Robb. Catelyn Stark had gone to the Vale at one point, or had she? She'd been to Riverrun, then traveling with them at intervals. The storyline so far, actually, we'd established that Catelyn was in Riverrun. Let's keep consistent. Possibly we have not seen her in some time. Let's handle that. Robb exhaled. Last I heard, she was still in Riverrun. She stayed behind to care for her father, who was ill. The war pulled me and the men away. But with the Lannisters broken, Riverrun should be safe for now. Sansa nodded, a spark of hope in her eyes. Then we can go to her soon? Robb squeezed her hand. Yes, if all goes to plan. Night draped King's Landing in uneasy quiet once more. The Northmen stayed vigilant, posting double guards, mindful that not every gold cloak might have surrendered. Jon spent hours wandering the camp's perimeter with Ghost, observing the flicker of torchlight along the walls. Far to the east, the Red Keep's shape glowed dimly, overshadowed by the new banners that draped from the towers. He wondered if King's Landing would ever be the same, or if the small folk would simply swap one monarch's cruelty for another's. By the next morning, scribes arrived from the Red Keep, bearing official documents for Robb to review. A pair of Tyrell officials accompanied them, flanked by watchful knights. Robb conferred in a canvas pavilion, with Karstark, the Great Jon, and a few others listening intently. The scribes unrolled parchments detailing the proposed accord. King Renly Baratheon recognized as the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. Robb Stark recognized as king in the north, with sovereignty over all lands north of the Neck. The Riverlands to be determined by a later council given House Tully's stance. Both sides to cease hostilities. Safe passage for northern troops out of King's Landing and across the Trident. No southern host is to cross the neck unless at direct invitation from Robb Stark. The captivity of Tywin Lannister handled jointly if desired, though the official custody remains with Robb Stark. Joffrey's trial to be convened by a council of lords, including a northern representative. Robb read through the lines, bristling at certain phrases that implied a subordinate status. He forced the scribes to revise them, clarifying that the North was not simply in vassalage, but truly sovereign. Mace Tyrell's men balked. He insisted on phrases acknowledging Renly's overlordship in name, and so the argument raged for hours. At midday, a rider from the harbor arrived with alarming tidings. Stannis's fleet had grown bolder, dispatching ships to the mouth of the Blackwater, perhaps testing Renly's defenses. A skirmish broke out between some Tyrell galleys and Stannis's smaller vessels. The Tyrell commander reported that Stannis's men pulled back rather than engage fully. It was a standoff for now. Robb seized on that news. Let it be known that if Stannis storms the city again, the North will not be drawn into further bloodshed. Unless he crosses the neck, it's not our war. The scribes hastened to record his statement while the Tyrell men tried to persuade him otherwise. One official, a stout man with a pointed beard, ventured, "King Renly hopes you might remain as a deterrent. Surely your men's presence could discourage Stannis from attacking." Robb shook his head. "My men are exhausted and we must attend matters in our own lands. The North has its own threats, wildlings or so I hear. Perhaps even more. I won't stand as a shield for the Iron Throne indefinitely." The official pressed. "But if the city suffers a fresh siege, the small folk are not the North's responsibility." Robb finished, voice harder than Jon had heard in some time. "I came to avenge Ned Stark and free my sisters, not to rule here." The official bowed stiffly and withdrew, muttering about short-sightedness. Jon suppressed a sigh, sensing more friction ahead, but the Tyrell men eventually left with partial modifications to the accord. As the sun dipped again, those negotiations carried on. Jon found a moment to slip away from the pavilion, leaving Robb and Karstark in deep conversation with scribes. He went to check on Sansa. She sat outside her tent, reading a battered old book that one of the northern soldiers had salvaged from a ruined shop. At the sight of Jon, she closed it, a ghost of a smile flickering on her lips. "Any progress?" she asked softly. Jon lowered himself onto a crate beside her. "They're haggling over words. We'll likely be free to leave in a day or two, once the scribes finalize things." She gazed at the city's broken skyline. "I keep having nightmares about the Red Keep, standing in the throne room with Joffrey sneering, or locked in that tower. Even awake, I can still feel the walls closing in." He laid a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You won't have to see that place again. We'll head north soon enough. You'll have the fresh air of Winterfell, or Riverrun first if you prefer." She nodded, blinking back tears. "I only wish Arya was with us. This city swallowed her up, and I don't even know if she escaped." Jon exhaled. "We can try sending out word, searching the roads. But if she's as resourceful as I recall, maybe she slipped past them all. She might be halfway to the north already, disguised under some ragged cloak." Sansa allowed a trembling laugh. "It sounds like her." Then her expression turned sober. "I heard someone say that if the North becomes independent, it might cause more wars. Are you worried?" Jon considered. "Robb is, but he sees no other way. After everything that's happened, the North can't bend the knee again. Not to Renly, not to any Southern king." Sansa stared at her hands. "I used to dream of coming south, of marrying a handsome prince, living in King's Landing, but that dream was a lie. I'd rather be a Stark at Winterfell." Jon felt a twinge of sad empathy for all Sansa had lost. She'd outgrown her illusions in the harshest way possible. He squeezed her hand. "You'll be safe there." The next day, Renly himself appeared at the northern camp, accompanied by Marjorie and a small retinue. Jon watched from a distance as Robb greeted them in the orchard that served as the Northmen's muster ground. The meeting was courteous if tense. Renly declared the realm's gratitude for the North's role in unseating the Lannisters. He also repeated his hope that Robb might remain in alliance, or at least neutrality, should Stannis threaten the capital again. Robb politely reaffirmed that he would not help nor hinder. They went over the final terms of the written accord, making minor changes to language about Tywin's captivity. By the end of the discussion, it was agreed that Tywin would remain in the North's custody, but any negotiations over his ransom or fate would involve Renly's input. No official timeline was set. Tywin was effectively a bargaining chip in the event that Lannister loyalists still lurked. When the parchments were finally laid out on a makeshift table, each man signed with a flourish. Renly with his regal Renly of House Baratheon, first of his name, and Robb with a simpler mark, Robb Stark, King in the North. Witnesses added their signatures. Scribes scurried to affix wax seals. The orchard was thick with watchers, northern lords, Tyrell knights, a scattering of lesser Riverrun folk. Jon stood near the edge, scanning the crowd. Ghost brushed against his leg. In that moment of formal accord, the tension in the air felt almost tangible. The realm was changing, fracturing into separate kingdoms. One violent chapter was closing, but the next was shrouded in uncertainty. Renly finished affixing his seal, stepped back, and turned to Robb. "It is done. May peace reign between us, King of the North." Robb inclined his head. "May it last." They clasped forearms in a show of civility. The watchers exhaled, some with relief, others with quiet skepticism. In that orchard, it seemed they'd ended the War of the Five Kings in some partial fashion, at least for the moment. 2 days of uneasy calm followed. Renly's men patrolled the city, stamping out looters and pockets of gold cloaks that refused to surrender. The smallfolk began creeping back to the streets in search of food. Marjorie Tyrell oversaw the distribution of supplies from Highgarden, which quelled some discontent. Joffrey languished in a cell awaiting a trial date not yet set. Cersei was said to be furious, cursing every day in captivity. Meanwhile, the Northmen readied themselves to march. Provisions were gathered from the local farmland: grain, salted meat, feed for the horses. Mercifully, Renly's officials honored the terms, allowing them to collect supplies without harassment. Jon watched the men go about their tasks with a new sense of purpose. They were going home, or so they prayed. The question of Arya still gnawed at him, but every rumor they pursued led nowhere. She was simply gone, if she'd ever been captured at all. On the morning they were set to depart, Sansa hobbled up to Jon as he readied his mount. Her face was drawn with lingering anxiety, though the bruise around her ankle looked better. "I'm riding in the carriage with the maester," she explained, "since I can't manage a horse yet. But I wanted to thank you, Jon. You saved me from that place. If not for you, She looked down, tears glistening. He rested a hand on her shoulder. "You're a Stark. That's all that matters. Let's get you home." She gave a trembling nod, then a faint smile. "Yes, home." Robb approached, gesturing for Jon to join him at the head of the column. The great Jon was already mounted, bellowing for men to line up. Karstark's banners rippled in the breeze, along with Mormont and other lesser houses. Some portion of the men from the Riverlands also prepared to leave, while a few pledged to remain behind, assisting Renly or returning to restore their own lands. Tywin was hauled from his makeshift prison, manacled at the wrists and ankles, but not so tightly as to hamper his ability to ride. 2 guards flanked him at all times. The man's face was pale, and the shoulder wound had turned him grimmer than ever, but his eyes still gleamed with that cold intellect. "Bound for the north, are we?" he said in a low voice to Robb. "Keep me well, boy, or you'll find that a Lannister rots quickly in your dungeons, and all your leverage rots with him." Robb stared impassively. "You'll be treated justly, more than you deserve. You'll see the north, Lord Tywin, in all its harsh beauty." Tywin gave a snort. "Your father would not have stooped to petty vengeance. He was an honorable man. My father didn't stoop at all. He knelt trusting your rotten court, and you rewarded him with betrayal." The older man's lips thinned, but he said no more. The guards shoved him onto a sturdy horse, where he sat stiffly, wrists chained to the saddle horn. Ghost watched from a short distance, ears pricked, as if expecting Tywin to attempt some cunning flight. Renly appeared in the courtyard, accompanied by Marjorie and Loras. The newly minted king wore a half-cloak embroidered with gold thread, the crowned stag pinned at his shoulder. With a polite nod, he addressed Robb. "You depart, king in the north. May your roads be safe. Let us hope the realm sees no fresh war." Robb inclined his head. "If you honor our agreement, you'll have no quarrel from the north." Loras Tyrell at Renly's side, regarded Robb with a measured look. You fought well, Stark. Save some steel for the next threat. Robb's tone was non-committal. We have steel enough. Marjorie stepped forward with a faint smile. Lady Sansa, should she desire more rest, is welcome to remain in the city. I can see to her comfort. A flash of alarm crossed Robb's face. Sansa herself, seated in the carriage a few yards away, shook her head at once. Thank you, but I prefer to go north, my lady, she called softly, voice trembling. This city holds too many ghosts for me. Marjorie nodded, sadness in her eyes. I understand. She looked back to Robb. Farewell, your grace. Robb gave a curt farewell, leading the Northmen out through the battered gatehouse. Jon rode near him, scanning for any last treachery. But no volley of arrows came, no ambush in the streets. The small folk simply watched from doorways, uncertain whether to cheer or jeer at the departure of these northern warriors. At last, they passed under the city walls, leaving King's Landing behind. The fields beyond bore scars of siege craters from catapults, half-burned hovels. Hundreds of corpses had been gathered into funeral pyres that still smoldered, tended by grim-faced peasants or Tyrell men. The stench hung thick. Men covered their faces with cloth. They pressed northward along the roads. The sense of being truly free of the city's claustrophobic weight grew with each mile. Jon could see relief in the soldiers' postures, a loosening of tension. They had come through the crucible of King's Landing. Yet sorrow mingled with that relief. Many of their brothers-in-arms would never see the north again. Each evening, they made camp in the open fields or the edges of forests. Sentries watched Tywin's tent meticulously. The Great Jon joked about what Tywin must think of sleeping under the stars, but no one truly found it funny. The older Lannister lord mostly kept silent, though once or twice, Jon glimpsed him speaking quietly to the guards, attempting to glean news. The men had orders to reveal nothing. A week into the journey, they skirted the edge of the Riverlands. News reached them that Edmure Tully now commanded Riverrun, with Catelyn Stark rumored to be present. Robb debated turning that way to see his mother. But Tywin's presence complicated matters. The roads might not be safe, with scattered Lannister loyalists possibly lurking. In the end, he decided to send word ahead by Raven, letting her know they'd soon return or at least confirm they had Sansa safe. Throughout the march, Sansa kept mostly to herself, recovering from her injury and the trauma of her captivity. Jon made a point to check on her daily, sometimes bringing Ghost to nuzzle her hand. She found some comfort in the direwolf's silent warmth. Her posture straightened with each passing day, as if the distance from the city lightened her spirit. One night, as they camped beside a swift-flowing stream, Jon sat with Sansa by the fire. The Grey Jon recounted stories of past feasts in Winterfell, trying to coax a smile from her. She managed a faint one when he recalled how Arya once tried to shoot a bow at a stuffed dummy in the Great Hall, outraging half the household. Your sister has a spirit, the Great Jon declared, swigging ale. She'll find her way back, you'll see. Sansa's smile lingered, fragile but real. I hope so. Jon felt a pang. The memory of Arya's fierceness stung anew. He yearned to believe the Great Jon was right. Perhaps they would all be reunited in Winterfell, forging a new shape of the North under Robb's rule. On the journey war, they encountered occasional pockets of refugees, peasants fleeing the ravages of war, battered from Lannister raids or the region's general collapse. Some recognized the Stark banners and fell to their knees, begging for food or protection. Robb instructed his men to share what they could. That meager kindness brought tears to the eyes of many. Tywin watched it all from a distance, face impassive. If he felt any remorse for the devastation his house had wrought, he never showed it. 14 days after departing King's Landing, they approached the crossroads near the Trident. There, the roads diverged to the west toward Riverrun or further north across the neck. Robb hesitated once more, wanting to see his mother and confirm the Riverlands' status. But new rumors reached them. Walder Frey might be wavering in his loyalty, especially with the Lannisters subdued. The threat of another crossing fiasco weighed on everyone's mind. We can't risk Walder Frey refusing us, Karstark said. He might see advantage in bargaining with Tywin. Or with Renly. The old weasel might decide a captured Tywin is worth more turned over to some faction. Robb's eyes darkened. If we approach Riverrun, we'd need to pass near the twins eventually. Unless we skirt around the entire region, which could add weeks. Midge Mormont, who'd rejoined them from a scouting venture, frowned. Your mother is in Riverrun, but we can send riders. Maybe they can meet us somewhere else. We shouldn't linger in these lands with Tywin in chains. Robb drummed his fingers on his saddle horn. I hate not seeing her. But our men are anxious to go home. And Sansa, she needs rest. The twins are not a risk I'm willing to take. Frey's loyalty is too slippery. Reluctantly, he decided they'd angle northward, bypassing the twins if possible or crossing the Green Fork at a less traveled point. If it took a little longer, so be it. They would avoid Walder Frey's meddling. Robb drafted a letter to Catelyn explaining the choice and entrusted it to a swift rider. Thus, they marched on, the distant shape of the neck looming in the weeks to come. The days blurred into a routine of rising at dawn, traveling through fields and forests, halting at dusk to set up camp. Occasional thunderstorms drenched them, soaking gear and men alike. The roads were muddy, the morale tested. But a sense of purpose underlay it all. The men yearned for the familiar snow-laced air of the north. Each passing day stripped Tywin of some intangible shield. He was no longer the mighty lion in the halls of power. He ate plain rations, rode under guard, slept on thin bedding. Jon observed him from a distance. The older man's pride never cracked, though his face grew more drawn. Now and then, Tywin asked pointed questions. What becomes of the Iron Throne? Or, have you heard from my son Jaime? To which no one offered more than a grunt. Finally, the outlines of Moat Cailin rose from the boggy swamps. The ancient fortress that guarded the entrance to the north. Though half-ruined, its towers jutted from the mist like watchful sentinels. The men paused, gazing upon the storied stronghold. Beyond it lay the vastness of the north, the place that lived in the marrow of their bones. Sansa sighed quietly beside Jon. I never thought I'd be so glad to see the neck. It means Winterfell is just, well, not just around the corner, but we're closer. Jon nodded. A few more weeks of travel, but yes, we're almost home. He glanced at Robb, who rode near the vanguard. He looks relieved. Robb indeed wore a pensive half-smile. The burdens of warfare in the south had weighed on him so heavily that stepping again onto northern soil seemed almost dreamlike. Yet the war had changed him. He was not the boy who once laughed with Jon in Winterfell's yard. The realm's cruelty, the betrayal that claimed Ned Stark, had carved lines of stern resolve into his face. They approached Moat Cailin, passing between toppled walls black with moss. Jon recalled the legends, that the fortress had never fallen when properly defended. Now it stood as a half-abandoned gatehouse to the north. A small northern garrison awaited them, having heard rumors of Robb's approach. They saluted joyously, hailing their king. The men behind Robb roared back, exulting at the homecoming. That evening, Robb set up a more permanent camp among the ruins, grateful to rest on somewhat solid ground. The local commander, a grizzled man from House Reed, greeted them warmly. He confirmed that little threat had stirred from the south, only random travelers or scoundrels. The swamps, as ever, deterred large armies. Sansa was given a small tower chamber where the roof still held firm. She seemed more comfortable in the musty old stones of Moat Cailin than she ever had in the Red Keep. Jon, too, felt the deeper quiet of the north settling around him. The night air was sharper, tinged with the smell of peat. Ghost prowled the broken ramparts, sniffing the damp wind as though reacquainting himself with the spirit of these lands. Late in the evening, Robb convened a brief meeting in that tower's main hall. The great Jon Karstark, Midge Mormont, and a few others joined. Tywin remained chained in a side chamber, guarded by 3 men. There, lit by a single torch, they spoke of the path ahead. We'll continue north, Robb said. We should reach Winterfell in 3 weeks, maybe 4 if the weather turns. He glanced at Sansa, who sat by the hearth. Once we're there, we can see to your well-being, and we'll decide what to do with Tywin. Possibly we'll hold him in the dungeons, or maybe the Dreadfort. He shot a glance at Karstark. Where do you think we can keep him most securely? Karstark shrugged. The Dreadfort might please Bolton, but the idea of entrusting Tywin to him, I don't know if that's wise. Midge Mormont grunted. Winterfell has sturdy cells, or we can take him to Deepwood Motte. But that's far west. Let's keep him near your seat, your grace, so you can handle any negotiations. Robb nodded thoughtfully. We'll see. For now, he remains with us. Once I'm crowned anew in the heart of the north, we'll handle him as we see fit. Another hush. Then the great Jon spoke. We should send ravens. Proclaim your victory. Declare the North's independence is secure. Let every holdfast know it. Let them all prepare for winter, or war if it comes again. Robb agreed. Yes, we'll write messages tomorrow. They'll fly to White Harbor, Barrowton, the Glovers at Deepwood Motte, the Umbers. We must show the North stands united under its king. Jon listened quietly, recalling the old vow he had once taken at Castle Black. The Watch served the realm, not any king. Yet he had broken that vow, riding south for Ned's sake. A swirl of guilt and pride churned in him. He had done it for family, but he had also abandoned his station. The specter of the Wall still loomed in his mind, distant, formidable, haunted by a threat no one here acknowledged. He sighed softly. Perhaps once Sansa was safe in Winterfell, he might consider returning to the Watch. The oath was broken, but the need to protect the realm from the others remained. The memory of those old writings he'd found in the library weighed on him. Yet would the Night's Watch even accept him back? After desertion? All he knew was that winter crept closer, and the North needed watchful eyes. That night, after the meeting ended, Jon slipped outside. Stars glittered overhead, mirrored faintly in the swampy pools around Moat Cailin. He walked along a crumbled wall, Ghost at his side. The wind sighed across the reeds. He imagined the silent expansions of the true North, snowdrifts, iced rivers, the looming presence of the Wall. Then a step beyond that, the endless wilderness where the others might stir. Robb found him there, stepping carefully on the uneven stones. Gray wind followed, tail swishing. They stood for a moment, side by side, the quiet of the North a balm against the memory of southern battles. Jon spoke softly. We're nearly home, but my mind keeps wandering to the Wall. Robb glanced at him. You still think the others are a threat? They've always been a myth, but Father believed in preparing for winter. The older I get, the more I sense the stories might hold truth. Or at least something dire stirs beyond the Wall. The wildlings massing, perhaps. Robb sighed. You're not part of the Watch now, Jon. Do you regret that choice? Jon hesitated. I regret betraying my oath. But I don't regret saving Sansa and avenging Father. Maybe once she's safe in Winterfell, I'll see if the Watch might. Robb shook his head. I doubt they'll welcome a deserter, even one with good reasons. Perhaps not, Jon admitted. But winter is coming, and the realm is hardly at peace. Robb's gaze traveled over the swamp. The realm never is, it seems. But we do what we must. If you want to try, I won't stop you. You've more than proven your loyalty to our house. The choice is yours. They stood together in silence. Far away, an owl hooted in the gloom. Ghost and gray wind sniffed the air. The night felt vast, hinting at some deeper threat that mortal men rarely perceived. Jon closed his eyes briefly, letting the sense of the North wash over him. By dawn, they were on the move again. Days drifted into a slow march over muddy roads that eventually firmed as the land turned colder. Patches of frost greeted them some mornings. Sansa coughed now and then in the chill air, but she assured Jon it was nothing. Tywin endured the ride in sullen silence. The northern men cheered whenever a familiar landmark rose ahead. A certain bend in the White Knife River, a rocky ridge rumored to be haunted by old gods. A fortnight more, and the outskirts of Winterfell appeared like a promise in the distance. The farmland around it looked peaceful, smoke curling from chimneys, the last leaves of autumn clinging to branches. The high stone walls of the castle stood proud, the first keep looming. Jon felt his heart twist. Memories crowded him. Training in the yard with Robb, teasing Arya about her water dancing, glimpsing Sansa and Jane Poole practicing curtsies. So much had changed. They approached the gates, a hush of anticipation sweeping the column. Atop the walls, guards recognized the banners and let out cries of excitement. The portcullis rattled up, and soon they were passing into the familiar courtyard. Servants rushed forward, gaping at the sight of King Robb returned from war, with an entire army at his back. A stable boy took Sansa's mare. She dismounted carefully, leaning on Jon's arm, eyes shining with tears. "It's real," she whispered, voice trembling. "I never thought." Jon smiled softly, though the ache in his chest flared. "Welcome home." Robb pulled his reins, scanning the yard. "Where are Bran and Rickon?" he called. A steward hurried over, bowing. "They're inside, my lord your grace," he corrected, stumbling over the new title. "Your brothers wait in the great hall with Maester Luwin. They're well." Sansa choked out a sob of relief. "They're safe." "Yes, my lady," the steward confirmed. "All is as you left it, though we worried when word of the war came." Robb slid from his saddle, eyes wet. "Let's not keep them waiting." A hush fell over the courtyard as two guards yanked Tywin Lannister from his horse. The old lion grimaced, eyes sweeping the ancient stones of House Stark. He said nothing, but Jon sensed a flicker of apprehension behind that mask of disdain. Winterfell had endured centuries. Tywin was but one captive in all that time. Robb barked orders for men to set up in the courtyard, stable the horses, and place Tywin in the dungeons. Then he and Sansa hurried inside, leaving Jon to follow. Ghost and Grey Wind padded at their heels. The Great Jon boomed instructions for the rest of the host, while Karstark oversaw Tywin's transfer to the lower cells. Within the great hall, the hearth fires blazed, illuminating a wide expanse of worn stone. Two figures rushed forward, a lanky boy with a hesitant limp, and a younger boy with bright eyes. Bran, already half a head taller than Jon recalled, wearing a leg brace. Rickon, hair a messy tangle, half-grown. They threw themselves at Robb and Sansa, voices breaking with tears and laughter. Maester Luwin hovered behind, relief flooding his kindly face. Sansa embraced her brothers, tears flowing. "You've both grown so much," she whispered. "Oh gods, I missed you." Bran clung to her, eyes damp. "We heard rumors that you were in King's Landing a prisoner." She nodded. "I was, but Jon and Robb saved me." Rickon squirmed, face scrunched. "You won't leave again, will you? You promise." Sansa kissed his brow. "I promise, Rickon." Jon approached quietly, unsure if he should intrude on their family embrace. But Bran spotted him and limped over, smiling. "Jon, I'm so glad you're here." He hugged Jon fiercely, and Jon felt the boy's frailty and determination in equal measure. Rickon joined in, burying his face in Jon's side. Ghost and Grey Wind circled them, sniffing, as though reintroducing themselves to the realm of Winterfell. Tears pricked Jon's eyes. For a moment, it felt as though Ned might stride through the door, the family whole again. But that was forever lost. The best they could do was hold tight to what remained. Luwin greeted Robb with a respectful bow. "Your Grace, I cannot express our joy at your safe return." Lord Stark, Bran I should say, did his best to keep Winterfell orderly. "But with your mother absent, we felt the strain." Robb clapped Luwin's shoulder. "You did fine, Maester, and I see my brothers thriving." He turned to Bran and Rickon, gentler. "I'll fill you in on everything soon. Sansa's had a long road. Let's find her a comfortable seat, some hot food." They moved to the dais, where a small feast was hastily assembled. Word spread that the king had returned with Sansa. Servants bustled about, bringing bread, meat, and ale. The smells were warm and familiar. Sansa, shaky on her injured ankle, settled in a high-backed chair. The younger boys peppered her with questions. She answered haltingly, glossing over the horrors of her captivity. Jon saw how carefully she chose her words, not wanting to darken their joy. Robb ordered seats for Jon and the lords who trickled in. A hush took hold when the Great Jon entered, exchanging hearty greetings with old friends. Karstark soon followed, confirming Tywin was locked in the dungeon. Meej Mormont arrived last, nodding in satisfaction at the warm hall. When they were all assembled, Robb stood, raising a cup. "Winterfell has endured while we fought in the south. We've returned with heavy hearts for those lost. Father, so many. But we have our sister, Sansa. We have our brothers, Bran and Rickon. The North stands." A chorus of voices answered, "The North stands." They drank. Jon sipped ale, watching Sansa grip Bran's hand. The illusions she once held about courtly life had been shattered. But here she looked calmer, surrounded by siblings. As the meal wore on, she even managed a few soft laughs at Rickon's childish jokes. The reek of war still clung to their clothes, but the warmth of Winterfell's hall offered a glimpse of peace. Later that evening, Robb summoned Jon to his solar. Fires crackled in the hearth, pushing back the northern chill. Outside, the night sky brimmed with stars. Ghost and gray wind rested near the door, half dozing. Robb stood by a table spread with letters and old accounts. He glanced up as Jon entered, expression earnest. "I wanted to say you've done more than I can ever repay," Robb began. "Sansa, Tywin's capture, everything. You should have a place here if you want it." Jon's breath caught. "A place as what?" Robb's mouth twisted. "That's the question, isn't it? You were raised with us, but you took the black. Then you broke that vow for father's sake. If you want a seat in my council, a command among my bannermen, I'd grant it. But I know you still think of the Watch." Jon let out a slow breath. "I do. The realm beyond the wall feels overshadowed by something we don't understand. I can't shake the sense that the real war is there." Robb studied him. "Then go if you must. The Watch might call you deserter, but father always said those who fight for the realm deserve second chances. I could speak with the Lord Commander, or we can try to find a path that absolves your desertion. But it won't be easy." Jon stared at the flickering flames. He thought of Sam, PYP, Gren, the vow he'd once recited so fervently. "I appreciate it, Robb. Let me think on it. For now, Sansa needs me here, at least until she's fully recovered. After that." Robb nodded, relief flickering across his face. "That's fair. We have enough to handle with Tywin as well. We might face new troubles from the Greyjoys or from the Vale. The realm might not be done with us." Jon managed a wry smile. "It never is." They parted on that note. Jon stepped into the corridor, mind whirling with possibilities. For so long, he'd wrestled with who he was, a bastard, a Night's Watch brother, a deserter, a Stark in all but name. Now, back in Winterfell, it felt as though the past and the future converged. He decided to check the dungeons. Ghost followed silently. Reaching the stone steps that wound down into the darkness, Jon descended, nodding to the guards posted at intervals. The air grew dank, the smell of cold stone thick. At the dungeon entrance, two men recognized him and stepped aside. They led him to Tywin's cell, a stout iron door with a narrow barred window. "He's asked for no one guard muttered. "But see for yourself." Jon peered through the bars. The interior was dim, lit by a single lantern. Tywin sat on a bench, shackles at his wrists. His head lifted at the sound of footsteps. Even in captivity, his gaze was penetrating, his posture upright. Shadows etched his features, making the hollows of his cheeks appear sharper. "Bastard," Tywin said coolly. "Come to gloat." Jon's jaw tightened. "No. I only wanted to see if you needed anything." Tywin's mouth twisted in a faint sneer. "Concern from Ned Stark's get? You must be hungry for some measure of moral superiority." Jon forced himself not to rise to the bait. "Your wound is healing well enough? A maester cleans it daily, so I won't die of rot. I suspect your brother wants me alive for future bargains." Jon nodded, ignoring the swirl of complicated anger. "If that changes, let us know." Tywin gave a curt nod, as if politely dismissing him. "You have Ned's eyes, you know," he said suddenly, voice low. "He was an honorable fool. Don't let that plague you as well." Jon bristled. "Honorable men shape the world for the better. Men like you shape it for torment." Tywin's lips pressed together. "The world is shaped by winners. Your father lost. Remember that." A flare of rage coiled in Jon's gut, but he refused to engage. Instead, he turned on his heel and strode away, Ghost padding at his side. The heavy door clanged shut behind him. He took the steps two at a time, heart pounding. Tywin's coldness reminded Jon how precarious peace was. Even a captive lion might lash out if given the chance. At the top of the stairs, Jon emerged into a corridor lit by torches. The carved wolf heads on the pillars felt welcoming, as if Winterfell itself recognized him. He ran a hand along the cold stone. This place had once been the center of his world, a boy's realm where he dreamed of acceptance. Now it was a beacon of home, tinged with the sorrow of all that had transpired. He found Sansa in the library tower, wrapped in a fur cloak, staring out the window at the courtyard below. The old volumes around her smelled of parchment and dust. She glanced at him. "Couldn't sleep?" Jon shook his head. "Needed to clear my thoughts." "And you?" A sad smile. I keep expecting to wake in the Red Keep. But then I see Winterfell's towers and it feels real. She exhaled softly. Still, I don't know how to be happy. Jon approached, gently laying a hand on her shoulder. Give it time. We've all changed. She nodded, eyes glistening. I want to see Mother. And Arya. And feel whole again. Is that too much? Jon wished he could say otherwise. No, it isn't. Let's hope the gods grant it. She leaned against him for a moment, taking quiet comfort. The wind whispered beyond the tower windows. Beyond Winterfell's walls, a hush spanned the northern night as though the land held its breath for whatever came next, wildling raids, new rebellions, or the creeping threat beyond the wall. The next day settled into a rhythm of normalcy, distributing lodging to the returning soldiers, stowing equipment in the armory, cleaning the courtyard. The crisp northern air revived many men, though they remained wary of the future. Tywin's presence, hidden away in the dungeons, cast a subtle shadow. The rumor that House Greyjoy might be stirring caused mutters, though no firm news arrived. Some men from the Riverlands parted ways, returning to their own territories. Others declared they'd follow Robb wherever he led. Sansa began physical therapy for her ankle, aided by Maester Luwin. She limped through the halls, reacquainting herself with the old rooms. Now and then, Jon found her in the Godwood, gazing at the heart tree's solemn face. She never said what she prayed for, but he could guess. Arya, safety, maybe the soul of Ned Stark if the old gods might listen. Bran and Rickon resumed their boyish routines, riding the occasional pony in the courtyard. Rickon was overjoyed to see that shaggy dog, his black dire wolf, had grown, though somewhat wild in his absence. Bran's wolf, Summer, roamed near him with quiet devotion. Jon noticed all 5 Stark dire wolves in one place: Ghost, Grey Wind, Summer, Shaggy Dog, and Lady was dead, but Sansa had glimpsed the others and sorrow flickered in her eyes. So we must recall Lady was executed earlier. Actually, yes, Lady had been killed by Ned on Cersei's order. So Sansa's direwolf is dead. That's a continuity detail. Let's keep it consistent. As the days passed, each corner of Winterfell reawakened. The great Jon eventually departed for Last Hearth to shore up defenses. Karstark went to Karhold. Midge Mormont traveled west, presumably to see her own lands. All carried Robb's edict. The North stands as an independent kingdom, allied with none, threatened by any who cross the neck uninvited. War might come again, but for the moment, the realm of House Stark breathed. One chilly evening, Robb held a small feast in the great hall to honor the returning men. Tables groaned with stews, pies, roasted venison. Laughter returned to these walls for the first time in what felt like ages. Sansa sat near the high table, more at ease among friendly faces. Bran and Rickon devoured plates of food, wide-eyed at the swirl of talk about southern battles. Jon sat with them, occasionally answering the boys' questions about King's Landing or the Red Keep. He softened the details for Rickon's sake. Near the feast's end, Robb stood, raising his cup. A toast to the Starks of Winterfell. May we never forget those we've lost. May we guard our home and stand as wolves in the night. The North remembers. The cry echoed, the North remembers. Jon felt a swell of emotion. The faces around him shone with unity, a sense of belonging he'd once craved. Yet he felt the old vow stirring in his bones: night gathers, and now my watch begins. He had cast it aside, but perhaps the call remained, unrelenting as the winter wind. After the feast, while the hall bustled with revelers, Sansa retreated early. Jon rose to follow, hoping to ensure she navigated the steps safely. But she shook her head gently, saying she'd manage, and disappeared with a maid. Jon lingered near the dais, watching Robb engage in conversation with a few lords. A steward approached Jon, bowing. Beg pardon, my lord, but there's a black brother at the gate asking for you. Says his name is Samwell Tarly. Jon's heart lurched. Sam. Yes, my lord. Says he's come seeking Jon Snow. We told him you might be here. Jon exchanged a startled look with the steward. Then he hastened out of the hall, heart pounding. Outside, the courtyard glowed with torchlight. A swirl of cold air slapped him, but he barely felt it as he rushed to the main gate. There he found Sam, swaddled in his black cloak, cheeks red from the chill. He looked thinner than Jon remembered, face lined with worry. He held a horse's reins, the beast quivering from travel. At the sight of Jon, Sam let out a breath that became a fog in the cold. Jon, he managed, voice trembling. Someone said you, I wasn't sure you'd even speak to me. You left the watch. Jon strode forward, wrapping Sam in a tight embrace. Ghost circled them, sniffing. Sam, what are you doing here? Are you all right? Sam's eyes brimmed with relief, but quickly turned to alarm. Jon, the Lord Commander sent me. We've seen things. On the other side of the wall. Wildlings massing, yes, but more than that. There are rumors of the dead walking. Jon's blood went cold. Are you certain? Sam swallowed hard. We found bodies, Jon, that rose again. It's real. The Lord Commander wants every able man. He said, we need you. The vow he said you might have deserted, but we need every sword. The realm is in danger from the far north. Jon closed his eyes for a beat, Sam's words colliding with his deepest fears. It was happening then. The old stories, the others, the White Walkers, whatever name they carried, rising again beyond the wall. Why come to me? Sam twisted his hands. The Lord Commander believes in second chances. He said if you'll return, we can stand together. If not, or if you refuse, He can't promise forgiveness, but he said the Watch cannot afford to turn away a man with your experience. Please, Jon? A swirl of thoughts. Hadn't he told Robb he might return to the wall once Sansa was safe? But Sansa was still fragile, and Tywin's captivity weighed on them. The North was forging a new future while the threat beyond the wall built into a monstrous wave. Jon took a long, unsteady breath. I don't know, Sam. My family needs me here. Sam placed a hand on Jon's arm. The entire realm needs you there, beyond the wall. If these creatures come, no Southern crown can save us. Only the wall stands. The Lord Commander hopes you'll see that. Jon remembered how Ned had always said the Watch was a noble calling. But he'd also known that oath had cost him everything in the South. Let me speak with Robb. I can't decide alone. But I believe you, Sam. Hope lit Sam's face. Thank you. I'll wait as long as needed. My horse is near spent anyway. Jon nodded, numb with the realization. The war in the South might be done for them, but a far older war threatened from the North. He guided Sam inside, explaining to the gate guards that this black brother was his guest. They led him to a small guest chamber to rest. Jon lingered in the corridor, mind racing. He needed to tell Robb. Sansa was safe in Winterfell, yes, but she might still need him. Yet the memory of undead whites, the glimpses of cold terror from old accounts, hammered at his conscience. He could not ignore it. He found Robb in the Great Hall, finishing a conversation with a minor noble from the Rills. The hall was quieter now, many having departed for bed. Ghost patted at Jon's side. Robb looked up, brow furrowing at Jon's expression. What is it? A black brother came seeking me, Samwell Tarly. He says the dead rise beyond the wall. He begs me to return to the Watch. The words weighed like stones. Robb's face tightened. You realize what that means. If you go back, you'll be a sworn brother again, no part in the North's politics. No rank here. Jon nodded. I know. But if what Sam says is true, something worse than war is coming. Something that could sweep down on us all. Robb let out a shaky breath. You truly believe these stories? Jon hesitated. I believe Sam wouldn't lie. And the old tales speak of White Walkers. If there's any chance they're real, the realm is in grave danger. A hush fell between them. Robb set a hand on Jon's shoulder. You've done everything for us, Jon. Saved Sansa, brought justice for father. If the Watch is where you need to be, I won't stop you. I'll speak with the Lord Commander myself if it helps clear your name. Jon's throat felt tight. Sansa might feel abandoned. She'll understand that you do this for the realm. And she has me, Bran, Rickon. We can stand together now. Jon closed his eyes briefly, relief and sorrow mingling. Then tomorrow I'll talk with Sam. We'll decide how to travel north. If the Lord Commander is giving me a second chance, I can't waste it. Robb drew him into a fierce embrace. All I ask is that you stay the night, so we can truly welcome you home once more. But in the morning, if the realm needs you beyond the wall, then go. I'll rule the north. You keep the nightmares away. Jon managed a broken laugh. Deal. They parted. Jon wandered the corridors of Winterfell, letting the memories wash over him one final time. He passed the old training yard where a battered practice dummy leaned. He paused by the godwood, seeing the reflection of torchlight on the black pool. All the while, Ghost accompanied him, silent as the shadows. In the hush of midnight, he stood upon the ramparts overlooking the courtyard. The cold wind ruffled his hair, sending a shiver through him. The stars glittered mercilessly overhead. A sense of destiny loomed. He had come so far, broken his vow, avenged Ned, saved Sansa, captured Tywin, crowned Robb. Now the circle threatened to pull him back to the Watch where the final battle for the realm's soul might unfold. The ghosts of the past drifted through Winterfell's stones. Ned Stark's steady gaze, Arya's mischievous grin, the day Jon had parted from them all. He felt tears sting his eyes but let them fall unheeded. He was a wolf of the north, but also a man sworn to guard the realms of men. At his side, Ghost pressed closer, as if sensing the turmoil. Jon gently scratched behind the direwolf's ear. We might be leaving soon, boy, he murmured. Back to the wall to face the cold. Ghost only blinked his red eyes, a quiet acceptance in his posture. The wind carried the faint howls of other wolves in distant forests. The north stretched endlessly beyond Winterfell, alive with old magic and silent watchers. In that vastness an ancient terror stirred. Jon breathed in the chill air, letting it fill his lungs. Tomorrow he would speak with Sam, confirm the truth of the rising dead. And he would decide once and for all whether to remain a deserter or a brother renewed. Either way, the shape of his life had changed forever. He bowed his head under the silent constellations, hearing only the faint rustle of leaves in the godswood. In the heart of Winterfell, the hearth fires burned. Sansa slept beneath a roof free of southern nightmares. Robb prepared to reign over an independent north. Bran and Rickon dreamed child's dreams. And somewhere in the haunted north beyond the wall, the wind whispered secrets of ice and darkness. Jon turned away from the battlements, leading Ghost back inside. The path ahead was uncertain, but he would face it as he always had, with a sword in hand, a direwolf at his side, and the memory of those he loved burning bright in his heart. Jon rose before dawn, half expecting the echo of war horns, the clamor of battle. Instead, Winterfell's courtyard was hushed, blanketed by a thin layer of new-fallen snow. The morning sky had not yet lightened, but torchlight flickered along the walls, revealing drifting flakes that glowed softly as they fell. Ghost padded beside him, the direwolf's paws leaving broad prints in the whitened mud. After so much turmoil in the south, the quiet felt uncanny, as if the castle itself held its breath. He made his way to the guest quarters where Samwell Tarly had been lodged. A sleepy guard outside the door blinked at Jon and stepped aside. Inside, Sam sat hunched over a table, stirring awake from whatever restless sleep he'd managed. The small fireplace in the corner did little to warm the chill of these northern nights. When Sam noticed Jon, his face lit with relief, though it quickly turned anxious. He pushed aside a pile of charts and parchments. "Jon," Sam said, rubbing at his eyes. I'm sorry, I drifted off for a while." Jon smiled gently. "Don't apologize. You've come a long way from the wall." Sam exhaled, nodding. "It's a journey I never thought I'd make." The Lord Commander insisted. "Some of the other Black brothers said you wouldn't want to see me, that you deserted, but I knew you had a reason. I told them so." His voice quivered with a mix of fear and devotion. "And now, I had to go south," Jon said quietly. "My father died. Sansa was in danger. I couldn't stand idle. But it doesn't excuse breaking my vow." Sam lowered his gaze, swallowing. "If the Lord Commander can forgive you, others might as well. If only because we have so few men to spare. The truth is, Jon, the Watch is in dire need. Even if the threat were only the wildlings, we'd still be outnumbered. But with whites, things that rise when they should be dead. Some nights, it feels like the old stories are all coming true." Jon recalled the half-forgotten passages he'd read in Castle Black's library, describing the Long Night, the White Walkers, and ancient battles for Dawn itself. "I believe you, and if you've seen it with your own eyes, that means there's no time to lose." Sam's relief was evident in the slump of his shoulders. "Then you'll return? The Lord Commander said he'd do what he could to reinstate you, if you came of your own will. You broke your vow, but you're needed too badly to be turned away." Jon nodded, though a weight settled in his chest. "I'll speak with Robb about it. He's the king in the north now. He can help me clear my name, or at least ensure I won't be declared an outlaw for stepping foot beyond the wall." Sam's eyes widened. "That would be a kindness. If we had the support of the north, even a little, it might help. The wildlings are massing in numbers we've never seen. Men speak of a king beyond the wall, leading them. And the whites," he shuddered. "We've lost good rangers already. The first time we encountered them, it was only 2 bodies, but they rose up in the night. One of our brothers nearly died before we put them down again." Jon thought of the Southerners who had dismissed the others as myths. Even here in Winterfell, talk of living corpses had once felt like a fireside tale. But Sam's voice shook with genuine horror. "All right," Jon said softly. "We'll do this quickly. I won't leave you waiting." He left Sam with instructions to rest and eat. Winterfell's kitchens had prepared a hot meal for Sam, in typical Stark hospitality. No traveler who arrived here would starve, at least. Outside, the sky was graying into the earliest hint of dawn, painting the fresh snow in pale light. Jon could see the dim forms of stable hands trudging to tend the horses. The next watchman on the walls yawned, stamping his feet against the cold. Jon found Robb in the godswood. Despite the chill, his brother had come to pray under the ancient weirwood, or perhaps to gather his thoughts. Ghost accompanied Jon at a brisk trot, leaving faint tracks across the frozen ground. Gray Wind was already there, seated like a silent sentinel near the edge of the Heart Tree's pool. Robb stood by the carved trunk, eyes on the solemn face in the bark. And from them all, he felt tears sting his eyes but let them fall unheeded. He was a wolf of the north, but also a man sworn to guard the realms of men. At his side, Ghost pressed closer, as if sensing the turmoil. Jon gently scratched behind the direwolf's ear. "We might be leaving soon, boy," he murmured. Back to the wall to face the cold. Ghost only blinked his red eyes, a quiet acceptance in his posture. The wind carried the faint howls of other wolves in distant forests. The north stretched endlessly beyond Winterfell, alive with old magic and silent watchers. In that vastness an ancient terror stirred. Jon breathed in the chill air, letting it fill his lungs. Tomorrow he would speak with Sam, confirm the truth of the rising dead. And he would decide once and for all whether to remain a deserter or a brother renewed. Either way, the shape of his life had changed forever. He bowed his head under the silent constellations, hearing only the faint rustle of leaves in the godswood. In the heart of Winterfell, the hearth fires burned. Sansa slept beneath a roof free of southern nightmares. Robb prepared to reign over an independent north. Bran and Rickon dreamed child's dreams. And somewhere in the haunted north beyond the wall, the wind whispered secrets of ice and darkness. Jon turned away from the battlements, leading Ghost back inside. The path ahead was uncertain, but he would face it as he always had, with a sword in hand, a direwolf at his side, and the memory of those he loved burning bright in his heart. Jon rose before dawn, half expecting the echo of war horns, the clamor of battle. Instead, Winterfell's courtyard was hushed, blanketed by a thin layer of new-fallen snow. The morning sky had not yet lightened, but torchlight flickered along the walls, revealing drifting flakes that glowed softly as they fell. Ghost padded beside him, the direwolf's paws leaving broad prints in the whitened mud. After so much turmoil in the south, the quiet felt uncanny, as if the castle itself held its breath. He made his way to the guest quarters where Samwell Tarly had been lodged. A sleepy guard outside the door blinked at Jon and stepped aside. Inside, Sam sat hunched over a table, stirring awake from whatever restless sleep he'd managed. The small fireplace in the corner did little to warm the chill of these northern nights. When Sam noticed Jon, his face lit with relief, though it quickly turned anxious. He pushed aside a pile of charts and parchments. "Jon," Sam said, rubbing at his eyes. I'm sorry, I drifted off for a while." Jon smiled gently. "Don't apologize. You've come a long way from the wall." Sam exhaled, nodding. "It's a journey I never thought I'd make. The Lord Commander insisted. Some of the other Black Brothers said you wouldn't want to see me, that you deserted, but I knew you had a reason. I told them so." His voice quivered with a mix of fear and devotion. "And now, I had to go south," Jon said quietly. "My father died. Sansa was in danger. I couldn't stand idle. But it doesn't excuse breaking my vow." Sam lowered his gaze, swallowing. "If the Lord Commander can forgive you, others might as well. If only because we have so few men to spare. The truth is, Jon, the Watch is in dire need. Even if the threat were only the wildlings, we'd still be outnumbered. But with whites, things that rise when they should be dead. Some nights, it feels like the old stories are all coming true." Jon recalled the half-forgotten passages he'd read in Castle Black's library, describing the long night, the White Walkers, and ancient battles for dawn itself. I believe you, and if you've seen it with your own eyes, that means there's no time to lose. Sam's relief was evident in the slump of his shoulders. Then you'll return? The Lord Commander said he'd do what he could to reinstate you, if you came of your own will. You broke your vow, but you're needed too badly to be turned away. Jon nodded, though a weight settled in his chest. I'll speak with Robb about it. He's the king in the north now. He can help me clear my name, or at least ensure I won't be declared an outlaw for stepping foot beyond the wall. Sam's eyes widened. That would be a kindness. If we had the support of the north, even a little, it might help. The wildlings are massing in numbers we've never seen. Men speak of a king beyond the wall, leading them. And the whites, he shuddered. We've lost good rangers already. The first time we encountered them, it was only 2 bodies, but they rose up in the night. One of our brothers nearly died before we put them down again. Jon thought of the Southerners who had dismissed the others as myths. Even here in Winterfell, talk of living corpses had once felt like a fireside tale. But Sam's voice shook with genuine horror. All right, Jon said softly. We'll do this quickly. I won't leave you waiting. He left Sam with instructions to rest and eat. Winterfell's kitchens had prepared a hot meal for Sam, in typical Stark hospitality. No traveler who arrived here would starve, at least. Outside, the sky was graying into the earliest hint of dawn, painting the fresh snow in pale light. Jon could see the dim forms of stable hands trudging to tend the horses. The next watchman on the walls yawned, stamping his feet against the cold. Jon found Robb in the godswood. Despite the chill, his brother had come to pray under the ancient weirwood, or perhaps to gather his thoughts. Ghost accompanied Jon at a brisk trot, leaving faint tracks across the frozen ground. Gray Wind was already there, seated like a silent sentinel near the edge of the Heart Tree's pool. Robb stood by the carved trunk, eyes on the solemn face in the bark. Jon approached quietly. In the hush of snow, even his footsteps sounded muffled. Robb glanced over his shoulder, offering a small nod. He turned back to the weirwood, pressing a palm against the trunk, as though listening for a response. Jon waited, trying not to disturb whatever communion Robb sought. Finally, Robb lowered his hand and looked to Jon with tired eyes. It's the first time I've stood here since we returned, Robb said. I used to pray in the godwood as a boy, but now his throat moved. I was thinking of Father, wondering if he'd be proud of what I've done. Jon dipped his head. He would. You freed Sansa, avenged him in part by capturing Tywin. The North is free. He'd never have wanted such bloodshed, but he'd understand you had no choice. Robb's eyes shone with moisture. Part of me still expects him to walk these halls, or to come remind me how to hold a sword. But it's just us now, and I worry I'm not half the lord he was. Jon recalled Ned's calm presence, the unwavering sense of justice he carried like a shield. None of us are. But you've done your best. The men respect you. Sansa's safe. Bran and Rickon are safe. A ghost of a smile flickered on Robb's lips. Then the smile faded. Samwell Tarly arrived. I assume you've spoken with him. Yes. He told me about what the Night's Watch faces. Whites, wildlings, an unimaginable threat. I think I have to go. Robb nodded heavily as if he'd expected no less. I'll help however I can. You want me to speak with the Lord Commander, try to mend your vow? Jon hesitated. I don't know how it works legally. I deserted. By rights, they could execute me. But if the Lord Commander will accept me back and you recognize my service, maybe we can show that it was done out of duty to the realm. The realm had more immediate threats down south. Robb turned, leaning his back against the weirwood trunk, arms folded. The new realm we're forging in the north is ours to shape. If I declare you free of any penalty, since you did this to save House Stark, that might hold weight. The Watch is sworn to serve no king, but they still rely on the north for recruits and support. They'll likely agree. Jon's chest loosened at the prospect. Thank you. Robb studied him with a sorrowful fondness. Sansa won't like losing you again so soon, but she'll understand if you explain. Bran and Rickon, too. Though Rickon might throw a fit. He tried for a lighter tone. Then again, he's thrown fits over less. A small laugh escaped Jon. Let me speak to them. Sem said the Watch is short-handed. If winter truly is coming, we can't ignore it. Not with the dead walking. Robb's eyes narrowed. If that's real, the entire realm's in danger, north or not. But yes, we can't just close our eyes. If you need supplies, men, weapons, I'll do what I can. The watch will have to accept them. Jon placed a hand on Robb's arm. Thank you, your grace. Robb shook his head, a rueful grin corking his mouth. Don't your grace me in the godwood, Jon. We're still brothers here. They parted soon after. Jon lingered another moment beneath the weirwood, letting the sharp air brace him. His life had pivoted yet again. From the warring south to the cold north and the mysteries beyond the wall. Duty pulled him. And he felt something deeper, a calling to face that ancient threat in the only way he knew how. He left the godwood, walking briskly through the bailey. Sansa was already up, hobbling in the yard with Maester Luwin, who encouraged her to test the ankle gradually. She brightened at Jon's approach, though her face still held the pallor of recent trauma. You're up early, Sansa said. So are you. She shrugged, hugging her fur cloak close. I kept dreaming of King's Landing last night. Woke at dawn, decided it was better to move than to lie in bed remembering. Jon walked beside her as she paced across the snow-dusted cobbles. How's the ankle? It aches, she admitted. But it's better than it was. In a fortnight, I might walk without a limp. Good. He took a breath, steeling himself for the news. Sansa, I have to leave soon. She frowned, confusion flitting across her features. Leave? We just got back. Is it Renly? Does he want you south again? Jon shook his head. No. A brother of the Night's Watch came. They're in trouble, Sansa. A threat that might be bigger than all these crowns and thrones. I need to go back. She looked stricken, her blue eyes searching his. But you deserted them. Wouldn't they? They might punish me. But the Lord Commander is willing to take me back if I come willingly. They have too few men to protect the realm against what's beyond the wall. He swallowed, seeing the sorrow in her gaze. I'm sorry, but this is necessary. She closed her eyes for a moment, tears trembling on her lashes. I don't want to lose you again. But if it's as urgent as you say. I know you wouldn't do this lightly. Jon gently laid a hand on her arm. I'll visit when I can if the watch allows it. It won't be like before with me gone forever. And the North stands on its own now. Robb is here, Bran and Rickon. They'll keep you safe. She nodded, blinking rapidly. You'll write to me if you can? As often as I'm able. She pressed her lips together, struggling to maintain composure. Then she hugged him, the embrace tight despite her frail state. He felt the fragile strength in her arms. Thank you for everything, she whispered. You saved me. I hate that I can't repay you. He gently rubbed her back. You owe me nothing. You're my sister, Sansa. She sniffled, nodding. When she released him, she attempted a small, tremulous smile. Then go. Just be careful. The wall is so far, and the wildlings say. I will. They parted ways in the yard, Luwin hovering near to guide Sansa back inside. Jon saw how heavy her steps were, as though weighed down by more than her bad ankle. It pained him to leave her so soon, but duty called. The realm faced dangers greater than any single house or throne. At midday, Jon gathered Bran and Rickon in the solar. Bran perched on a cushioned seat, his leg braces propped up, while Rickon fiddled with a wooden dire wolf toy. When Jon announced his decision, Rickon yelped in dismay. You can't go, he insisted. You just got back, and we have a new place at the table for you. Bran's expression was more subdued. You're going to the Watch again? Why? There's trouble beyond the wall, Jon explained. I need to help the Night's Watch. It might threaten all of us if it spills south. Rickon frowned, tears in his eyes. But we just lost Father, and we lost you once. Why do we have to lose you again? Jon crouched, placing a hand on Rickon's shoulder. You'll still have Robb and Bran. And Sansa. I know it's hard. I promise if I can visit, I will. Rickon glowered, bottom lip trembling, but he clutched Jon in a fierce hug. Then he turned and ran out, the wooden wolf clattering on the floor. Jon watched him vanish with a pang of guilt. Bran fiddled with the clasp of his tunic. You really think it's that bad? Jon nodded, meeting Bran's eyes. Worse than we ever feared. The Watchers beyond the wall say the dead walk. Our stories about the others might not be just stories. Bran's face paled. We used to talk about them when we were small. I never thought. Are you sure you'll be safe? Safe enough, Jon said with forced optimism. The wall is strong. We just need men to defend it. And well, we need every blade that can hold a sword. Or so Sam says. Bran slowly exhaled. Then do it. I trust your judgment, Jon. Just promise you'll come back someday. Jon gave a faint, grateful smile. I promise. They spoke a while longer about Winterfell, about how Robb was adjusting as king, about the small tasks Bran had taken on. Ein. Stay safe, Jon. He gently embraced her one last time. I will. Bran and Rickon said their goodbyes too, Rickon scowling at the notion of losing Jon's stories and lessons. Bran tried to mask his sadness with stoic acceptance. Maester Luwin offered Jon a set of sealed raven scrolls in case the watch needed official communication from Winterfell. In a corner of the hall, the great Jon approached with a boisterous clap on Jon's shoulder. "Off to the wall, are you? So be it. We owe you for what you did in the south, lad. Don't let any whites eat you." Jon managed a grin. "I'll do my best." Finally, Robb walked with Jon to the courtyard gate. Snowflakes drifted lazily, illuminated by the torch sconce above the arch. Robb wore a heavy cloak lined with white fur, the stark brooch glinting. His breath misted in the chill. "I'll send more supplies to the watch if winter worsens," Robb said. "Make sure they know we support them. Maybe that will help them keep the wall strong." Jon clasped Robb's forearm. "Thank you, brother. If the situation grows truly dire, or if the White Walkers are real, I might send a raven begging for more men. Promise me you'll at least consider it." Robb set his jaw, nodding. "I will. We have our own troubles, but if the dead truly rise, no walls in the south will matter. We're all in danger." A long silence hung between them. The distance that war had carved between the new king in the north and the brother who had once been nothing but a bastard seemed to dissolve for a moment. Robb embraced Jon fiercely, the warmth of brotherhood cutting through the cold. "Send ravens," Robb repeated. "I'll do what I can." Jon pulled away, eyes stinging. "Goodbye, Robb." With that, he turned and left through the arch, leading his horse out into the swirling night. Sam was waiting with 2 mounted Stark men, both clad in thick fur mantles. Ghost slunk at Jon's heel. Overhead, the moon gleamed on the fresh snow. Behind him, the gate of Winterfell rumbled shut. The wind carried the smell of pine and distant frost. They rode northward, hoofs crunching softly. Sam shivered despite the layers. The 2 Stark riders, men named Daniel and Brant, took the lead. None spoke for the first hour, each lost in thought. Jon found himself glancing back at Winterfell's silhouette, the faint glow of torches on the walls. Inside those walls, Sansa and his siblings finally had peace. Tywin Lannister lay in chains. The North stood free. But the knowledge of looming nightmares erased any sense of triumph. By dawn, the party had covered decent ground. The snow let up, leaving a clear, icy sky. Breath plumed from their horses' nostrils as they pressed on. From time to time, Sam asked about the terrain, scribbling notes for the watch's records. The 2 Stark men kept to themselves, watchful of potential bandits or roving beasts. They skirted the White Knife's winding banks, mindful of any frozen patches that might crack under the horses' weight. The days blurred into a pattern of cold mornings, short midday halts, long afternoons of travel. Nights were brutal, huddled around meager fires. Ghost prowled the perimeter, scouting for danger. Sam wheezed with every effort, but to his credit, he never complained for long. He'd grown more resilient, it seemed, forging on despite the hardships. The further north they went, the scarcer signs of life became. The farmland and villages diminished into thinly populated stretches. Winter's grip was evident in the skeletal forests and windswept hills. Once they passed a small hamlet where only a few ragged folk emerged to greet them. Daniel offered them a portion of salted fish and goodwill, and the hamlet's elder explained that hunters had reported fewer game sightings of late. "Even the animals sense something's wrong," the elder muttered. Sam cast Jon a worried look. The men at Castle Black said the same. Fewer game sightings, as if the forests themselves are uneasy. Jon grimly recalled the times he'd ranged beyond the wall. The quiet there had always felt ominous, as though the land slept under a watchful, malevolent presence. Perhaps that was just fear talking, but perhaps not. They urged their horses onward. After 10 days, the party reached the lands near Queen's Crown, a small holdfast that had historically served travelers on the King's Road. By then, Sam looked half-dead from exhaustion, and even the Stark men wore lines of fatigue. The holdfast's caretaker recognized the men of Winterfell, allowing them a night's shelter in the squat tower. Snow whirled outside in a swirling gale, the wind moaning like restless spirits. Over a rough dinner, the caretaker mentioned rumors of wildling scouts venturing further south than usual. Jon asked, "How large a group?" The caretaker shrugged. "A dozen, maybe more. Some local trackers saw them vanish into the woods near the hills. They didn't come close to the holdfast, thank the gods. But it's unusual. Usually, wildlings don't cross so far south of the wall unless they're desperate." Sam swallowed hard. Perhaps they're foraging. Or scouts for a larger band. A hush fell over the small gathering. The caretaker's wife and children hovered near the hearth, anxious. One child was wide-eyed, clutching a wool blanket. Jon tried to reassure them. "We'll keep watch tonight. If wildlings approach, we'll know." That night, they took shifts in the holdfast's tower, scanning the dark horizon. Ghost prowled in the drifting snow, but no enemies appeared. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving drifts piled high against the walls. They dug out their horses and continued north. 2 more days, and the shape of the wall emerged in the distance, an impossible line of icy blue rising above the landscape. Even from miles away, it dominated the horizon, dwarfing trees and hills. Sam let out a shaky breath at the sight. "Home," he whispered, though fear tinged his voice. "For better or worse?" Jon felt an ache in his chest. He hadn't laid eyes on the wall since the night he'd ridden away under the cloak of betrayal. So much had changed. He was no longer the green boy desperate to prove himself. Yet his heart still pounded with the echo of that vow. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. He wondered if the wall would accept him again, or if it would swallow him whole. The day wore long as they pressed closer. By afternoon, they saw the towers of Castle Black nestled against the wall's base. Smoke rose from the chimneys, a sign of life and watchfulness. The gate to the tunnel lay beyond, overshadowed by the colossal ice barrier. Jon's gut churned. So many memories swept him. Training in the yard, jokes with PYP and Gren, Sam's awkward companionship, the tension with Ser Alistair Thorne, and deeper memories, the sense of belonging he'd once found. They rode up to the gates. 2 black-cloaked men peered down from a wooden walkway, crossbows in hand. One shouted, "Who goes there?" Sam called back, voice trembling. Samwell Tarly of the Night's Watch returned with Jon Snow and men from Winterfell. A moment of confusion reigned on the walkway. Jon Snow? He deserted. Or so we heard. Another voice retorted, "Open the gates. We'll sort it out inside." Soon, the portcullis groaned upward. The group entered the courtyard, the horses clopping across well-trodden paths. Brothers in black gathered, some with open curiosity, others glaring with suspicion. Jon's pulse hammered. Ghost sniffed the cold air, hackles slightly raised. Sam slid off his horse, letting out a puff of relief. The 2 Stark men stood close by, uncertain. Within moments, the Lord Commander himself strode forth. Jeor Mormont, tall and broad despite his years, clad in furs and the worn black cloak that marked his station. Behind him came a handful of rangers and stewards. Jon saw familiar faces among them, though not all looked friendly. Mormont's eyes were flinty. "Sam said you'd return," he growled, focusing on Jon. "And here you are." Jon dismounted, trying to keep his voice steady. "I am. I come with a letter from King Robb Stark. Your men can read it if they wish. It explains why I left, that I broke my vow under duress, but that I want to rejoin the Watch if you'll have me." Mormont's gaze flicked over Jon's attire. The partial black cloak, the southern sword at his hip, the battered shield. Then he reached out for the letter. Jon handed it over. Mormont squinted at the lines, muttering. A nearby brother read over his shoulder, verifying the text. Sam wrung his hands nervously. At last, Mormont harumphed. "Damned if I know how to handle such an oathbreaker. But we're short on good swords. And Sam says you've been fighting in the south. Capturing Tywin Lannister? That's a tale. If I didn't know the boy I left behind, I'd say you were spinning yarns." Jon swallowed. "It's no yarn, Lord Commander. Tywin's in Winterfell's dungeon. Joffrey's dethroned in King's Landing. Renly Baratheon is on the throne. The realms changed." A ripple of murmurs rose among the watching Black brothers. Some looked stunned. News from the south had come sporadically. Mormont snorted. "Aye, the realm's gone mad. But that's their business. Ours is up here. You come back ready to serve? You'll take your vow again, this time for good." Jon lowered his head in respect. "Yes, Lord Commander. I swear it." Mormont grunted. "Then so be it. Alistair Thorne'll bark about it, but he barks about everything. We need every man capable of swinging a sword, especially one who's seen real combat." He turned to Sam. "You did well, Tarly, bringing him. Get these men from Winterfell some hot food and a bed for the night. Then we'll speak more in private." The tension eased. Sam practically sagged with relief. The 2 Stark men exchanged glances, looking uncertain about the austere surroundings. Mormont gestured, and one of the stewards stepped forward to guide them to lodging. Jon led his horse aside, patting the steed's neck. Some black brothers approached to take the mount to the stables. Before Jon could move, a sour voice spoke behind him. Deserter or not, you've got nerve, Snow, returning as if you never left. Ser Alliser Thorne, tall and gaunt, sneered from under a dark cowl. Jon suppressed a grimace. Ser Alliser. Thorne's thin lips curled. The Lord Commander might be soft enough to let you rejoin, but I'll have my eye on you. One misstep, and I'll see you flogged. Jon forced calm. Understood, Ser Alliser. He saw no point in arguing. Thorne sniffed. We'll see how the new oath suits you. Deserter's the same as traitor in my mind. Mormont's bark echoed from across the yard. Thorne, enough. We have bigger problems than your grudges. Thorne glared, then pivoted and strode off. Jon exhaled slowly. The old animosity remained, but it hardly mattered with the dire threat looming. He turned to find Sam at his elbow, eyes wide with worry. He can't do anything, Sam muttered. The Lord Commander's with you, right? Jon tried to muster a reassuring nod. Yes, he gave me a second chance, that's enough. He scanned the courtyard, the old familiar ramparts, the worn practice yard. Many things were as he remembered. Men in black bustling with chores, the castle's spare architecture revealing the wall's looming backdrop. But the mood felt heavier, a hush that hinted at deep dread. Brothers whispered about missing rangers, sightings of things that shouldn't walk. They followed a steward to a small side building. Inside, a cramped chamber awaited, furnished with 2 straw mattresses and a brazier. Sam set down his gear, wincing as he stretched stiff muscles. Jon eased onto the other mattress, letting out a weary sigh. You're home, Sam whispered, though his tone was grim. A home about to face nightmares, but home. Jon nodded. I wonder if PYP and Gren are still around. We'll see them soon, I hope. Sam tried a faint smile. They'll be thrilled. PYP always said you'd come back if you could, though Gren was sure you'd choose your family. I had to do both, Jon said quietly. Now I'm here. They sat in silence for a while. The brazier's coals glowed, providing feeble warmth against the icy draft. Ghost settled near the door, ears flicking at distant sounds, boots on wooden walkways, the muffled calls of men switching watch shifts. Jon realized he'd missed the stark routine of Castle Black in a strange way. It was simpler here than in the labyrinth of southern politics. Yet the menace beyond the wall overshadowed everything. Eventually a knock came. Mormont's deep voice rumbled, Snow, Tarly, come. Bring that dire wolf if you want. Might as well have the beast here too. They stepped out following Mormont to the Lord Commander's solar, a cramped chamber lined with old logs from the forest. A battered table stood in the center loaded with maps. A brazier crackled in the corner. Ghost trotted behind them, sniffing at the shadows. Thorne had not come, but a few other senior officers were present. Bowen Marsh, the first steward, Othel Yarwick, the first builder, and Corin Halfhand, the famed ranger, his face etched with lines from countless expeditions. Mormont tapped a map. We've begun losing rangers beyond the wall. Some never returned. Some came back wounded, raving about whites or white shadows in the trees. The wildlings are massing, or so the rumors say, under a man named Mance Raider. You'll recall that name, Snow? Jon nodded. A former brother turned king beyond the wall. Corin said, voice low. He's forging the free folk into one horde. We suspect they mean to cross the wall somehow. Sam here told me bits of your southern war, but that's dust compared to what might come if Mance leads them south. Sam swallowed audibly. And with the whites, the free folk might not be alone. Mormont's expression hardened. Time is short. We plan a great ranging, some of us going deep beyond the wall to find Mance's camp, learn his strength. We'll also investigate the rumored presence of the others. If we can confirm it, he trailed off, letting that speak for itself. Bowen Marsh cleared his throat. Resources are thin. The Shadow Tower can't spare many men. Eastwatch is the same. But we must try. Corin Halfhand's gaze swept to Jon. Are you prepared to ride with us, Snow? You know the terrain from your earlier training. We'll need every capable sword. Jon felt a pulse of dread and resolve. I'll go. Mormont's eyes flicked to Sam. What about you, Tarly? You're no ranger, but the men trust you to record our findings. We might need a reliable steward and a scribe. Sam went pale. And me? Beyond the wall. Bowen Marsh placed a reassuring hand on Sam's shoulder. You'll be safe enough, lad, so long as you keep your wits. We need your quill. This is a historic venture. Sam stammered something inaudible, glancing at Jon in panic. Jon mustered a calming smile. "I'll watch your back, Sam." Mormont drummed his fingers on the table. "We move soon. Time's short. I'd planned to muster in a fortnight, but with each day, the wildlings could be marching. The weather's turning, too." He eyed Jon. "Are you sure you're ready to recommit? This might be a one-way trip." Jon straightened. "I gave you my vow. I'm ready." Mormont grunted satisfaction. "Then you'll swear it again tomorrow. At the Weirwood Grove near the wall, just to make it official. Thorn will protest, but I'll handle him." Sam exhaled, shoulders trembling. Qhorin offered a small nod of approval as if validating Mormont's stance. The meeting ended soon after, the men departing with grim purpose. Jon and Sam stepped into the night air, lungs filling with the icy tang. Above, the wall loomed, a silent monolith of ancient ice. Ghost pressed against Jon's leg, sniffing the wind. Sam said in a small voice, beyond the wall, "I'm not sure I'm ready for that." Jon laid a hand on his friend's arm. "None of us are. But we have to be, Sam." The next day, after a restless sleep, Jon stood in the old armory as a black-cloaked steward measured him for a new set of the watch's attire. The old black clothes he'd once worn had been left behind or outgrown. He shrugged into a fresh black cloak with a fur collar, adjusted the clasp. A wave of nostalgia rushed through him. Sansa's knitted scarf, that soft gray wool, lay folded with his personal belongings. He thought of wearing it beneath the cloak, a quiet reminder of Winterfell. When he emerged, a few younger recruits gawked at him, whispering. One or two recognized him from old stories. That's Jon Snow, the bastard who fought in the south. He ignored the murmurs. He had no illusions about being revered or forgiven by everyone. But the Lord Commander's acceptance was enough to keep him from being whipped as a deserter. In mid-afternoon, they rode to a small clearing in the haunted forest, not far from where a gnarled weirwood grew. Mormont insisted on the old tradition that men who renewed their vows speak it before the gods for those who believed. Jon dismounted, stepping onto a patch of snow between twisted tree roots. Sam and a handful of black brothers stood behind him, forming a solemn half-circle. The wind whistled through the pines, rustling the weirwood's crimson leaves. Qhorin handed Jon a candle of black wax. In silence, Jon lit it from a small brazier and held it toward the weirwood's carved face, the red sap-like tears framing its expression. The hush was absolute, as though the forest itself listened. Ghost waited at the edge of the clearing, eyes bright. Jon began the words, voice low but steady. "Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn. The horn that wakes the sleepers. The shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for this night and all the nights to come." His voice caught on the final line, a swirl of memory flooding him. The forest seemed to breathe, the weirwood's face solemnly witnessing his oath. The candle's flame flickered in the wind, then steadied. As he finished, Mormont placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, signifying acceptance. "It's done," the Lord Commander said. "You are a man of the Night's Watch again, Jon Snow." Jon extinguished the candle, letting out a slow breath. The vow felt heavier than before, now that he knew what horrors lurked beyond the forest. But also right, this was where he needed to be to protect the realm in ways no southern king ever would. Qhorin half-and offered a nod. "Welcome back to the fight." Sam smiled through watery eyes, cheeks red from more than just the cold. A few other brothers clapped Jon's back. Some withheld judgment, but no one objected openly. Alliser Thorne was conspicuously absent, likely fuming back at Castle Black. That was enough small mercy for the day. They returned to Castle Black by dusk. Jon found that his old sleeping cell, the one he'd shared with his fellow recruits, was now occupied by new arrivals. Mormont offered him a small single cell near the armory. He placed his few possessions there, the spare cloak, Sansa's scarf, and a humble pack of personal items. Ghost curled in the corner, resting his head on his paws. The direwolf had permission to stay with Jon so long as he didn't disrupt the daily chores. As Jon settled in, he felt a strange mixture of comfort and loss. He was back among the black stone walls and the clang of the forge, but Winterfell, Sansa, Robb, and all the southern intrigues were behind him. He told himself that was for the best. Here, at least, his purpose was clear. Later that night, Sam joined him, carrying a tray of stew and bread from the kitchens. They ate quietly by lamplight, both lost in thought. Eventually, Sam cleared his throat. "You know, I'm glad you're back, Jon," he said. "I was so scared traveling alone and the things we've seen. If you weren't with me, I'd be, well, more frightened than I already am." Jon offered a tired smile. I'm glad you found me, Sam. We'll face what comes together. Sam nodded, shifting on the bench. The Lord Commander wants me to gather old records about the others or anything that might hint at how to fight them. If you hear anything from your brother about strange forces in the north, please let me know. Jon thought about the glimpse of such lore he'd discovered in Castle Black's library once upon a time. We'll search the archives. Maybe there's something about dragonglass or Valyrian steel that might matter. My blade is Valyrian steel, after all. Sam's eyes widened. Truly? That might be important. The old tales mention dragonglass as a weapon against the others. Valyrian steel, perhaps it shares properties. We need more knowledge. Jon patted Longclaw's hilt. Then let's hope so. If these whites or White Walkers appear, we'll need every advantage. They finished their simple meal, clearing the dishes. The next day's promised hard training, preparations for the Great Ranging. More Black brothers trickled in from other outposts, forming a larger expedition. Qhorin Halfhand and several rangers would lead the scouting group. Mormont himself would command a main column deeper into the wilderness. A sense of tension gripped the entire fortress. Men sharpened swords, checked gear, murmured about the cold. Even the ravens seemed restless. By the third day after Jon's new vow, the weather turned savage. Bitter winds lashed the ramparts, flinging icy needles at anyone who dared stand watch. Snowdrifts piled in the corners of the courtyard. The men of the watch cursed the early winter as though it had come with a vengeance. Jon couldn't help but recall the stark words, "Winter is coming." So it was, and perhaps more swiftly than any had anticipated. One afternoon, while crossing the yard, Jon caught sight of PYP and Gren carrying a bundle of firewood. Their faces lit up at the sight of him, and they rushed over, dropping logs in the snow. PYP gave a dramatic bow. Well, PYP said with theatrical flair. The bastard returns from the south as rumored. I was sure you'd found some fancy castle to lounge in, but Sam said you'd come back to freeze with the rest of us. Gren grinned, broader but still the same open-faced youth. We missed you, Jon. Heard you did great deeds. Killed Lannisters by the dozen? Jon chuckled, clasping arms with them. Not by the dozen, no. But I saw enough battle for a lifetime. How have you fared? PYP shrugged. We've done what we can at guard duties, scouting. The wildlings grow bolder. The last few months have felt ominous. Hardly any nights pass without hearing strange howls from the forest. People talk of wights, ghosts, anything to keep themselves awake. Gren nodded gravely. You can feel it in the air. It's not just normal winter. Something's stirring. Jon's jaw tightened. Then we face it together. They parted soon after, promising to catch up. Jon felt a spark of warmth in seeing old friends. That was the intangible bond the watch offered, comradeship in a cold world. Despite everything, it felt like coming full circle. Eventually, the day arrived for the Great Ranging to begin. A column of nearly 200 Black brothers mustered in the courtyard, laden with supplies on mules and horses. Mormont stood at the front, perched on a massive courser. Qhorin and his rangers would scout ahead. The rest would follow in two lines, heading for the haunted forest and beyond. The plan was to push deep, find Mance Raider's main camp, gauge the threat, then decide on the next move. If they encountered whites, they'd test methods of dispatching them for good. Jon lined up with the rangers, Ghost at his side. Sam, assigned as a steward, was near the baggage train, fussing with ink pots and parchment. The gates opened. A fierce wind gusted, whipping black cloaks about. One by one, the horses clopped out, men stamping boots to stave off the biting cold. The watchers on the walls lifted their fists in a subdued salute. They passed beneath the colossal shadow of the wall, an immense presence that dwarfed them. The sheer ice glimmered in the wan morning light. Beyond lay a wilderness blanketed in snow and secrets. Jon's breath came in frosty clouds, heart pounding with anticipation and dread. He glanced at the giant gates behind them, remembering how he once patrolled these edges with no sense of the full scope of horror waiting. Now, knowledge weighed on him more than any physical burden. The watchers advanced into the forest. Trees loomed, branches heavy with snow. The ground crunched under hooves and boots. No birds sang. Ghost trotted ahead, occasionally pausing to sniff at prints or invisible scents in the wind. Qhorin directed small scouting parties to fan out and check for tracks. Mormont led the main group at a steady pace, navigating deeper among ancient pines. 2 days passed in that hush, broken only by the chatter of crows overhead or the distant cracking of ice-laden limbs. Tension swelled. Men jerked awake at the smallest noises during camp. Jon found it eerily reminiscent of his earliest training exercises, but now the stakes were real. Sam rarely slept, scribbling notes on everything from the temperature to the slightest sign of wildlife. On the third day, near dusk, the watchers discovered fresh footprints, dozens of them. Qhorin dismounted, crouching to examine the tracks. The pace of the group halted, men glancing about warily. Jon joined Qhorin, frowning at the imprints in the snow. Wildlings, Qhorin said, his voice echoing in the hush. Looks like they passed through recently. Maybe a day or two old. A mix of footprints, some large, maybe men wearing hide boots, others smaller. Jon's stomach tightened. They're heading west? Aye. Qhorin stood, scanning the tree line. If we follow carefully, we might catch them or find their camp. Mormont wants intelligence. Let's not blunder into a trap, though. Mormont rode up, his breath fogging. Qhorin half smiled. We found them, Lord Commander. Or at least a scouting party. Could be the vanguard of a larger group. If we keep pressing, we might discover Mance's whereabouts. Mormont nodded grimly. Gather a small group of rangers to pursue. The main column will follow at a slower pace. We don't want to telegraph our presence. Qhorin scanned the men. His eyes lit on Jon. Snow, you're with me. You know the wildlings' tactics well enough, and your direwolf might sense trouble. Jon's pulse quickened. I'm ready. Qhorin selected a half-dozen others, including a scarred ranger named Eben and a wiry scout called Stone Snake. They prepared quickly, fewer supplies, horses tethered behind, moving on foot for stealth. Sam watched anxiously as they set off, hugging his quill to his chest. Be careful, he whispered. Jon grasped Sam's shoulder. We will. Stay safe with Mormont. Ghost stood at Jon's side, ears alert. Qhorin gave a curt nod to the Lord Commander, and the small group vanished among the trees. For hours, they followed the tracks in near silence, forging through drifts that rose nearly to their knees. The temperature plummeted as twilight fell, turning breath into frosty plumes. Now and then, Qhorin paused to kneel and check the path. Stonesnake took point, scanning for any sign of an ambush. At midnight, they sheltered briefly in a hollow under an outcropping of rock, building the smallest possible fire for warmth. Ghost curled near Jon, nose to the wind. Eben rubbed his hands together. Haven't seen so many tracks in a while? Must be a big crew of free folk. Qhorin nodded. They're not shy about crossing so far south, are they? Mance must be rallying them. Jon recalled the tales he'd heard, Mance raider uniting tribes that once warred among themselves, forging them into an exodus. He's determined to cross the wall. Something drives them from the far north. Maybe it's the others. A hush fell. They finished the meager meal, a hard bread and salted pork, then pressed on until just before dawn. Qhorin finally called a halt, letting them catch a few hours' rest among dense pines. Jon lay on his bedroll, Ghost watching the perimeter. The wind cut through the branches overhead, moaning like a distant lament. He dreamed of the White Walkers, pale shapes moving in a swirl of snow, their eyes glowing blue with ancient malice. Then the dream shifted to Sansa's tear-streaked face, and beyond her, the ravaged streets of King's Landing. He woke with a start, hand gripping Longclaw's hilt. The forest was still dark, but the sky had lightened to a dull gray. The others stirred, stamping their feet, rubbing warmth into stiff limbs. They moved again, following the footprints. Around midday, Stone Snake paused behind a screen of pines, gesturing. Smoke, he mouthed. Jon and Qhorin joined him, peering through the branches. Sure enough, a thin wisp of smoke rose from a clearing ahead, nearly lost against the leaden sky. Qhorin signaled for caution. They moved in a wide arc, creeping closer. Ghost stalked silently, pressing his belly low to the snow. Eventually, they reached the edge of the clearing. Half buried in the drifting snow, a small camp lay, rough hide tents, a dying fire, footprints everywhere. No sign of men. Jon crouched beside a battered wooden sled. They left in a hurry, it seems. Torn hides, scattered belongings like they'd abandoned the site. He spotted a half-eaten rabbit near the smoldering ashes. Qhorin scanned the surroundings. They saw us coming or felt threatened by something else. The tracks lead west again. Eben pointed to a discolored patch of snow that might be blood. Had they been attacked? Jon shrugged. No bodies, but something spooked them. Ghost, can you smell anything? The direwolf sniffed, hackles rising slightly. He let out a low, uneasy rumble and moved to the far edge of the clearing, sniffing a trampled section of snow. Jon followed, kneeling. The footprints were jumbled, but some pressed deeper, as if men fought or struggled. He noticed splotches of crimson. A sense of dread coiled in his gut. Qhorin crouched at his shoulder. Looks fresh. They might not have gone far. Let's keep the trail. They pressed on, hearts pounding. The forest thickened, branches forming a gloomy arch overhead. Ghost ranged ahead, nose to the ground. Then a faint stench reached Jon's nose, decay or something akin to it. He signaled caution, drawing Longclaw. Stone Snake and Eben readied bows. They came upon the first body slumped against a tree trunk, half hidden by a snowdrift. A wildling man, eyes wide in frozen terror, chest gashed open. The wound looked savage, as if inflicted by unnatural claws or a heavy blade. The second body lay face down a few yards away, half covered by drifting snow. Blood stained the ground. Odd footprints ringed the scene, some possibly human, others bizarrely partial, as though half lumbering, half dragging. Eben muttered a curse. Corin knelt, checking the corpse's cold flesh. Dead maybe a day. Hard to say in this cold. Jon's throat tightened. What killed them? Not just swords, I think. The wounds look strange. Ragged. A sudden rustle in the trees made them whip around, weapons raised. Ghosts snarled, bounding forward. From the shadows, a figure lurched, moving with jerky slowness. A wildling woman, hair matted with frost, eyes empty. She stumbled toward them, arms outstretched. Jon's heart seized, her skin looked gray, lips blue, as though death had claimed her. Yet she moved, guttural hiss escaping her mouth. A white. Corin shouted, down it. Eben loosed an arrow, striking the woman's shoulder. It barely slowed her. She hissed again, face twisted in an unnatural grimace. Ghost leapt, jaws closing on her arm. The white staggered, but tried to claw at the dire wolf. Jon rushed in, long claw flashing. With a swift slash, he severed her head. The body toppled, twitching violently, black ichor seeping from the stump. The others watched in horror as the limbs jerked, refusing to die. Burn it, Corin commanded. Stonesnake fumbled for a torch. They set the body ablaze, the snow hissing. The reek was foul enough to make them gag. Jon's pulse pounded. That's what we face? Corin's face was grim as he turned to the others. Check for more. Whites rarely travel alone if an entire group of wildlings was attacked. They spread out, stepping cautiously among the trees. Within a short distance, they found 2 more wildling corpses and one that had begun to stir. Corin and Eben cut it down, setting the remains aflame. The forest reeked of death and unnatural presence. The footprints indicated that some whites had wandered further west. There could be dozens, Stonesnake muttered, unsettled. All from that camp, turned after whatever killed them. Jon recalled the old tales, the others could raise the dead. We can't fight them all if the entire group was turned. Corin nodded, surveying the scene. We take what we've learned back to Mormont. The threat is real. Let's not get ourselves surrounded. We'll circle back, avoid tangling with more whites if possible. They retreated, climbing a slight ridge to gain vantage. The thick pines rattled in the wind as if the forest mocked them. Jon felt the press of an ancient malevolence, intangible yet potent. Even ghosts seemed agitated, baring teeth at shadows. The whites were just foot soldiers, mindless and deadly. The others themselves, they had not seen them yet, but their presence was undeniable. They pushed hard to return to Mormont's column, traveling late into the night. Fear spurred them. When they finally found Mormont, the Lord Commander's face darkened at Corin's report. Then it's begun, Mormont said, voice gravelly. These tales of dead men walking, no longer rumor. We have to alert the rest of the watch, perhaps the whole realm. We can't let an army of whites gather. The men murmured in agreement, though the question of how to stop them remained. Mormont decided to shift the main column's route, hoping to circumvent any large pockets of whites and find Mance Raider. If Mance commanded tens of thousands of wildlings and any significant number died in the process, that could form an army of the dead. The thought sent chills through everyone. Jon sat by the campfire with Sam, summarizing what they'd seen. Sam looked ready to faint. So it's true. The whites are that close. Jon nodded. We burned the ones we found. But there could be more. We have to figure out how to fight them in larger numbers. Sam's quill scratched furiously on parchment, recording the encounter. If only we had dragonglass. The old records mention obsidian kills the others. For whites, fire is best, but that's not always feasible on a battlefield. Valyrian steel might help. His eyes flicked to Jon's sword. But that alone can't stop hundreds. Jon stared at the dancing flames. If the others lead them, we need a strategy. Perhaps Mance will have insight if he's encountered them. Or maybe the wildlings simply flee. Sam paused, nibbling his lip. If the wildlings are fleeing, it means the others are on the move. This could become a war no living force can withstand without uniting. Jon thought of Robb, Renly, the entire South enthralled by crowns. Would they ever see reason, an ally against the dead? Unlikely. We do what we must, Sam. Let's survive to warn them, at least. Their conversation died in uneasy silence. The winter wind keened across the snowy expanse. Jon felt the weight of the vow he had just renewed, to stand against the darkness, shield the realms of men. No matter if men recognized that threat or if kings squabbled over trifles, the watch would stand. In the weeks that followed, the great ranging ventured deeper. Snowstorms lashed them repeatedly, forcing them to huddle under lean-tos. They found more traces of wildling passage, empty camps, slaughtered animals, occasional signs of white attacks. Morale wavered. Men clutched their torches and flints, knowing that if they fell, they might rise as whites themselves. Jon rose each day at first light, stiff from cold, accompanied Qhorin or other rangers on scouting forays. Sam remained with Mormont, collecting accounts of every bizarre occurrence. The tension in the ranks was palpable. Food dwindled, hunting proved meager. Once, they glimpsed a band of wildlings on a distant ridge who vanished into the blizzard rather than fight. Fear haunted every corner. Then came the night they encountered something far worse. Jon was with Qhorin, Ebben, and 3 others scouring a rocky defile under moonlight. The sky was eerily clear, stars sharp and bright. Ghost slunk ahead silent. Qhorin gestured for caution. They advanced, hearing only the crunch of snow. Then a faint scraping noise reached Jon's ears like ice on rock. He froze, scanning the gloom. Ghost stiffened, lips curling back. A shape emerged from behind a boulder, tall, gaunt, clad in pale armor that shimmered in the moonlight. Its flesh looked translucent, eyes a deep glowing blue. Another. A White Walker from the darkest legends. Jon's blood went ice cold. The creature carried a blade that caught the moon's reflection, glowing with unnatural brilliance. Qhorin cursed under his breath. Ebben tried to raise his bow, but the other moved with terrifying speed. In a blur, it slashed with its frosty blade. Ebben's bow splintered, the arrow scattering. The man cried out, stumbling back, arms sliced with a thin coat of frost that spread quickly. Another ranger lunged, only to have his sword shatter against the other's blade. In that heartbeat, Jon realized conventional steel was worthless. He roared, Valyrian steel, and charged. The other glided aside, swinging its blade at Jon's midsection. He barely managed to parry with long claw. Ice crystals shattered on contact, and Jon felt a jolt of cold that numbed his fingers. But the blade didn't break. Valyrian steel held. Ghost leapt, snapping at the creature's flank, but the other twisted with inhuman grace, knocking the dire wolf aside. It thrust at Jon's chest. He deflected, sparks of icy shards dancing in the night. The other hissed, a sound like cracking glaciers. Qhorin circled, searching for an opening, but his normal steel was useless. Ebben lay groaning, his limbs coated in creeping frost. Another ranger tried to flank the other, brandishing a torch. He thrust it forward, hoping flame might repel the creature. The other recoiled slightly from the fire, stepping back with silent disdain. Jon seized that moment, driving forward with Longclaw. He aimed for the creature's core. The other's blade came up to meet him. They clashed in a burst of freezing sparks. The shock nearly knocked Longclaw from Jon's grip, but he grit his teeth, pressing. The other's eyes flared with ethereal fury, and it unleashed a backhand that would have torn through lesser steel. Jon angled Longclaw to catch it, feeling the jarring impact all the way up his arms. The cold was intense, biting into his skin. Somehow Longclaw held. Jon roared and shoved, sliding the Valyrian edge along the other's frosty blade until he found flesh. With a savage slash, he cut in. To the other's torso. A shriek like cracking ice filled the night, echoing among the rocks. The other reeled, fracturing at the wound. In another heartbeat, it shattered into glimmering shards, collapsing into a swirl of snow. Only a faint mist remained, drifting away on the wind. Jon staggered, half-dazed by the cold. Ghost limped to his side, teeth bared. Qhorin and the others rushed to Ebben, who convulsed in the snow, frost creeping across his torso. "Burn him or we lose him," Qhorin barked. Another ranger rummaged for a torch, frantically lighting it. Jon forced himself to help, shaking from adrenaline and cold. He pressed the torch's flame to Ebben's icy wound, wincing at the man's screams. The frost receded, sizzling away. By the gods, it looked excruciating. But eventually, Ebben's trembling slowed. He gasped, eyes rolling back, body limp. They bandaged him quickly, praying the damage wasn't mortal. The night was deathly still, as if even the wind had paused to witness. Jon's breath rasped in his throat. He'd faced an other and survived only by Valyrian steel and luck. Guilt churned at the sight of Ebben's injuries. Another half-step slower, and they'd all be dead. Qhorin helped steady Jon. "You did it," he breathed. "You killed it." Jon swallowed, mind reeling. Valyrian steel, it worked. "But we almost died." Qhorin nodded, expression grim. "We have our proof. The others are here, wandering beyond the wall. Mance might be the least of our worries." They stayed awake till dawn, too shaken to sleep. Ebben survived the night, though his left arm was severely frostbitten. When morning came, they withdrew back to the main column, half carrying Ebben. Mormont listened in stunned silence to their account. Then he called for an immediate council of the leading officers. Around a makeshift camp table, they huddled. Mormont's face looked carved from stone, Qhorin's eyes shadowed by the memory of that confrontation. Jon recounted the fight, describing the other's speed, its blade of ice, and how Valyrian steel had saved him. Bowen Marsh rubbed his temples. Only one? Or might there be more? There are more, Corin said softly. They're out there, picking off wildlings, turning them to whites. This is only the first we've seen. Mormont's gaze flicked to Jon. Your sword is Valyrian steel. We have maybe a handful of such blades in the entire watch. That's not enough. A leaden hush followed. Sam, face pale, ventured, Dragonglass might help, but we have little. We'd have to search for old stashes. Or send requests to Dragonstone if it's named that for a reason. Mormont muttered, Dragonstone is in the south, near King's Landing. And who rules it now, Stannis? He might not give us a single shard if he's busy with Renly. But maybe we can scrounge some from the old caches. I'll send men to search. Or we might ask the new king in the north for resources, though I doubt the swamps of the neck hold Dragonglass. Bowen Marsh frowned. We can do that if we get back at all. Meanwhile, the threat is here. If we keep going deeper, more others might find us. Mormont stared at the map, eyes shadowed. We have to find Mance Rayder. If we can't persuade or stop him, the wildlings may swarm. And behind them come the others. We're outnumbered if we try to fight both. But if Mance has seen them too, maybe he'll parley. A united front, perhaps? Corin shook his head. That would be a gamble. But we have no choice. This is bigger than our old battles. Mormont placed a gauntlet hand on the map. We proceed with extreme caution. If the others appear en masse, we retreat to warn Castle Black. The realm must be told even if they scoff. All agreed, though fear laced their expressions. The meeting ended. Men prepared to move again, forging ahead with hearts heavy. The Watchers tested every rumor, scouted carefully, each day bracing for more horrors. And so the next phase of Jon's life began, a vow renewed, a mission shrouded in cold dread. With each step beyond the wall, the stakes rose. Ghost stayed close, sensing the tension. Sam kept meticulous notes, though his hands shook. Corin guided them deeper, determined to find Mance's camp or at least glean the truth. The White Walkers lurked in every shadow of the forest, unseen but palpable. And the living clung to fleeting hope, trusting that a few swords of Valyrian steel and meager fires could hold back the darkness that threatened all the realms of men.